Alrighty. Are we alive? Are we alive? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the rate cut reset. Yes, that's what we dealt with yesterday. You had strong retail sales this morning, but even then, even prior to it, the rate cut odds are already pushing back. If you're wondering why you have any sort of volatility, any sort of bond moves, it is this idea here from the over the pond to Europe all the way down to the United States. Everybody is starting to change their view on rate cuts a little bit. People think it's going to happen still, but maybe not as many and maybe not as soon, and that is sucking away some of the optimism in the market. So we got a lot to deal with today. It was retail sales. We do have a couple more Fed speakers along the way. We are getting into the earnings season as well. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you're locked and loaded. Oh, FAA is now investigating Boeing's manufacturing practices. I think that's coming out right now. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, get ready for all of it. You're already getting a lot of moves. It should be wild. And again, we need to see if that volatility arrives even more. The dollar is up and all of that good stuff. But, Chad, we're going to have 7 hours to talk about it. How you living, baby? Good morning. What's up, baby? How you doing? What's up, Lucky Soldier? What up, Battle Boy? What up, Benny Silverio, Smars, Richard Judge, S. Dub for Mayor, Carissa Hines? Oh, good morning. What about Marcus Hanlon? Laker J. Good morning, baby. What about Najee Wolf? How you living? QXO, Pixelated, Monica Ashley, Gary, Every, Candy, Upton, Nikki, Tim, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. I hope you're feeling good, Chad. Welcome to Wednesday. Remember, it's a short week. Hawaz, Cam, Gary, Ben, Aliska, Johnny, Benz, Manek, baby, Yusuf, Solo. Oh, man, the chat's going crazy. Matthew Warman, Lionsgate, I Am You, Remixable, Ivan Hernandez, Miguel Angel, Dirty Bird, J Max, El Trapado, Winning Loser, Untamed FPS, baby. Oh, Lucky J, A Anonymous, Candy, Lucky J, once again, Godfather, Ben Stone, Wheezy, Awaz, Chris, Antonio, Christina, Xavier, Stacy B, Ben Stone, Antonio, Cole Pizza, Jerry Woods, Untamed, baby, Forex, Chris, the White Afghan, KS, Godfather, Rocky Top, Asset Work, Young Blood, Alejandro, yee. Oh, good morning, baby. How you living, Jerry Woods? How you living, Fall Papers? What's up, Emmanuel? I know the dog got the law term. Josh Jacobs in the house. Chris Flores ready to go. Christian Levesque, baby. Justin Franklin, me, not you. Exodius, Don, the Red Bull. Always extra crispy. Good morning, baby. What up, Daquan? What up, Ray? What up, Kyle? What up, Bino? What up, Paul? Antonio, 2C. We got a lot of Antonios. Brett, baby. Carl. Bad News Baboons. Kyle Stromar. Mr. PR787 Trade. I don't know how to say it fast. PR787. What's up, baby? Good morning. Hope y'all living good. How you living, Christy Diaz, Arthur, Andrew Wallace, 820, baby. Mr. Derek H. Oh, yeswa. Good morning. How you living, Ava? How you living, Mr. J. Cole? What about the Twitch? Mr. Belvedere, Real Fried Rice, Blow and Dough, Charlie in that tree, Wild and Out Wednesday, baby. Blizzy B, Big Curly, EV Climbs, LV Lover, Woodrow, Vinoso, Payday Devil, Mr. Mounty, Nikki on Spash, Preform, Sandcow Hustle, JG Industries, baby. Rocky Bow Blowout, Bruce McCotter, KJ Lemur, Pinelander, Joey Z, baby. Sim Race Review, S. Jones Jax, and Axe and Moni and Woodrow and Robo and Nikki on. There you go. We made it, baby. Oh, good morning. Oh, that's good. Fed Bar does not comment on monetary policy. That's good. We could get one of those out the way. Get one of them out the way, Chattadonia. So I hope you're feeling good, but let us get into the news, huh? Let's see what we have. Stock futures fall and yields rise after retail sales. Stock futures fell and bond yields rose after hotter than estimated retail sales report added to speculation that the Federal Reserve interest rate cut bets are overdone. S&P contracts signaled that the equity benchmark will decline for a second straight day. Treasury 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent policy moves, climbed to 4.35. The dollar rose against most of its developed market peers. U.S. retail sales rose at the strongest pace in 3 months in December, capping solid holiday spending in the faces of headwinds in the new year. The value of retail purchases, unadjusted for inflation, increased by 0.6. Commerce Department data showed on Wednesday, excluding autos, sales were up by 0.4. Traders will be closely watching remarks for policymakers around the world and the Fed's Beige Book for clues on interest rate outlook. The ECB is likely to cut interest rates in the summer, according to President Christine Lagarde. Inflation was never going to be a straight line down, as we have seen in the U.S. and Europe, said Luke Hickmore, investment director at ABRDN. Rates will fall this year, but markets' expectations around when and how much are going to be much more volatile. Key events this week, that's it. Housing inventories, or housing starts, initial jobless claims on Thursday. Republican presidential primary debate in New Hampshire on Thursday. ECB President Lagarde participates in Davos on Thursday. ECB publishes account of December meeting on Thursday. Atlanta President Bostic on Thursday. Canada retail sales on Friday. Japan CPI and tertiary index on Friday. U.S. existing home sales and Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. And then ECB President Christine Lagarde and Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva on Davos on Friday. And San Francisco Fed Mary Daly on Friday as well. Yeah, I think they said they're investigating Boeing, getting an investigation into their manufacturing, and that the process is completed. So it's down a little bit, but now it's up. So that one just came out. I don't think we're going to have any report on it till later, but I will get you that as things start moving. In the red, a risk-off move is permeating between markets driven by paring back of bets on speed and depth of central bank rate cuts this year. U.S. stock futures are sinking following a drop across equity markets in Asia and Europe. Pricing in swap markets for Federal Reserve rate cut in March have slipped to about 65% chance from 80% at the end of last week. Bond traders have started to pick up options to hedge against the prospect of half a point March cut. Pullback and pushback. The pullback in rate cut bets has picked up pace following comments yesterday from Fed Waller. He said central banks need to take a careful approach to cutting rates, saying there is no need to move as quickly as they have in the past. His comments, though showing an openness to cuts, were interpreted as more hawkish than what traders had been pricing in. Meanwhile, European central bank policymakers have been forcefully pushing back on what the market is expecting. China woes. The mood is also darkened by disappointing economic growth data from China. A measure of prices underlined the deflation challenge with its longest streak of decline since 1999. Investors responding by exiting China stocks in a show of pessimism about the nation's economy. That fueled more calls for stimulus measures, with the action taken by authorities so far underwhelming investors. Crude slips. Oil prices are in retreat too, weighed down by the combination of the strong dollar, Chinese economic weakness, and the broader risk-off sentiment, which is overshadowing supply risk related to turmoil in the Red Sea. WTI futures slid close to 70 a barrel, while Brent fell below 77. The Red Sea concerns remain prominent. However, Saudi Arabia was incredibly concerned about regional conflict and security in the Middle East as it spreads, while European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde flagged the potential of inflationary risks from supply chain disruption. Coming up, the Fed Beige Book on current economic conditions will be released, as well as John Williams and Michelle Bowman to given the pullback of rates that will be closely watched. Retail sales data has already came out and has been the strongest in months. S&P futures are down by 0.5% on Wednesday morning trading after U.S. equities finished lower on Thursday. Small caps extended their early 24 underperformance, while lower quality factors also lagged along with regional banks in China ADRs. Mega cap tech was mixed, with Apple a big laggard and Nvidia rallying again. Treasuries under pressure with the curve bear flattening. Dollar is up by 0.2 after gaining nearly 1% yesterday. Gold is flat. Bitcoin futures down by 1.2 and WTI is down by 2.0. Market continues to tilt towards risk off, with some dialing back of the more aggressive rate cut expectations. More talk about stretch positioning and sentiment metrics, and some semblance of a buyer strike with a pickup in expectations for a 5% drawdown lingering. Corporate buyback blackouts mentioned as another overhang. In addition, start of the earnings season has brought some scrutiny of consensus for a negative 12% S&P earnings growth, approximately 12%. In 2024, China is still seen as the global growth drag, particularly as policy fine-tuning measures continuing to underwhelm. Elevated geopolitical tensions and tilt and broader deglobalization dynamics are also a source of angst. December retail sales came in stronger than expected, with the control group 0.8 versus the 0.2 consensus. Import prices flat versus expectations of 0.5 decline. Industrial production, business inventories, and housing market index also out this morning, while this afternoon brings the Fed Beige Book. In addition, Fed Barr and Fed Bowman scheduled with John Williams, though the market likely to focus more on John Williams at 3 o'clock Eastern. Overseas developments have focused on other round of hawkish-leaning ECB commentary. Hotter UK inflation, mixed December China December activity data, though outsized focus on deflation, weaker retail sales and property market slump, and continuing selling pressure in Greater China. Pretty quiet in terms of corporate news. Apple in the headlines again as the Supreme Court declined to hear the Epic Games case. Tesla cut Model Y prices in Germany following recent attention in China. USB revenue and EPS missed, but NIM provisions a bit better. CFG NIM Light guided full-year NII below street. PLXS guided down, noting market-driven inventory corrections and incremental weaker demand from healthcare, life science, and industrial market sectors. PRGS beat on revenue and EPS and noted that full-year guidance implies a stable demand environment for the company's products. Schwab revenue missed. Oh, Bradley Frizzle, baby. Oh, man, I just got a news update, and then I look and I see the peach. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Little pre-market, baby. Or no. Oh, good morning. Good morning, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Bradley Frizzle, we got the horn today. Oh, yeah. I hope you're feeling good, baby. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Oh, yes. My goodness. My goodness. So we went over USB. PLXS, they guided down, noting market-driven inventory corrections and an incrementally weaker demand from the healthcare and life science industry. SPWR announced a restructuring plan. BGFV negatively pre-announced Q4, flagging extraordinary unfavorable winter weather conditions across their western footprint. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Still some more. China GDP numbers were largely in line with expectations, which isn't surprise since Premier Li pre-announced at Davos, and industrial production for December was a bit better than anticipated, 6.8 versus 6.6, but the GDP deflator shows the country still grappling with deflation while retail sales are falling short. Ramco's CEO said global markets can cope with Red Sea disruptions in the short term, but prolonged attacks could create a problem. ECB is likely to cut rates by this summer, Christine Lagarde said, in response to a question on whether the major support among officials for such move exists. Policymakers are on the right path in curbing inflation, she said, adding that over-optimistic rate cut bets in the market don't help. UK CPI runs hotter than anticipated, with headline 4% in December, up from 3.9, and core 5.1 versus 4.9. Qatar brokered a deal to permit medications to reach Israeli hostages in the exchange for additional aid in medicine for Palestinian civilians. The U.S. is stepping up efforts to broker a diplomatic solution to intensifying hostilities between Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah, as fears grow in Washington that the window is narrowing to avert a full-blown war erupting on the shared border. Biden has invited congressional leaders to the White House for a meeting on Wednesday to discuss Ukraine aid and other fiscal matters. This will be the first face-to-face discussion between Biden and congressional leadership in months. Iran isn't yet restocking Houthi rebels with weapons by sea after U.S. and U.K. airstrikes last week, Western officials said, signaling cautious optimism that the military action was successful in disrupting the arms supply. And then J.P. Morgan plans to add headcount this year. President Daniel Pinto said that the bank sees opportunities in investment banking, international retail, and U.S. wealth management. Not bad. Okay, what else we got? Risk off tilt continues. Market continues to tilt towards risk off, with some dialing back on the more aggressive rate cut expectations and related FCI tightening. Dollar strength partially attributed to U.S. political landscape. Goldman Sachs Financial Conditions Index has tightened 20 basis points since the start of the year and has a lot more talk about stretch positioning and sentiment market. Rate cut reset has been limited. Some dialing back of more aggressive 24 cuts remain the widely cited overhang of risk assets. However, a few silver linings. Despite the attention on recent central bank pushback, the reset has been fairly limited. Deutsche Bank Reed, he pointed out that this morning the market was pricing in 157 of cuts in 24 and is now close to 165 before the Waller speech. Added that the probability of a March cut was only down to 60% from the 80% of the prior day. December retail sales post their strongest monthly increase in September. December retail sales up by 0.6 ahead of consensus for 0.4 month-over-month increase, and November's 0.3 pace up 5% year-over-year. Motor vehicle part sales were strong. Retail sales, excluding autos, were up by 0.4 month-over-month, better than the prior month of 0.2, which was also consensus. And sales were slightly higher in areas including department stores, clothing, accessories, and building materials, while some notable decreases in health and personal care, furniture, and electronic appliances. Food and drinking places were flat in December. Reports were consistent with recent company-level updates about solid holiday spending. December industrial production is at 9:15. We already had that. And then housing market at 10 a.m. Consensus looks for a second straight month. And then mortgage applications beat by a big margin. Second week in a row. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. That's it for now. Let's see what else we have. We have plays. Alrighty. Nutranex, they're up by 4.2. William Blair upgrade. Owl is up by 1.7. The list on NYSE. Snapchat is up 1.5 for some reason. AMD is up by 1.0. PI up by 12.3. Guidance. NTRA up 8.4. RavGen trial update. PRGS is up by 4.4 off of earnings. CART is up by 3.6. Wolf Research upgrade. Sigma Lithium up by 2.0. Rumble up 1.8. EOLS is up by 8.0. Preliminary Q4 revenue and guidance. SBGI is up by 5.1. Global settlement of Diamond Sports Group. RGNX up 5.0. Interim data from Phase 2 trial of Abivi RGX314. VYTX up 4.2. BRY up 3.1. PL 2.9. ELEV up by 2.7. LAAC is up by 2.6. And iRobot up by 2.5. PTC is down by 5.7. Spotify down 3.7. Rivian down by 3.6. Deutsche Bank downgrade. IBKR is down by 3.4 off of earnings. Ford down by 2.3. UBS downgrade. Myrna down by 2.3. CFG down 2.0 off of earnings. Morgan Stanley down 1.5. JP Morgan, Keefe and Brunette and Woods downgrade. That's a lot. PLD down 1.5 off of earnings. FTNT down 1.4. Downgrades at Capital One Securities and Daiwa. ETN down 1.1. CFO to step down. Schwab down 0.5 off of earnings. USB down by 0.1 off of earnings. DH down 16.2. CO to step down in guidance. GRFS down 6.0. Resumed underperform at Odo. INTR down 5.4. Common stock offering of up to 32 million shares. Relly down 5.4 or 4.4. Matt down 3.9. Morgan Stanley downgrade. Teladoc down 2.9. DA Davidson assumed neutral. Funware down by 61%. 87 million share offering. TSP down 36% to delist from NASDAQ. ACXP down 26%. Microbiology and micron data for Ibezopastat from Phase 2 clinical trial. Save down 21%. Follow through on the news of yesterday. Bank of America rates as underperform. ALLK downgrade. They're down by 11.8. ELAB down 11.5. ADAG down 10.8. Interim results of mask anti-CTLA 4 safe body ADJ of Muzastotug. I don't know if I can say that one. Zcar down 9.9, Banel down by 9.3, DWAC down 7.7, terminates security purchase agreement, explores alternative financing with PIPE investors, BTM down 7.7, BGFV down 7.7 off of earnings, MYO down 5.0, Hawaiian Airlines down 4.6, follow through on the save deal. GSIW down 4.5. Gold down by 3.5. Comments on media report regarding possible Chapter 11. AXL down by 2.9. UBS downgrade. Renewable clean energy shares all down about 2 to 5%. And then Chinese ADRs, Chinese Internet ETF is down by 3.1. They got absolutely wrecked. My goodness. My goodness. The data was retail sales, and it came in the strongest in months. So not good. And then again, more rate cut pushback. That has been the story here over the last couple of days. But how are we looking? How are we looking? Let's see. I think we'll have some time. Well, yeah, give me a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get me some water as well. We got a couple of plays on the way. I hope you guys got something too, but I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and see you in a little bit.
In the first instance, which is what everybody's telling me that you've got to be long off. So you must welcome these mini shudders.
Yeah, I think we do. I mean, I think, we call it get another bite at the apple, and you've gotten a few additional bites here. And I think, when we back up, we see more inflows versus last year. We backed up, we saw outflows. So the market has turned in that regard. And I think that sets us up for a nice little rally here. We're hashtagging coupon and more in 24. We do think you're going to get a coupon plus year. It's just going to be not a straight line. The rally was so vicious to end last year. We're up still to date about 10% from where we were mid-October in the corporate debt market. So overall, quite a bit of rally last year, stole from this year. But going forward, anytime you get a backup, it's a good opportunity. We're seeing institutional accounts buying more than they did last year. But the new guest to the party is retail. Retail did not buy much at all last year, and they are really stepping forward this year.
Okay, so they're stepping into the breach. There's two other moments that happened in the past couple of hours. One was a jock shock for CPI in the United Kingdom. I think that's the tail that's wagging the global bond dog. But also Christine Lagarde. She was cautious. She's setting the summer table. Let's just listen in.
I would say it's likely too, but I have to be reserved because we are also saying that we are data dependent and that there is still a level of uncertainty and some indicators that are not anchored at the level where we would like to see them.
So a prudent Christine Lagarde, a shuddering CPI from the UK. To both of you, this is the worst nightmare for every central banker, which is you get this inflation jolt in the CPI, Matt. How much more at risk is the US of that kind of a shock that the UK had today?
Well, I think the path won't be completely straightforward. So, there's likely to be a hiccup along the way. So, in that regard, I'm a little bit concerned that you could have a little bit of a shock here in one of these inflationary reports. But really the trend, the data just keeps showing us in 8 different places that it's coming down. So, we think the biggest area to watch is the wage market, the employment market. And it's much more imbalanced than it was in 2023. And in that regard, we feel pretty good.
Ashok, to you, obviously every central banker is trying to hold on to the narrative. Where is the risk here for the US in that narrative?
I don't think the risk is really on the inflation prints. I think one key thing about this year is inflation volatility, at least in the first half of this year, is going to go down. It's getting to be much more predictable. I think you're seeing that in the prints that we've been getting have been
going to be much more predictable. Chattadonia. So, again, they're talking rates and rate cuts. So, again, this rate reset, hopefully you guys are all aware of it. But, Chattadonia, it's game time. We got a couple of minutes until the bell. You're here right now. Let's see what you got. Am I going to get a lot of puts today? I'm going to find out shortly. What's your first play of the day, Chattadonia? Post it in the chat. Let me know what you're working with. Let's go. Get ready. SPY, Tesla calls, Russell, AMD close to the money, long ES 4760, SPY calls 47.1, Nvidia short, not ready, put, Walgreen put, Disney put, SPY put, MSTR, no play, IWM, SPY put, AMD, Cap put, Tesla call, Microsoft, Boeing put, CL, Starbucks puts, Tesla puts, looking at QQQ, heavy on SQQ, Disney 2295, Dow calls, Mara puts, MP calls, Save call, Tesla call, Boeing 205 calls, KRE buying, Save shares, nothing, GME calls, QQQ 406, Nvidia, Save puts, Sophie buy, Mara puts, PayPal long, holding Tesla puts, Ford puts, Tesla puts, 220, DWAC puts, NASDAQ down by 0.01, Intel, Upstart, IWM, short team, puts on Monster, watching, waiting, Elf puts, want to add, cart puts, SPY puts all day, MP calls, JD shares, PSEC, Long-term Rolls-Royce, BA. Wait until Euro close. Looking at MES, SPY. UVXY calls weekly. NVIDIA puts. Calls on Buffett in the second. AMD calls. Mara calls. NVIDIA, AMD. Watch in SPY puts. Amazon put. Baba LT. Pfizer calls. SQQ. Apple puts. Looking both ways. Calls on Chad. Right in the same position after open. Already done. ES pre-market was fire. Mollywop. SPY puts. MSTR. ES and MES short. Riding save. Cold calls. Coin puts. Selling my SPY puts. Hey. And the final plays. Boeing call, short Neo, long-term Depot, second trade on Netflix 500, ES and MES shorts. Wow, baby. Chadadonia, I hope you're ready for it. We got a little bit of time. I have a couple of plays I'm going to be watching. Excuse me. QG, that's going to be natural gas, and then RGNX, TSM, we made that play yesterday. And then again, I do think the chips are still holding up, so we'll watch how that plays. And then Interactive Brokers and KRE, again, with the rates right now and the banks, you may get a weird reversal there. I'm going to keep my eyes out on all of those, and then watching save from yesterday, and then keeping an eye on those Bank of Americas as we have those plays in the money now. So we will see what happens. But Chadadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're feeling good. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, even the families, anybody who has served this country. For real, thank you for doing what you have done. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. I hope you know you are loved and appreciated. And I encourage all of you to keep this up and always show that love and appreciation. So vets, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, anybody giving back, man, the coaches. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. My goodness. Oh, Chadadonia. Chadadonia. It's game time. Are you ready? Bright and early. Bright and early on a Wednesday. Oh, my goodness. So, again, I think rate cuts and all of this back and forth, that is probably going to be the big issue that we're going to have to deal with today. We'll see how it plays out. Again, those Fed speakers, that's probably going to move things around more than not. So let's see what it gets us into. But, Chad, you got about a minute and 43. We're ahead of time. Is there any questions that we have? If you have anything, you let me know. You let me know. The Fed speakers are going to be in a little bit. I think you have one at 3 p.m. That'll be the most important. I don't think Michael Barr, he is not commenting on anything related to fiscal policy or financial policy. And then I think, who's the other one? Well, now, what's her name? I had it up here. Yeah, China got clapped. They're absolutely destroyed. Bowman. Fed Bowman. How no voice? How are we gonna make it? It has to warm up. It's like it's the Honda voice in the morning. You know, I don't know if I slept too late yesterday, but otherwise you got to let it warm up a little bit. You know, it's cold outside. We got to let it warm up, and we'll be good to go. Where it is? Wait, where was that? I'm trying to find the Boeing thing. So again, Boeing had that news. We only got 16 seconds though. So Chattadonia, like the video, drop your thumbs up. Make sure you are subscribed. Call out any plays. I did see the email. I have a couple of ideas for you, but if any, can you wait? Like, will they just let you wait until the bonds come up? Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. So again, bonds already killed. Watch the dollar. Again, Boeing came up. What was it? Well, it's on the 16th. Cracking voice is always bullish. It usually is, so we'll see if that changes. But again, I don't think maybe we get a pre-Euro close run-up. Other than that, though, I mean, the only thing that's going to make us go up will be those Fed speakers. So we'll have to see that. Bank of America is starting to move. Again, Tesla, I don't know why Tesla got, oh yeah, it was the Model Y cut in Germany. They started to drop out of nowhere. Let's see. The email about RH, I don't recall that one, no. Nvidia down by 0.2. Again, chip makers, they were holding up. SPY down 0.69. NASDAQ down by 0.9. Russell 1.4. And then the Dow Jones down by 0.48. No, you got a very red day to start. Again, even after yesterday, how this all compounds is pretty big from where you were at Friday. Remember, Friday, we hit right above 4,800. Cheaper KREs, I'd wait a little bit on that. I'm glad we kind of waited on the double dip, but again, so far, like the banks haven't came out with the stellar earnings, and then if these rate cut odds keep dropping, I mean, we may have a problem here. IBKR, again, that's another one there for earnings. Intel's down 2. Wait, is the TSM? That one's down 1.1. I thought they'd drop a little bit more. Yeah, the TSM, the put side already went up a little bit. NQ, and then I have an idea. Why? Oh no. Oh, I did the wrong one. And we're gonna get rid of that one. I'm going to get rid of my Fed future. Not the bearish one, but the bullish one. And then I had 2 MNQs. I forgot about those. I'm going to get out of those. But that one, I'm going to lose 800 on that one. That was from Friday. Let's see. And then I sold the March Fed future for like 160 profit. But again, I'm getting out of March rate cut odds for now. And then bonds still selling. MPW still dying. Rivian, Nvidia dying. Again, they were up a little bit. I'd watch some of the other chip makers, keep an eye on financials, and then again, energy too. That's another one here on the day. Where's the dollar at? Dollar's already up another quarter, and then bonds are getting murdered. That play picked up negative for me on that. We got the ES short back in the green, but then the Russell futures have now flipped negative. The MNQs are still up, but the other ones not so much. Or not the MNQ, the smaller one. Gold is still holding up. Oh no, gold already came down. The gold was holding steady at the open. That's already down by 0.3. Save dumping. So again, I haven't checked that one. So save, you should still be up again. So now I'm only up $100 on the save shares, but the covered call, we are up by 220 on that. So it's about 50% still from yesterday. I still have the March KREs. No, I didn't sell out of those. I was going to double dip on them, but then now I'm kind of reconsidering as I'm waiting ahead here because, again, we had the bank earnings and nothing was good. And then like we just said here about the rates, if that starts to flip, I don't think those plays will get as much juice. And then Bank of America is still low. That plays up from the earnings. Tesla dumping. Disney has been doing good. Disney did good yesterday as well. Very interesting. Eli holding up. SPY's going lower. Let's see. So we got rid of one of the ZQs. We'll hold a little bit of healthcare. We'll give it a second there. And then again, bonds. That one not being a good friend there. Why are we tanking? More rate cut odds going the other way. So, like, again, even December rate cut odds, they moved the most today. The March cut odds moved a little bit, but everybody's kind of pushing back up against how many rate cuts, and then strong retail sales data did not help that argument. And then, yeah, BABA and China plays, they did really, really bad. And then above all else, I mean, you haven't had a blowout earnings. If anything, more of the banks and financials have kind of been iffy. Again, IBKR was able to come up. So again, this is what I want to look for with KRE and some of the financials if they hold up, because again, we are ending now. We are getting into the end of the bank earnings, and then we're going to move into tech. So depending on how they play out, that'll be very interesting. Yeah, and then I forgot, inflation did come back in the euro. Do we dump at 46? We'll see. What level are we at now? Let's take Uganda. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I thought I already had it opened up. Oracle, the banks suck. Let me check. Is that Pfizer or AFE? No, that's Pfizer on the high. So they're moving up. It seems more value plays. Again, if you look at the numbers right now, the Dow plays are not down that much. So Dow's only down by like 0.3, and then you have the NASDAQ literally down 1.25 right now. Let's see. Options expiry. No, that's on Friday. So Friday will be a big expiration as well too. So keep that in mind in terms of how things can move. But as of today, I think people, you may get ready for earnings, but that's as far as it's going to go. Boeing flying. They had some updates. It sounded negative in the morning. Again, let me see if I get another one. So FDA updates on grounding has completed an inspection. So after taking decisive action on 171 MAX planes, the FAA is now investigating Boeing's manufacturing practices and production lines, including those involving subcontractor Spirit. Bolstering oversight of Boeing is examining potential system changes. And I think that's about it. So again, it seemed like it was negative, but it also seems like it's moving forward. Again, the whole investigation of the planes is it's over now. They're still grounded. They completed inspections, but now they're looking into how the planes are manufactured. But Boeing is, again, this is what I was worried about yesterday, but it fell $15 more before doing that. Tesla 212. Bond's still just selling off there. Tesla, they're down 2.4. Trying to come back up here. SPY's at VWAP. Again, NVIDIA is even down here. Where's the other one? Where's RGNX? That was the biotech. They were up, came back down. Wasn't CART moving up? Yeah, we'll see. So, again, random names that are holding here. A lot of things are getting killed, but your Dow names, your more value plays, again, even like Disney's running up. I think Humana started to go up. Some of the healthcare names. Healthcare is right at break even, so there's at least something in the green. Anybody, BABA in the Chinese market? BABA, I mean, the Chinese, like, the growth data was better than expected, but it's, it's a lot lower than where China has been in the past. But as far as, like, what happened in the last, like, short term, what made people really vomit off of it, it had to do with the real estate again. So China's real estate sector and, the funding and citizens, it all got even worse, which was kind of wild to think about because it was already pretty bad. SPY bottom, BABA on the high. Again, BABA was down 3% to start off, so they may get their little run up, but again, maybe by Euro close, some of these might chill out a little bit. But I do think China, people might take advantage of the lows, but that China worry is still lurking in the background. 10-year climbs to the highest this year after December retail sales. NASDAQ down 1.2. SPY above VWAP now, right back up to open. So let's see where we're at. SPX, damn, 4732. Not too bad, but you are now lower than any point last week. And remember, when we led into the first 4 days of that sell-off to start the year, this was like the high point, believe it or not. So we kind of started selling from here. So again, next level is going to be 4720. So I'd watch out for that again. 4720 leading into 4700 flat. I'm still in Baidu. I'm getting murdered on Baidu after that one. I've never gone that fast from like a decent gain to like getting murder. I'm down like 10% now. So I don't know if I will average down again because I used my last average down, but we'll see how it plays out. But I'm still going to ride it through. You think Save is going to go bankrupt? I think it's possible, but then again, at the same time, it depends on how much money they get back from JetBlue. So we'll see. Where is Save? Again, the covered calls are working great for us, so we will see. Let me see. What would that be like? I'm seeing it. The covered calls are working great, but they're down 17. It's like still $1 above almost where we got. It's up 10%, but that was from 40 yesterday. Boeing surprisingly holding. And then watch if the bonds slip again. Bank of America down 2. Tesla's on the high now. Dollar's up by a quarter still, so I still think that could be another problem child, more or less. So watch out for that one. Tesla still going. Tesla's only down by 2. I say only 2, but they're running up to the high. Meta's down by 0.9. Where's Amazon? 1.3. Google down 1.4. Apple, again, Apple's had a couple of days of declining here too. Yeah, Apple's actually near the low end if it's going to start flushing. And then the VIX is at 15. So up another 9%. This is the highest of the year. And then the VIX hasn't been this high since November. So again, I think the only thing that's not down to like some very low levels is the SPY. SPY's holding up very good. Pfizer strong again. Value, Dow plays, they have been doing good here. Baidu's on the high somehow. Again, or just recovering that 4% down. Appel, INGR, IBKR, that one's going red to green on that, I think. Yeah, they literally were down 2.5 or 4%. Now they're up by 1.2. So they're finding a way to move up. Disney in the red. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, it was holding up very good in the morning. It did that yesterday. DraftKings on the high. Intel, we'll see if AMD and NVIDIA wake up. They're still, I remember they went up a lot yesterday, but they're down 1. Google flushing. SPY coming down here a little bit. Watch the dollar. Yeah, Google on the low. Dollar might hit another high here. There's the ES. Why is Tulio hard to borrow? I have no idea. Shorts covering Boeing. It could be, or maybe just another development that the situation's not, again, they could have been even, I think investigating manufacturing sounds bad, but the fact that they're ending that review of all the other planes kind of could be a good sign. But then again, how many times have we seen Boeing do the death dance where it drops and then it'll pop out of nowhere, hold up for a little bit, and then wait for the next headline, and then it'll get clapped. Disney rejects pelts for the board. Fed speaking right now. I don't think yet. Not yet, but let me double check. Mara green for once. Oh, yeah, where's crypto? Yeah, Fed bars at 9 a.m. Fed Bowman's at 9 a.m. too. Interesting. So you would have already had them then. And then Fed Woods at 9:15. So we should have already had their statements. If anything, you're waiting on Fed Williams now at 3. Pfizer, Green, Funware. Wasn't Funware down like 60% in the morning? Today's VIX expiration. Friday's expiration is going to be big too. Meta's on the low. Google, Boeing still holding. Again, dollar near the high. Bank of America running up a little bit here. TSM, they're still dropping, but not as much as some of the other ones. But AMD and Intel on the low ticker now. PayPal, yeah, they're coming down. Again, Disney, I'm going to watch out for that one. Watch out for any of the Dow value names if they find a way to come up. Oh, yeah, Pfizer is doing good. Wait, I think this is where I sold out of it yesterday, though. Yeah, wait, they had the gap and pop. Sinclair, RGNX, that's a liquid as shit. IBB. Again, Humana and some of the other plays are holding up decent. Again, healthcare doesn't look to be a drag today. Healthcare is at least in the green. KRE or financials are going up. So is KRE. Those aren't doing that bad either, surprisingly. Very, very interesting. And then Citi down 1.2. Square new low. Crypto. Oh, yeah, let me check that. Bitcoin moving up. It's still down by 1%. I think Ethereum was down a little bit more earlier. Ethereum's down by 0.8, but both of those from the open had a little run up. And then where are the Fed futures? I'd watch. If the Fed futures start getting more bearish again today, that will be it. Again, I sold out of my March rate cut odds. We still had a gain on that one since we went early, but literally those December odds, that's what I'd be keeping an eye out for. It looks like we're getting another move on the dollar, bonds, SPY going near the lows. So dollar's just staying pinned at the high. And then 4727, this is a baby level. I don't know if you remember it. We've at 4727 was like kind of the top end, and then you've even bounced and had some gap ups in between here. So again, this was like from what, December 18th? 4727 is where you open, and then remember we started dying around this level here. That's right when you flushed it. So watch out, and then 4718, 4717, and that'll be the next spot. Yeah, a little pop there again on the dollar. Now, KRE, I want to double dip, but I kind of want to hold off for now, just until we get an idea of like if rate cut odds go out the window, it's going to change the plays. Right now, rate cut odds are pushing back, but if they start to disappear, then I don't think any of those plays, even down to the Russell, those are all gonna get faded after that. So I'd wait a little bit on that. Again, I was waiting even for the first the double dip, but at this point, you know, you're going to be very sensitive to rate cuts on that. Yeah, Pfizer's doing great. Again, it had that little gap down and run up. It's near yesterday's level, but that's one holding. Disney's now in the red. That was in the green. Again, dollar just took another penny on the high, up 1/3%. That's crazy. So again, your dollar is literally like it's up by what, like 1.2 or no 1.1 in the last 48 hours. Futu in the green. Interesting. That one's an ADR, right? They're about to get there. So honestly, some of these China names, the Baba, Baidu, and some of the other ones are still down a decent amount, but kind of like Pfizer, they just went straight up from the open. Disney still going lower. LPLA on the high. Oxy's on the high. Where is oil? And natural gas trying to work its way up. Oil is still down, but it's up from the $70 of yesterday. What's the other one? Gold. Gold is still lower. Again, gold was holding stable, and then LMT getting steam. Google and ACAM on the low. High ticker's getting some activity. Again, the dollar is still the problem. Google down by 2.1. And then LMT up by 0.5. Your break even on NVIDIA shorts. But we ride. It could be good again. They went up what, 4% yesterday, or was that AMD? So they're giving up some of yesterday's move. And then bonds new low. SPY trying to make a little bounce off of that. LMT, Microsoft on the low now too. Humana starting to move up. AMD starting to flush on the low ticker. I think Marathon, like oil. I think energy, any energy plays, I would just be focused on like crude oil. Bank of America recovered there. We're still up on it, but that play was up over 100% in the morning. Scammers. So banks are getting just a cash bid after flushing all morning. NVIDIA on the low, BXMT, but again, NVIDIA and AMD, they were the leaders yesterday. 99% of VIX gaps close within 90 days. You have 15% play. Any idea how to play it with option? I don't know about that, so I don't really play any of that, but I would say maybe look for 2 standard deviations on the option chain. That may be able to help you out here. Again, I've used it on other plays, not related to earnings and it's moved, but I don't really trade the VIX like that. Back in the day, I used to sell the VIX. Used to be a great strategy, but I haven't. I wouldn't know how to go about that. VIX futures, that could be one. Exxon, I like them as a company, but again, I do think like energy companies, especially as we get into earnings, I would rather just be focused on the commodity, again, the spot price of crude. Where is it? I'm looking at oil right now. It would have been nice if we picked it up at 70. Shop in Rome. Wasn't Roma on the high this morning? That one looks kind of familiar. Oh, this looks a liquid as hell. Speaking of which, that RGNX, that thing's just holding. It was up a little bit. UVXY is on the high. So again, any of these little green shoots, they are not holding up. And then you're still holding 47.27. This was a bigger level here. Again, December 18th. This is where we started to kind of gap from. It was right off of this level. The speakers, so I thought they were going to come later, but apparently they already spoke. The only one we have left now is Fed Williams at 3 p.m. Eastern. So literally power hour, that's when we're going to be getting the next one. Apple past 5 minutes green, inversing the SPY. Bond still a little lower. I'm sure the dollar is not, at least it's not near the high, but it's still holding up there. Again, dollar is just crazy. This has been straight vertical to start the year. When was the last time we had a vertical year to start out like this? I don't even think, maybe in 2021? But we had a drop first. I can't even remember, though. Again, I think it is 2005. Yeah, you haven't started, bro. The dollar to start off like this is like magnificent. I'm going to go pull up the DXY. Yeah, you still have 103.61, but again, last time you were here around November. But then it faded November 21st, and then otherwise August and June. Boeing going back down. SPY, what the hell is that? Pfizer, UBS raises target from 29 to 27, or to 29 from 27. So Pfizer gets a price target increase right there. Okay, or what? That pop came out of nowhere there. Again, I don't think bonds or dollar moved off of that. And then healthcare names, Cigna, Humana, they're running up. Yeah, Cigna's up by 1. DWAC going green. Didn't they terminated something today? So they terminated one of the financing pipe investor agreements. The email. Yeah, I told you in the beginning there. I don't know. I asked the question in the morning. You didn't answer me. Do you know if you could just wait? Like that's what I meant. I was answering the question. Like, do you know if you could wait for the bonds to come back up in value? So, like, if they're telling you, I would double check and get a second opinion to see if you could like transfer it and hold it yourself, or maybe if you could put it to a company. But I don't know how that'll work. However, I would look into if you could actually like. Can't you just like can you defer the decision? Like, you know what I'm saying? Just like maybe you won't be able to let them mature, but at the very least, you could wait till bonds come down in value. If you could kind of try to punt pretty much is what I'm saying. But get a second opinion. Maybe you could ask somebody, get this specific type of bond, go call another bank, or again, another investment firm, and they'll probably want the money too, but see what they say. But ideally, if there's no other option, you'll have to take the L. But if you can just punt until the value comes up, then I think that'll be the best way to do it. Oh, Marcus, baby. God bless you, my friend, Mr. Hanlon. Oh, no. Showing love, baby. Hell, he was showing love back in the day. God bless the chats. Thank you, my friend. I hope your morning's good. Happy Wednesday. Like Walmart as an alternative to Boeing. Yes and no. They kind of have very differing companies. Like, I don't know. Does Boeing... I don't think Boeing does that many, like, pew-pew missiles anymore. If that makes any sense. Like, I think they used to have more defensives, but I don't know if they've gotten into it in the same way. LMT. Gold calls are wicked cheap. Yeah, gold, again, gold even out of nowhere, right off the cat. Oh, gold hit 2015 now. So that finally dropped. And then bonds still lower. That SPY little pop is not holding up. Banks are still getting more volume, interestingly enough. So, again, the banks were really, really down there. Wells Fargo on the high. Bank of America, Citi, they're all starting to move. Boeing and Disney. Yeah, Boeing's right back to the lows here. Still up by 0.1% or 0.9. They built missiles for a while, but one can say the doors came off. Wow. Wow, that's a good one. It's true. It's true. It's true, though. It's all truth. It's all truth. Too soon? Too soon? I mean, nobody died, so I don't know. I think you can make fun of Boeing making shitty planes. I think that's acceptable. UNA, bro, all these healthcare names, they're killing it. So, again, XLV still barely holding up. Again, SPY's still trying to hit another low. The dollar still trying to hit another high. Again, where's the Fed futures? If any, I think the Fed futures got a little more bearish here. That's the first time in a while that's happened from the morning. So it's already been almost like 30 minutes, but the December Fed futures got a little bit more bearish. And then again, the dollar just hit another high right there, up by 0.34. Yeah, gold is below December 18th. I want to grab more of the gold, but at the same time, with the dollar up how it is, I kind of want to wait a little now. But again, gold is still fairly strong, but it gave up a lot. Fed's talking at 3 p.m. Eastern. Kev Dog is here, baby. Welcome to the Kev Dog house. What's up, man? How you living, Kev Dog? You living good, man? You blessed? You blessed, man? Uber lower. Kev Dog. Yeah, Uber's down by 2.8. Where's DoorDash? They were holding up good. They're down now, too. Where's Snapchat? Weren't they up in the morning? And then Redfin down to 7. APA? Yeah, APA's on the high. Again, oil and energy names aren't doing too bad. They were clapped a little bit more in the morning. Say 470. Under 470 will not be good. Merck, UBS raises target price to 135 from 122. UBS cuts Caterpillar to 209 from 210. Goldman, UBS cuts Goldman from 435 to 440. And then UBS cuts Tesla to 229 from 250. We're still holding that 42.27 though. It's sticky. But whenever that does flush, it'll probably cause something big. Gold flushing now too, 2015. I think cannabis is going to be great this year with the election, but it's going to be a game of musical chairs. You're going to get a lot of back and forth. Again, we just flipped out of a weed play yesterday for a good gain, but then again, it's down 3% today, so it's going to go back and forth. Is that housing index? No, business inventories, negative 0.1. Estimate was negative 0.1. I thought, where's housing data? Yeah, and housing index was stronger. 44, estimate was 38 or 39. So I guess bigger from last year. It's kind of at the median of last year, but housing data went up, and then inventories, they were negative as expected. Nothing too crazy from there. DWalk on the high now. Coinbase is turning around there. They're down 4. Again, banks are still going up there. Citi's on the high now. Roblo selling off a little bit more. Why is NVIDIA crashing so hard? I mean, remember, they were killing it yesterday. AMD and NVIDIA, when the whole market was dumping, they both held up. So I think it's kind of normal, but we'll see. And then TSM, I'm glad we went early on that one. Those went up, 30%? Bring AI Josh back. Y'all can't handle AI Josh. Y'all get crazy over AI Josh. No, I think I'll be good in like an hour. I still gotta warm up, heat up. You don't know about that VTech. They don't know, man. They don't know. Dollar hits 140.37 versus the yen. Highest level since November 30th. Lucid. Nah, they're still kind of clap, but down 3. APA again on the high. Watch out for energy. Gold at a low, 2013. My goodness. But again, man, some of these back and forth flips are wicked. And then Fed futures are getting more bearish. December odds are actually going down. Interesting. Yeah, no shit. This isn't bad at all. So again, it's a quarter point there, but if those December odds start to flip, I mean, that'll be the game changer when it's all said and done. So I'm watching out for that. But that one, every time I've gone up on it, it would go negative by the end of the day, or literally within 30 minutes. So it's starting to get a little sticky. NVIDIA's on the low. TSM for next week already up by 50. Nice. I'm a little further out the money. Mine went 30 to 40 cents. Just, I think, 30%. Uber, don't forget you are great in the eyes of the Lord. Amen. Finger to the sky, baby. Yeah, Uber's still selling. Market's going up. Again, stronger real estate data. Just as expected weakness in manufacturing or inventories. We're moving up. I don't know if the data didn't surprise us, but I thought people would puke a little bit more off of the strong housing data. TSM, I made an earnings play, so they report tomorrow morning. So we did a pre-earnings play yesterday, right before close. Squeeze up. Bro, you're running up. Surprisingly, Fed futures did not move on that. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that again. Gold, where's oil? Oil's even coming down. And then QG just chilling. You put puts. I did a put in a call. So I could tell you guys didn't watch the watch list. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, man. But yeah, we did the play at the end of the bell yesterday, and then I put it on the watch list. Save. Yeah, Save is getting clobbered now. I'm only up 2%. So, like, literally, we're making the money on the covered call, though. So, still have, like, $300. Now it says $200. What's that? Oh, the spread widened. But I wonder if whatever those get filled at. Disney down 1.7 now? That's crazy because I was leading in the morning. So, again, you got a big random pop on the SPY. Bonds didn't move much. A lot of things still selling off. The watch list was hard to find. Yeah, but, well, it's at the same place every day. So, I mean, hopefully that makes it easier. But all those plays are on the watch list or second link in the description if you are interested in the TSM. We might go over them, I think, tomorrow as we get any of the earnings. But I don't know. I don't know if we have any crazy earnings that we're going to go over today. Boeing on the high. Or Boeing going up, not on the high. What was that on the high? I think that was Wells Fargo. Yeah, bro, what is it? And SPY's still going up. So, honestly, you've recovered a little bit of that loss. I'd say 3/4 or half of the loss from the morning here. So, you gave up a little bit extra. You fill the gap at 47.65. So, you got a long way to go. Bonds are still going down. CNN to create revenue and commerce unit tasked with exploring opportunities for growth, according to memo. Alec McCallum to join CNN in March as Executive Vice President of Digital Products and Services. It's hard. It was hard to find, I feel. I got to... This is how you know we're getting into the election. Are you ready? I got an email about the monetization on my video from 4 years ago. So something's going on in your YouTube search world. No, I'll show you. This was today, bro. This is today. Video cannot be monetized. 2020 election results. It was the email for the day after the election. So my 4-year-old video, I got an update today that it somehow cannot be monetized. Yes. So welcome to again. You had Trump win Iowa yesterday, and they ain't playing around. They ain't playing around, bro. They ain't playing around. Isn't that kind of funny though? I saw that this morning. I was like, man. I was like, y'all went 4 years back. Why all of a sudden, huh? Well, remember, YouTube says you're allowed to talk about the election. They made that change not too long ago, but they're getting back to that. They modified it. They did back in the day, but then they changed it, and they were like, okay, you could talk about it. And then now, again, as we're entering in the election year, I'm sure we might get some changes. All right. Bonds, let's see if they get off the bottom. That'll be something. We got dollar dropped. Oh my goodness, Habibi, that's why you had your pop. Yalla then, yalla. If the dollar calm down, dollar very aggro, very angry. You know he need to make a calm. You think oil is being pushed down artificially? I think oil is just, again, we're dumping a lot of we have been. It's election year, so I mean, leading into it, we've had a lot of it going down. But I think eventually the supply demand dynamic will come back. But for now, I just think there's a lot of supply. So I don't know if that would be considered artificial or not. But right, the storage, how much they're getting, buying all the other countries, and then this weather situation wasn't good for natural gas, but for the most part, until we get into an era where supply drops heavily again, I just think it's, we're dumping as much as we possibly can, mixed in with just how much is there, and then demand going down too. Bro, and the natural gas ain't moving at all. Yeah, natural gas just pinned at yesterday's lows for the most part. The dollar and VIX going down. I think the dollar is probably the most important one. It would be nice with bonds, but in a weird way, markets not getting too sensitive off of the knee-jerk reaction with bonds. However, the dollar, though, the dollar gets creepy. There's a reason why we're paying enough attention to it, but every day it climbs like that. And like I'm telling you, there hasn't been a year since like 2005. It may be getting even worse where the dollar has like started like that. D-Walk about to hit 25. Again, they were down in the morning and they had a crazy run yesterday. And yeah, they're now back up 8%. Yeah, D-Walk is going crazy. I don't know if I'll get demonetized for putting it up, though. You better watch out. DraftKings, too, they've been on fire. Literally, I think even from last night after hours, they were going up. Natural gas, the volatility, supply again. So LNG was a much more ample, I think, than even oil. So that's why we had it come down, and then really it just rocketed up with the weather. And then speaking of which, NG's dropping right now. PayPal, I think they got downgrades a couple of days ago, like a day or two ago. I think they opened up the week and ended the week on downgrades. I think a lot of analyst activity to the downside on them. And NVIDIA's trying to level out. WPC on the high again. Cigna, Humana, healthcare plays are all going up. So again, XLV, it's up by 0.10, but with everything kind of clobbered here, that's good. On Dow's only down by 0.13. Bonds trying to come down here a little bit more. Again, if that dollar's a weakness there, or again, it's still up, but that little pullback, if it comes back up again, it's not going to be pretty. NVIDIA. Schwab on the high. Again, they had earnings, and they're still down. So they're still down 3.5, but they're trying to make their way back up. China plays. I'm surprised they haven't given up yet. SPY's still holding. Bonds are hugging the lows for now. So again, China plays. They're not getting more carnage. You can look at the DXY or UUP. DXY will give you a better view because UUP has that weird gap down. But if you go to Trading Economics, we put this on the Sunday night watch list or the Monday night one. If you go to Trading Economics and then DXY, it'll be under the currencies. Will you show the PayPal CEO? Yeah, he comes on at 10:30. Why not? Why not? WHD. D-Walk again. I'm going to keep the dollar up here again. DraftKings is going up too. 4735. So range is very tight. If anything, it's the 30-point gap down that's costing you. Yeah, DWAC up 14% now. At 25, is it back to being the best SPAC now? I don't think any SPAC has still held this level. And why is it still a SPAC? Hasn't it been 2 years? It's been 3 years. So they got till October 2021, so like 2 years and some change. HP on the high. I want to be forever SPAC. Do you really want to SPAC forever? Forever. Yeah, FUD was moving too. Oh, back to break even. Interesting. Yeah, they're moving up. So again, KRE, and I thought financials were going to do a lot worse today, but they kind of ate up some of those losses in the morning. Pre-Euro. Is it already almost Euro close? Oh, no, we got an hour still. We still got an hour. Coinbase is in court today. You just realized? I didn't know that. They're down 1.8. Where are all the other crypto plays? Mara down 2. MSTR's in the green. I don't know if Bitcoin went green. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We got Bitcoin ETFs. IBIT. CCNO on the high. Like Goldman. They're still barely down, but they might go green. I think JP Morgan went green not too long ago. Tessie still down. Watch if healthcare starts to slip. Some of them are coming down now. Again, I think that is your leader. Let's see where we're at for the day. Dow Jones. You have 21 names down on the Dow. 9 in the green, with Boeing being the leader on the Dow, believe it or not. NASDAQ 100, 92 names red. 9 names in the green. And then S&P 500, 333 names red, and then 170 in the green, with healthcare being a lot of what's keeping us up. All right, and then I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope you're feeling good. God bless ya. And I will BRB save. Check the watch list. I think you were here yesterday, though. Why are you asking me that? You should ask me if I sold it if you were here. But I don't know why you're asking me.
And then translate that from a revenue standpoint will be a 5x jump. In terms of our life spaces or real estate business, we're looking at getting sales up between 5 and 8x over the next few years. So each business will have a different set based on its growth projections. So I'd say tougher to give a number at an aggregate level, but on balance, I'd just say that we are in a rapid growth mode at this point.
The Davos crowd is currently obsessed with AI. Is it overhyped? And how do you see AI disrupting your businesses?
I'd say AI is overhyped for the short run, but it has a lot of potential in the longer run. This really comes back to practical applications. Right? And as we've gone through various different cycles in technology, we've talked about Meta, we've talked about blockchain. I mean, there are a whole host of things that were, the next thing that's going to change the world. And today, AI is the next thing that's going to change the world. So we do feel that it will have a significant impact, but it really comes down to what are the use cases and how can we make that real from a productivity standpoint. And much of that work has to be done.
Some say that AI will mean job losses for 40% of the workforce currently. How are you ensuring that your workers are skilled enough to counter that risk?
And in technology, we've gone through so many waves. Right? When the internet came, it was a complete game changer. Right? I remember going to an airport at one point and finding these kiosks and not having someone check me in. So we've seen job losses in many areas, but we found new opportunities. That's what we do as a human race, and that's how we grow. So yes, we will evolve. We will have different jobs taken by technology, but we will find new areas of growth for us.
It is about agility. Anisha,
and it is about agility. Yes.
We thank you for your insights today. Anisha of the Mahindra Group there. Guy, handing it back to you.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Heslinda Armin joining us from Davos. Much more still to come from the World Economic Forum. We're going to stick with that kind of EV theme that we were just hearing about. We're going to stick with that, and we're going to talk about Tesla. Tesla reportedly cutting prices in Europe. This as Elon Musk fights the board for more control. Will he get it? We're going to find out next. This is Bloomberg.
Now that we're getting hybrid
cloud, is oil running up? We see USO pop, SPY coming down. Italy 10-year bonds hit highest since December 13th at 3.91. Why do we have the same yield on our 10-year? These guys is crazy. And then Fed futures calmed down a little bit on that pop, but still up from the morning. Does it change the equity cost per average when the drip is applied? I think it does. Again, depending on if you buy higher or lower, but it should be very small. But technically, you are just purchasing the stock. So whatever price you purchase it at, it will move in that direction. Where's oil? Yeah, oil at a pop, 79. It's just doing the same move. Literally going to the low 70s or like high 70s and then popping to 71. I don't know if there's any oil data coming out. Tesla near the low of the day. SPY's even making its way towards the low of the day. Let's see. Yeah, Tesla down by 3.2. DWOC still going up. What was the other one? Was it Rumble yesterday? They're not getting the same thing. And then Fun. That was just the one related. That's the guy who made the DWOC SPAC. I don't know why that one still runs with it, though. I just thought the Trump effect was bringing up DWOC. I want to be forever SPAC. It's a good song. It's a good song. SPY coming back down. The dollar didn't come back up, but you were just dancing around again. The range has been very tight here to start off the morning, but at the end of the day, it's the gap down. That was the big move right there. Nasdaq down 1.3, SPY down 3/4, Dow down 1/4, just under that, and then Russell's down 0.8. It was actually the lagger in the morning. I think that's because of the banks coming up. Yeah, bonds are I'm getting murdered on that play. So see, bonds hit a new low right there. TLT don't show it, but futures did. Sell Uber? What do you mean? For the long term, I don't sell for the long term. If you have plays, I don't. That just depends where you're at on them. Uber's still up though, so regardless, there should still be some premium. What news made the market drop? Retail sales added to it, but then even then, bad China news overnight mixed in with more pushback from Europe to here on rate cuts, and really your rate cut odds started to push back. I mean, that's it. They're even the December odds. Like, I have big positioning on that one play, but pretty much it's like one more day of this. Like, if you have the same rate cut odd pushback that you have today, if you have that tomorrow, you are now all of the December rate cuts from after the Fed, they will be gone. So, like, you're getting into this point where, yeah, people are still pricing in March, but now even, like, the amount of rate cuts for the end of the year, people are starting to dial back on that. So, depending on how that moves, that's going to be that's where a lot of optimism. Remember, Blue Eyes White Dragon, the rate cuts and optimisticness, if that starts fading, that's going to get rid of a lot of the steam in the market, which you're kind of seeing now, but we're still holding up very good because it seems like everybody is kind of holding on to a little bit of hope still, and it's just like there's still more data and earnings too that could affect it. All right, bonds still going lower. Chegg on the low. MRTX on the high. Again, a couple of random biotechs moving up on the high. EYPT and RGNX ain't do good. Alt on the high. All military defense. Yeah, they're doing good. Again, value plays, Dow plays, they're holding up. And then again, healthcare, that's right at break even. But that was like one of the only industries green. Couple of industrials are up too. Tessie at the low. NVIDIA, they ain't move at all. Honestly, I think chips are holding up pretty good with all things considered with how they could have been. Again, they moved a lot yesterday. They just gave back some of it. But remember, AMD went up 6% yesterday. Playing earnings. I have TSM. We made that play yesterday. If you go to the watch list, you could find out what it is. Otherwise, you'll have to wait till we go over it. So another green shoot out of nowhere. LQR, smaller cap play running up here, 45%. Dollar came back up here. So again, that little dancing around. Dollars is kind of where we're at in the morning, still elevated. And then bonds hit that low, and then they're just holding. Again, bonds have traded same price for like 30, 40 minutes. UK 10-year jump. Biggest jump since February 2013 or 2023. That was another thing too. Inflation, core inflation rose back up in the United Kingdom and ECB. What lease hacks are available if you don't mind looking. I got to get my mama a new whip. I'll have to check later, or maybe by tomorrow I'll have it for you, but just go to the website, go to the lease hacking video, and I'm sure you could find it like pretty quickly. But I still think Audis are very cheap right now. I think Audis are the ones. And then I don't know, does your mom want an EV? If you want an EV, I could be doing it. Where was the other one? Oh, Defense RTX. LMT, yeah, they're all still doing good. Apple. Again, TSM not doing much. And then banks. That one was a head scratcher today. I thought they were going to get murdered. They came up. Again, 10-year, UK 10-year jumps. Biggest jump since February 2023. BABA, I'll average when I get my long-term deposit. Them or Pfizer. And then Baidu, that's the trade I'm getting killed on. I'm probably going to hold it for a little bit. I don't think I'm going to average because I've already made 3. So I'm going to have to wait a little bit. But I am enticed by the prices. But they've been getting the double whammy of bad China data and then like a sanction rumor. That's what clapped them. Boeing was easy. Did it come back down? No, Boeing went up and down. Now it's back up. SPY even trying to work its way up right now. AMD a little bit. It's only down 1%. That's why I'm saying I really thought these chip makers could have got murdered, but they didn't. Even then, Intel, because they didn't get to rally yesterday. Dollar still holding up there. Again, LQR, no idea what that one is, but that was moving up there. DWAC is still near the highs. IBM is in the green. 3M barely red. Pfizer came back down. Disney was at what, 93, almost 94 this morning? JD. I have the JD plays, but I'm not as confident in them as the other ones. I like Baba and Baidu a little better. A lot better. I think JD's the value play. If there is a turnaround, that's the one that could move more dollars up or a bigger percentage up. GLD on the low. Yeah, gold got mollywopped. Yeah, bro. Gold's at 2012. 2011, 90. That's crazy. I just sold out of it at like 2060. I still have those micro ones, but those are getting clapped now. I think gold 2011, yeah, 2011 all the way down to 2000. So if gold doesn't catch a bid here, it'll go down to 2000, and then you'll have to retest the whole gold above 2000 logic. But if it could bounce here. This was again a little bit ahead of those run-ups. That was even before some of the Fed stuff. They ran a little higher. Random winner, Chubb, CB breakout, TLT on the low, another low on bonds, more highs on healthcare, Gilead going up now too. And then again, SPY right back down, just dancing. U.S. designates Houthis as terrorists amid rise in Red Sea attacks. It's like a death dancing queen. Because, again, you're like right at these levels about to flush. You still got a lot of stuff pulling back. But then you're not, you're just making these little pops and drops. And remember, 2 days till the end of the week, that will be a bigger expiration. Houthi attacks on military forces and international maritime vessels in Red Sea and Gulf of Aden are textbook definition of terrorism, U.S. official. PayPal CEO on CNBC. Let's see, man. He's been getting downgraded to shit on everything. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Athletics.com.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Bertha Coombs with your CNBC News Update. A deal to transfer medicine to Israeli hostages is reportedly underway in Gaza, according to the Washington Post. The agreement, brokered by Qatar and France, is the first diplomatic breakthrough in the region since the collapse of a temporary ceasefire back in November. It's expected to provide medicine to 45 hostages. Donald Trump accuser E. Jean Carroll is testifying today in the second damages trial against the former president. He was found to have sexually abused and defamed her last year. Carroll is expected to take the stand today for 2 hours before she faces cross-examination from Trump's lawyers, who said in opening statements that she's trying to further her career with her lawsuits against Trump. The Biden administration unveiled new rules today to limit the fees big banks can charge customers who spend more money than they have in their accounts. The proposed rule could cap overdraft charges at as low as $3. The current fee averages about $26 per charge, according to Bankrate. Banking trade groups are expected to fight those new rules. David, back over to you.
Bertha, thank you. Let's move on now. Take a look at shares of PayPal. That stock, of course, that we just showed you a 2-year chart a little bit ago. It's been under pressure over the last year. Of course, concerns over revenue growth and margins certainly have given a number of investors pause. One reason why it's down about 29%. Joining me now in his first interview since stepping into the role as the president and CEO of PayPal is Alex Chriss. It's nice to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Good to be here.
It's good to have you.
Damn, he look young.
The analysts don't seem to love the stock.
I feel like he kind of looked like Stewie if he got older.
Reports. Mizuho,
Family Guy, if he
PayPal
grew up and then became like a tech bro.
Downgrade. Oppenheimer,
he
PayPal,
looked young though.
Or persistent profitability pressure has them downgrading it. Morgan Stanley, slower than expected progress on strategic imperatives. BTIG, too much uncertainty puts us on the sidelines. I mention those because I'm curious to get your response. So what do you say to these analysts to get them to change their mind, or how do you?
Well, look, we're an important company. We've got a quarter of the world's e-commerce running through PayPal. So that's why we've got 45 analysts following us. And, look, to be honest, there hasn't been a lot to celebrate over the last few years. I think innovation's been slow. The company's been growing, but hasn't been putting out real customer-backed innovation. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm so excited about it going forward. So, look, I love being an underdog. I'll shock the world.
Yeah. How are you going to do that?
We've got an Innovation Day coming out on the 25th, where from the first week that I got there, this was not about trying to figure out what to go do. It is very clear what we need to do. 24 will be a transition year for us, but it'll be all about execution, and it starts with innovation. So on the 25th, we're going to come out. We have very clear customer-backed innovation that we will be rolling out for consumers, for our merchants, for Venmo, and I think it'll be a good start to this year.
Anything you can tell us at this point? Obviously, I don't want you to ruin the rollout, so to speak, but when you say you sort of have a very clear idea of what you have to do, and then you say innovation, any specifics you can provide?
Well, look, PayPal hasn't delivered the value proposition to its consumers or its merchants over the last few years that I think we're capable of. We have more data. We see exactly what people are purchasing around the world. So we need to make a better value proposition for consumers, put more money in their pockets. For our merchants, we have the ability to leverage AI to deliver an incredible improvement in their conversion rates. And then we have to let our small businesses and our consumers connect, leveraging AI-driven personalization.
And you believe that, for example, using the data more effectively for particularly the merchant side can bring, what, higher profit margins? I mean, how does this translate?
Well, look, we have over 35 million merchants that are using PayPal. When we improve their conversion rate, it improves their business, it improves our bottom line. We're kicking things off on the 25th.
I mean, you do have an awful lot of data. You ever consider just selling it or working with others as well to sort of pool that data in some effective way?
The data is our customers' data. It's our consumers' data and our small businesses' data. What we need to do is leverage AI to make it better for them to be able to grow their businesses. Small businesses are under a ton of pressure right now. It is hard to be a small business in good times. It's not good times right now. We can give them an advantage. Advertising costs have gone up 2x over the last few years. We need to be able to give them the opportunity to leverage the data that they have and improve their business.
Right. All right. When you speak to investors now, and it also is encapsulated to a certain extent in some of these analyst reports as well, competition comes to mind. Your lack of significant profit margin expansion and/or actually lack of profit margin. Apple Pay, buy now, pay later. Do you have an answer to these? You talk about what is a still relatively dominant position, but at the same time, it seems as though you've taken on a lot of business that doesn't really have a margin associated with it.
Yeah, I think we have done too many acquisitions over the last few years, and we've been defocused. It was one of the things I noticed when I came in 100 days ago. We've got a lot of priorities. We've narrowed those down, 5 key priorities, all focused on profitable growth. And so I think you'll see us start to move away from some businesses that we may have been in and really focus our energy and our efforts on building profitable growth going forward. It's going to be a lot of fun.
But you did use the word transition year to describe 2024. What does that mean? What are you transitioning from and what are you transitioning to?
Yeah, the company's been focused on gross revenue and growing our business. That's been a good start. We now need to transition to profitable growth. We've brought in new leaders. I've remade the entire leadership team in the first 100 days. We've organized around our customers, so we are now focused on consumers, small businesses, and enterprise. We're having conversations with our partners and customers around ensuring that we are working towards profitable growth. That's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. This is a year where we are focused on execution, though. And I think by the time we get towards the end of the year, you're going to see a totally different PayPal.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Those are big words.
They are big words.
What does that mean in
Look
your
at the
mind,
size. The reason I'm here is you look at the size of the network effect that we have. Over 400 million consumers, over 35 million merchants around the world, a quarter of the world's e-commerce. We have not taken advantage of the network effect that's there. This is about innovation. It's about delighting customers. It's about creating a value proposition. And it's all about execution this year. We are not trying to figure out what to do. We are executing on what we know we need to do.
Right. I mean, listen, you have brand loyalty, and now obviously everybody knows PayPal. Venmo seemed to be ascendant for some period of time, but that's a perfect example, I think, of someone who would say, what happened?
Yeah.
What did happen there? You have the Zelle competitor that's got a growth rate that's above that of Venmo. It feels as though it's fallen behind.
Yeah, I would say Venmo is still the leader of the pack. It is the verb. You talk to any Gen Z or Gen X
I don't know if PayPal is
liking
the interview or everything's
getting up on that candle. We have not focused again on profitable growth there. And that's the opportunity for us going forward. How do we innovate, give our merchants, our small businesses, and our consumers the opportunity to continue to interact? Venmo is the leader. There is opportunity proven in the market of how to monetize.
I was talking to one investor who, and he cited a statistic. I don't know if it's true, but he said over the pandemic, your head count CAGR'd at about 18%, compound annual growth rate. That's a lot of people you added. Did PayPal add too many people? You have about 29,000 employees right now.
You know, we did a lot of acquisitions over the pandemic. I said on the last earnings call that our size was slowing us down. It's something that we're looking at right now. But really, it's about automation. Our ability to take a lot of manual process. When you grow very fast like we did over the
That's
pandemic,
our growth.
you just throw bodies at things. We need to be able to now really take a look at the data that we have, automate, create a single platform for PayPal, and I think we'll right-size the business.
Right, so what does that involve AI in a more significant way than you're using it right now?
We have been using AI for over a decade to ensure that our risk and privacy works well for our customers. We've not been leveraging it to enable our customers to grow their business. That is a huge opportunity for us, something you'll start to see on the 25th when we roll out our first look innovation.
It's going to be a big day, the 25th, isn't it?
It's the start. It's just the start. And it is going to be a big day because it's the energy that's coming from the team. What I am so proud of is from the first week that I came in, it was only 100 days ago, the team has been focused on the innovations.
They were doing decent, but then all the downgrades. That's the first question he asked them about.
It's the start of something fun.
Are there new tools available to you, though, to increase efficiency?
You know, AI is a huge lever for us. It's a huge lever. The data at the scale that we have allows us to leverage AI in a unique way. We just have to think customer back and think about adding value propositions for them.
And finally, as a payments company, you do, especially you mentioned all those merchants have a decent
PayPal
beat
CEO
on
hinting at layoffs. That's the headline.
Retail and what's going
That's
on.
what's making it go up.
We had a very good holiday season.
That's where our growth
it's continuing, frankly, into January, and you know, I feel quite good about you know, there's two sides. One, consumer sentiment is down, but they're still spending, and so
any winners and losers, like as the Temus of the world sort of taking off, or
you know, we actually saw it pretty consistent across, and again, consumers seem to be healthy, even though they're skeptical about the future.
All right. Well, speaking of the future, we hope to continue to sort of monitor how you're doing here on those promises, Alex. But we appreciate you taking time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Alex Chriss, CEO of PayPal. Still ahead, shares of Citizens Financial went into positive territory.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Not bad. So again, I think talking layoffs, that just unwound at least 2% of the decline here today. But remember, it got downgraded from Friday. I think even Thursday, Friday, it got downgraded. Then yesterday, and then I think even today. And then now it's starting to literally pop off. That layoff news, I think, is what's getting people excited about that. Because, again, they have a shit ton of people, and they're talking about growth. So he's saying, you know, that's what's slowing us down. We are going to fire all of you. Says he's aiming to right-size the business. What's the point of PayPal? I mean, to pay for things? I don't know. Again, a lot of people, like he even said it there, you know, 25% of e-commerce is on PayPal, but then I even think, like, in a lot of areas, PayPal is like, it's what people use to send money. It was big back in the day. I mean, it was the first way to pay over the internet to a degree, but, I mean, it's not as if I think a lot of people kind of assume PayPal is, like, dead, but it's like they still touch their hands on a lot of things. They get a lot of transactions going through. And then again, Venmo. I still use to send money. I do too. I mean, when we do any giveaways and stuff, I'll be sending y'all PayPal. And everybody has PayPal. Most people. All is PayPal. Bull run, I don't know. I mean, bonds are a little higher. That's the good part for the day. PayPal's going crazy now. That went negative to green. Dollar's still a little lower. SPY wicked into a high, but I'm not too confident in anything on this range. Unless it starts, if we work way up, come back down, and then it's like 3 hours of building, maybe it'll look good. But today, once again, with the rate cuts, it's been a choppy start, to say the least. And then Fed futures are still bearish, which is bearish bullish depending on how you want to look at it, but market don't like it. Yeah, I didn't think they would go up that much. That was like a 2% move just literally off of the layoff comment. It was like moving up a little bit, but then right when he said the layoff stuff, it started to get a little crazy there. PayPal news, he just talked about The CEO was on CNBC and he talked about layoffs or getting the company to right size. He mentioned AI 49 times. Really? I guess I'm getting hypnotized. I feel like I've heard AI so many times I don't even know it when I hear it. The 20-year auction. I didn't think there was a 20-year auction today. Well, let me double check. Last week there was, but I don't think we have one today. Oh yeah, there is a 20-year bond auction. What was it? Didn't we just have one last week? Well, it should be bad, but we'll see. Again, if anything, I think bonds have sold off with recent data. It'll be very interesting to see if they get that. Yeah, last week was 30-year and 10, but the 20-year is historically awful. But remember, last time there was a good one, we did good, but if we're going to go back to history, the 20-year bond auction should be terrible. So we'll find out. And then especially with bond yields already getting weak leading into all of it. It's going to be at 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, 10 a.m. my time, 1 p.m. Eastern. Why is it terrible? It's a weird auction. It's kind of new, but pretty much it's like one of those bond auctions. It doesn't really attract the same demand because, like, why would you buy a 20-year bond when you could buy a 10-year or a 30-year? You know, it's just like if you want a higher yield, why do you want 10 years more of time and to not get that much? Pretty much, let me put it, you could go buy 2 10-year bonds and then get more yield off instead of one 20-year. You don't get that much money out of it. That would follow through with TLT, yeah. And then again, TLT is already down here, but then that's where I'm like, well, bonds have dropped a lot in the last 48 hours. There's been a lot of demand at these bond auctions. Maybe that helps it, but again, I think there's only been like 1 or 2 good 20-year auctions, and one of them you just saw recently, but historically, the 20-year bond auction's fairly new. It has a limited history, but most of them, they do not draw that much demand in. Yeah, consumer sentiment Friday morning. That's going to be the last set of data now that we got retail sales out the way. What do I think for 2024? Do you think with an election will be positively affect the markets? I don't think the election is going to have that much of an effect in the sense that afterwards, after the election, there'll be a bigger move. But this year, I believe the theme is Powell. And the theme is rate cuts and when, how, and what they do. So it's very simple. It's simple but complex because it's going to be easy to overlook it and look at so many other factors. But I do think, the policy shift is it. Wow, I am break even on Spirit now. But we're up on the bonds, what am I saying? The covered calls. But the bids on the covered call went up. They're low-key kind of scamming me on that. Well, we still got a profit, like $200. Is not too bad. Yeah, Spirit going negative. Problem is rate cuts could cause housing to get worse than they already have because housing hasn't dropped. How do rate cuts right now make sense? Like I said, I think the main theme that's going to drive the markets up or down, it is going to be the rate cuts or not, if, when, how. But I'm not really advocating rate cuts or no rate cuts right now. But so I'm not really a supporter in that sense. I'm more concerned with how it happens and moving the market. I think your market swings, positive, negative, if the market goes into volatility. All of that is going to occur through literally as people are digesting data, but then extrapolating it to say, yeah, this is going to lead to rate cuts or not. So I'm not really trying to justify why it makes sense or not. But as far as the housing situation, I think that one's very easy. Housing, believe it or not, is not going to move as much with rates as most people think. I believe housing is going to move with unemployment. So if we get a rate cut and unemployment goes up, house prices are going to come down. If we get a rate cut, we don't get a rate cut, and unemployment stays low, house prices aren't going to go down. So I think the real key to real estate and that and how it affects things, it has to do with unemployment. D-Walk, the number one SPAC in the world, the former president of the United States, now undergoing 92 criminal charges, presents Truth Social. Yeah, man, exactly. I'm telling you, you could talk about the truth. You could say what you want. They won't demonetize you, Josh, for a video you made 4 years ago. It doesn't matter. In theaters for the last 3 years. I wanna be forever SPAC. Do you really want to SPAC forever? Forever SPAC. Oh yeah, bro. Yo, where are the Trump NFTs at? Honestly, my man won Iowa. You know, dude wins Iowa, and then everybody gets scared. They're like, he won Iowa. Did you hear what they asked the Davos? It was on Bloomberg. They asked the Netherlands president. They're like, are you worried about Donald Trump? And he was like, man, I don't care who wins. His reaction was probably the best reaction ever. He was like, if I cared, I would become a citizen and vote, but I'm not. So, like, he said, I'm gonna work with whoever's in office, man. But no, now I gotta see the Trump NFTs. Trump digital trading cards. Oh, damn. They got the rare Neo one. These are still How much did these sell for? Are these the ones? Dang, that's crazy, bro. He got the Neo Cowboy Trump. Bro, I'm telling you, man. What did they sell for? Were they for $100 when he first sold them? Yeah. Wait, are these the right one? Oh wow, you got the built-in thumbs up. That's crazy. These are going for $600. You can't make this shit up, bro. Bro, Trump NFTs are through the roof. These are better than the SPAC. Trump digital trading cards. These are it? Oh, yeah. You can't forget, bro. You got the cowboy hat with the 45 basketball. Oh, that's rare. Oh, that's rare, bro. He got the rare. That one's going for $700. Shit, man. They have V2 as well. Are these the original ones? Because they look hella bootleg. But then again, I do think the first ones are pretty bootleg, so I don't know. No, that's it. Oh, yeah, bro. The Mount Rushmore one. Hold on. I got to just one more, bro. You can't make this shit up. It's beautiful. Beautiful. That's hilarious. So for the last, it was a good investment. I think it outperformed Bitcoin over the last 2 years. Who here would buy that? I mean, you know, I'm not going to throw any shade, but I'm pretty sure a couple of Chads already got a few. OpenAI CEO says AI may become new computer operating system. That'd be crazy. Raise his hand. I mean, shit, you guys are up like 500%. So I guess, I mean, do your thing, bro. Do your thing. AI OS. It'll be its own computer. I don't know what that'd be. That'd be crazy. That means that's your new Apple. OpenAI will become the new MacBook. Because again, the only other operating system besides Linux and Microsoft is your boy Apple. If so, they need to reevaluate their life choices. You need Jesus. I think Jesus would tell you not to judge your neighbor like that. You know what I'm saying? You could pray for him, but, you know, that's fine. I think it's hilarious. I don't know. I know Jesus never laughed in the Bible, but, you know, before I judge the Trump NFT buyers, I think it's fucking hilarious above all else. So, you know, peace and love, man. Don't let the 24 election get to you. You know, creating enemies, creating division. Just because you don't like Donald, just because you don't like Biden, man, I encourage all of you to, you know, not attack your fellow citizen. Not, you know, shit on your fellow citizen. You know, just show love, man. Show love above all else. You may not understand things. You know, we all have stuff in our portfolio. You goofing. You like to goof. I don't think you're goofing. Okay? I'm going to call you out on it now. That's, you know, you're sowing dissent and you're spreading discord. So, like I'm saying, just I'm not banning you or anything, but you know, I'll call it how I see it. You know, as either you show something good or not. But it's about to get even crazier into this year with all of it. But you know, just if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all, and you know, get your laughs in, and then that's it, and build the long term. Amen. Amen. They can make an AI operating off of Linux, but then wouldn't it be Linux? What if, like, is it possible that they made like a new one? Does that make sense? Can they make like a new operating system, like kind of like MacBook? What percentage of my wealth is market versus real estate? It fluctuates anywhere from like 50-50 to 70-30, depending on what transactions I make and how things move. You know, at one point I had more real estate than stocks, and then the stocks went up a shit ton, and then I started buying more real estate, and then even crypto too. So it fluctuates, but I try to keep a good portion in real estate above all else, and then a little bit of cash. Playing Visa? No, we could look at it though. Are they this week? I have the list. Have I ever bought mortgage notes? I have. I usually sell them though. So, I mean, we've done mortgage funding and then we'll sell the notes. I've held a couple of notes that I've held myself personally, but at this point, I prefer the property. Even though it comes with more work and taxes. Yeah, Visa next week. We have Discover tomorrow. Or today. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I want to play Discover. We could take a gander at it. FAA says investigating Boeing's manufacturing production lines. They said that in the morning, but then everyone took it negative and then positive, and then maybe we go back down, but it's just playing the game. NVO on the high. With Sony, I haven't looked into Sony or PSNY. That's Polestar. I always think it's Sony. Anytime I see PSNY, I think it stands for PlayStation Sony Network. I don't know why. It's Polestar, right? Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with them. Which would take longer to become profitable off of? Real estate or day trading? Yes, I have a long term. I've always said it. You will make fuck you money in real estate. You will make big money in real estate. So I don't know. Real estate could be slow. It could be fast. Whether, if you're buying long-term real estate, buying a rental, collecting the rental yield, you're not going to make that much. Cash flow is nice, but real estate, you can go and, again, I mean, I've literally done it in front of you guys, made a video too about it. I made $1 million in a month off of one flip. You could do that in stocks, but you're going to be risking a lot of money to pull that off. But fast money does happen in the stock market. Big money happens on the real estate market. That's all day. So again, I've had gains on paper with stocks. I've had money so fast that it's just like out of nowhere, because again, paper assets, stocks could go up hundreds, if not thousands of percents. But it's like real estate, you can legitimately, like I tell some of you, imagine this. Imagine you get your hands on $150,000 property, which again, I think is very accessible for most people nowadays. Again, if you have a job, if you have been saving up, you know what I'm saying? Like if you've been doing a lot of things, like you're good to go. But at the same time, it's like you get a house at $150,000 and you make 10%, you made $15,000. You make 20% on that property if it's a flip, or again, lately, and for some of you guys, by the time I was telling you to buy houses and you did, those cheap properties went up 30-40%. Think about it. 20% on $150,000 is $30,000. So it's like if you were trying to get a small account and build it up so that you could grow it, leading into like lead it into something where you wanted to get the day trading and all of that, and you're saving up to get $25K. I've said it, like on a cheaper property, you can make $25K a lot easier off of a 10% move in real estate than rather needing, anything, trying to double up a $25,000 or $10,000 account, more or less. But yeah. Why did you say you're not getting AT&T? Because they haven't really done anything good. They have not really done well. They have a lot of different risks and some other things too. SPY hitting a high, even bonds waking up here. You look at that, and then I need to go to the bathroom if they will allow.
But pricing them out a little bit further out the curve, in which case you're seeing higher yields. Then you also wind up getting those retail sales, not me, but coming in stronger than estimated, and that really led a little more fuel to the front-end fire, Guy.
Absolutely. We all believe you, Alice. Absolutely. The budget firmly intact.
It is.
I think she may be saving herself. There's a little trip to Italy planned, I understand. We hope she makes it, but
totally
maybe the money is being saved. Money is being saved.
It's so true.
For the Italian spending trip. I can see through you. Okay, so what are we watching? And the other thing that Alice is going to be watching is therefore what is happening with euro dollar right now. The dollar is getting stronger, significant rate pushback coming out of Davos on a number of different fronts. But I have to say, a fantastic conversation a little earlier with Francine Lacqua, ECB President Christine Lagarde, speaking at the Bloomberg House in Davos. Lagarde giving investors a hint on when she expects the ECB to start cutting rates.
I would say it's likely too, but I have to be reserved because we are also saying that we are data dependent and that there is still a level of uncertainty and some indicators that are not anchored at the level where we would like to see them.
And that really leads us up to the question. Me.
Sorry, your turn.
You're just taking it.
You.
We've done this for like 4 years. You wouldn't know it at the time, but that leads us to the question, is the buck back? You're taking a look at euro dollar, it's 108, but like I mentioned, that Bloomberg dollar index sitting above the 200-day moving average. Let's get into it. Bloomberg's Liz McCormick and Edward Harrison joining us. Edward, what do you think? Is the buck back?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily frame it as being back. What I would frame is that there's some strength to the U.S. economy. There's more pricing out of rate cuts that we see forward. And if I dare say, there's also the specter of the election being pushed forward in terms of how we're thinking about it because of the Trump factor. All of those things are supportive of the dollar in the near term. Even today, if you look at what's happening in the rates market, through 2024, we have have 17 basis points that are being priced out of what the market was thinking just today alone. And so all of that says supportive of the dollar. And then finally, going to Trump, there is the potential that he could actually wrap up the nomination very early. And as a result, people are already thinking about what that means. And that's largely supportive of the dollar as well.
I have to say, Bruce was on in the last hour. Bruce Richards, he certainly has been thinking about it. He had a whole list of things that he's looking at in terms of a potential Trump presidency. Liz, I hear what Ed's saying. I hear what Ed was saying about the rate story. But Christine Lagarde's pushing back really aggressively as well. Don't those two things cancel each other out? Doesn't that therefore lead us to the fact that maybe this is the Trump factor?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. You know, Ed is right, but your point is valid, Guy, that we're seeing a repricing, like rate cuts being pared back all around in Europe because of what you said with the inflation. So I think, but then you get the strong data in the U.S. So people, you know, I think that widespread trade that the dollar was going to kind of be the bear this year. It's seeing a kind of a pare back, but we're seeing that everywhere. Rates fell sharply at the end of last year, so now they're rebounding. You know, equities just killed at the end of last year. Now they're like hobbling here and there. So I think, you know, even the folks I see that are saying short the dollar are saying this is to be expected. It's going to be a bumpy road, you know, because I think you're right. I was looking at, you know, Goldman talking, and their rates, their FX forecasters have the dollar mostly gaining, not a lot this year, but they see the Fed cutting in March. They see the ECB, if I'm getting this right, cutting in April, and then the BOE in May. So that still puts the Fed first. So I wouldn't write off the chance of a weaker dollar yet. But yeah, it's having a kind of a happy year so far.
So Liz, but to that point, clearly what we've seen out in force from most central bankers is a real pushback in when that hiking cycle will start. And not even when, but sort of how fast it will be after that. Clearly the market trying to reprice it. How much more of that reprice do you think we have to go?
Well, yeah, and it's like finally that has resonated. I think we've talked before about this. Central bankers say whatever, market says who cares, and now the market is finally caring a little. And I think it has room to go, Alex. Like, just look at the Fed and their dots. They kind of signaled 3 quarter-point cuts this year. The market, even though it's pared back, say it's about 140 basis points this year. So that
they're not wrong, man. You can blame the dollar on Trump. If Trump does win, you should get a stronger U.S. dollar. So that one I could agree with. That one I could agree with. Welcome to the election. It's a 24 election. And then bonds are back up to opening finally. Look at that. Honestly, very surprising. So again, let me check the Fed. Fed futures are not getting that much bullish. That's crazy. Why do we V every day? I mean, I still think we could have some downside here today. Or again, just like yesterday where we make these, literally, I think we did the same thing yesterday. Sold off very heavy, ran back up till around 750. This time we're moving a little later here. So by yesterday we had Mr. What's his name, Waller, and then we started to go down, and then it started to do the back and forth. But we'll see if we close any gap. But I'm surprised that even the bonds went up like that. But maybe that's just a little bit of cushion for the 20-year auction. Japan's inflation data. Yes, it will be there. I mean, it's already everything's just getting clobbered in Japan because of the dollar right now, but it will be important. And then the next thing, it will be the next week. I think January 18th. Is it 18th or 21st? It's the Japanese like quarterly assessment, or right ahead of it. They're going to give one of those updates there. Can't believe YouTube went back 4 years. Do you think it's a warning so you don't cover the coming election? I don't think they're threatening me. I think that Google is probably tightening up their algos to go after certain content, just like they did in the past. So I don't know. I thought it was funny. I'm not like, oh my gosh, no. But like, I didn't even plan on I don't even need Google to warn me. I don't even do you not see everybody? Like, I don't want to deal with this election. I don't want to deal with how everybody is with the identity politics, everybody getting so angry, everybody just shit-talking each other for, like, what? Like, again, I told you guys last year what I'm going to do. So, you know, I don't like certain things. I like certain things. I'm going to finally vote this year. I'm going to add, you know, like maybe we bring Obama back. I'm one for change. So I hope things change, and I'm going to go for some change. But that's about it, man. But I don't even, like, I'm not going to get involved. Like, if people want to find reasons to get mad at me or get angry, it's like all I want is for you to have a long term. Like I've been saying, I'll say it again. All that matters is the long term. No matter who your president is, your long term all these companies have been around and will be around longer than any administration. So when it's all said and done, I hope that message never gets lost. And yeah, that's it. Just get a long term, man. Get a long term. I'm probably I don't know. It's gonna be tempting though. I'm gonna want to make fun of all of them. You know, I was already making fun of the Trump NFTs. It was easy to make fun of Biden. You know, so we're gonna find out. But I'm not really like, I don't even care what anybody does. And even then, you do your own thing and have fun. I'm gonna have fun. But you know, I'm gonna try to avoid any of the drama. You know, that's it. Call it a day. Obama ain't bringing no change. Yeah, but you got to admit, that was like the best slogan ever. Y'all don't remember it? It was like 2000 whatever. Everybody was going around, change. That was that was a very iconic presidential slogan. I think Obama, like, he kind of, in a way, he like branded the presidential slogans, bro. Yeah, yes we can. Hope and change. Change was not change, bro. Change. He took the one word and made it, and they loved it, man. Mm-hmm. My fellow Americans. Google not in your long term. It's not in my YouTube long term, but I got Google. I've had Google since 2007. But it's I love Google in a weird way. They may not love me, but you know, I still they've been good. I'll buy them once they go down. We should have bought them when they went down to 80, or at least Amazon, but we took Meta instead. Excuse me. Oh, presidential slogans are recycled. I don't know. We haven't seen change just yet. Maybe they bring it back. Maybe Biden brings it back. But then I don't think it works if you're trying to advocate a second term and then you're like, change. I don't think that works. What price would I buy Tesla? I think like $20 or $30. Don't get mad at me. We've had this conversation for several years, but I'm not a fan of Tesla at high prices. Instacart could explore Uber merger? No. That could be part of the, what's it called? I think they got to upgrade this morning. That'd be, why would they merge if they just IPO'd, though? That's crazy. Remember when Hillary told everyone to Pokemon Go to the polls? I'm surprised Hillary hasn't tried to make like a comeback. You know what I don't know, maybe next year, maybe depending on this one, but I'm surprised that Hillary just like kind of just like, because I forgot about that, yeah. My Obama, you're going to have to wait. The Honda's almost warmed up. My voice is getting a little better. I don't know why it was even clapped today. Boeing getting a candle to the downside. Yeah, gold is still down. Where's oil? Oil's at 72. That one went up a decent amount. And then who's the other one? Gold. Where's your boy Nat Gas? I came up a little bit. Still down on the day. I'm still in save. It came down, so we lost the equity gains, but selling those covered calls yesterday, I'm still up like $260, which would have been like $1 per share. We got $30 on the shares itself. You keep losing. You don't know what to short. Short before the market goes down. That's the thing. Because, again, on these days, they're wild swings. I was talking about this on the watch list. Even if you're going to short into the downside or even buy into the upside, you better have a wide stop if you use those. Otherwise, it's just like you have to kind of just play the events. Like I play Fed speakers, I play data, and get a position ahead and take the risk ahead of time. And then, or you just wait till the momentum's really there and then go for the downside but play the bounce. So, like, instead of shorting into the low, you short right now. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's the difference. Or even, like, short the bonds right here and then vice versa. When it's dropping, you want to try to buy the lows. But it's, it really, it's a difficult market right now because we went from extreme optimism to now the thing that's driving the optimism, those rate cuts, they are in la-la land right now. They're trying to pull back. They're still elevated. Everybody's still trying to figure out everything. And then on top of it, you still have all of the earnings and then more data and events coming up here. So, like, here's one event today will be the 20-year bond auction. You could either short the bonds or go long on them. It might have a big reaction. But then again, too, it's like sometimes if it's short-lived, you might be better off waiting for something bigger or even some of the earnings that are right around the corner. Auctions at 1 p.m. Eastern. So 10 a.m. my time, about 2 hours or an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, and we got 15 minutes till Euro close. That could change. That even then, that'll be a little reaction. Every day Euro close, we've been getting. So after yesterday, after that little rally in Waller, the Waller drop and then the rally, then the Waller drop, then the baby rally again. It was after Euro close we started dumping. Secretary Antony Blinken was unable to fly home from Davos as scheduled due to a critical error with his Boeing. Are you fucking kidding me? Blinken stranded after Boeing plane breaks down? Bro, you can't make this shit up. What? There's no way. How is that possible? That has to be a joke, right? Is this a joke? It's on Bloomberg. I sent a stream alert. Literally, Blinken stranded after Boeing plane breaks down on Davos trip. Boarding the modified 737, his party were informed that the aircraft was deemed unsafe to fly. An oxygen leak detected previously could not be remedied. That's wicked. I don't know if it'll like drop this stock too much, but that just, again, in a flurry of bad news, that does not do good, you know? That's insanity. Not like the door fell off, but like you don't want these Boeing planes getting all this bad press, but like if they keep breaking, I don't know, man. My goodness. It's definitely not helping them right now. They're coming down, though. They're getting some volume. I think just with how sensitive it is, everybody might have a little reaction. But my goodness, that's a wicked concept. Just more Boeing planes. And even isn't he flying on like Air Force One or something? Air Force Two? I don't know. Don't they, like, he's on a modified, like, presidential or, like a government plane. I don't get it. Boeing's main competitor is Airbus. So, like, Airbus is a solid plane. Have you guys seen those, like, new planes, the A380s? Like, those are very popular right now. Again, but Airbus it's a foreign company. That's why it's like everybody, even the government, like, we have to support Boeing because we're like, well, fuck. Everything else is foreign, but Airbus is a very, I think Airbuses, the only issue is that they're difficult to fly. So, like, Airbuses have, like, I think if you go and look at how many Airbuses versus Boeings that have crashed, Airbuses still crash a lot because it's like a 2-pilot plane, and, like, the handling system is more complex. So you've had more issues, like, piloting an Airbus plane, but it's not because they're fucking made out of cardboard and then rushed through a Seattle facility like Boeing. That's the only difference. Yeah, Airbus is a brand. It's what a name. What kind of plane? It's a bus for the air. What should we call it? We call it Airbus. Wow. I like this one. Wow, Airbus. Or like a beep beep, like a magic school bus, but why don't you call it magic bus? No, in the air, Airbus. Very good. Air van, huh? Air van, very nice. Wow. Airbus, brilliant, Habibi. It's magnificent. It's a brilliant name. Brilliant, man. But yeah, Airbus. It's much different from Lockheed and Boeing. Lockheed only makes, like, planes that kill people. Okay, so does Boeing, but it's different. Like, Lockheed makes, like, jets and shit like that, but, like consumer planes. I should have differentiated because Boeing makes planes that kill people too, but they're a passenger plane. Mm-hmm. I don't think Boeing makes helicopters. So they make, isn't Boeing the Apache? Or one of them. Yeah, Lockheed planes are classified. If LMT enters the luxury side of planes, they might. Remember at one point, people were driving around with H1s and H2s. You never know, but I wonder how a Lockheed Martin consumer plane would be. Subaru is listed as a manufacturer of Apache. I don't know. I'm going to tell my sister. I'll see what she says. I'm like, did you know your Subaru supports war? Actually, I don't know. I forgot. People don't care about war anymore. Now it's cool to support mass killing. I'll be like, it's war, it's peace. You're still killing everybody. I'm sorry, I'm just a hippie. My bad, man. My bad. Damn, those Boeing planes dropped it today. They got clobbered. Boeing, back to Cali. You have a Subaru Outback with good snow tires. It's a beast in the snow. I have not driven in the snow. I wanted to go up to Big Bear, and I'm glad I didn't. I saw a video of all these people in Big Bear just, like, pulling up to a stoplight, and then they press the brakes, and then their car just slides into the intersection. I'm like, oh, my gosh, I'm glad. I don't have snow tires. Mm-hmm. Imagine being Boeing's CEO right now. Well, again, they've switched CEOs a couple of times, but, the issue is that, I don't know if you saw it, but, like, Boeing, they literally, like, in their 2022, like, goals, like, some of their, like, targets that they meant to hit, like, one of the goals was safety of manufacturing. In 2023, they literally removed safety. And then again, I don't know if 2022 had it, but then they had that the diversity inclusion as one of their targets. But they were literally, just as of last year, the CEO removed one of the targets being safety and production and safety of the planes, which is kind of wild to think about. So, because again, the other 5 years prior, after the first planes fell out the sky, you know, it was a huge deal of their safety and getting back up there. Remember, they barely got back into China from the first 737 MAX incident. There's a lot of good documentaries on Boeing. Boeing's honestly a piece of shit. Again, I like an American company. I think they've done a lot in the world, but I mean they're hella shady, bro. When it comes down to profits, it's literally the Ford Pinto with wings. That's just like they rebrand, they're manufacturing, they go for profits. So many things, man. Instacart at a high now, not so bad. You buy Baba dips on K-Web and Baba. I would. I'm waiting for my deposit, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. Again, the China news isn't getting better, but I'm a believer. So, but I do think eventually. I mean, the weird part is that China. Again, I think it was Premier Lee yesterday. He said, like, they're trying to focus on Pinduoduo's running up there, and JD. That's weird. But he said that they're trying to focus on getting growth and stabilizing their economy without stimulus. So China is trying to, like, say, hey, look, we did 5% under our own power. They're not trying to achieve these economic goals anymore by using massive amounts of stimulus. So that's both good and bad. That means it could either be a new paradigm for China, or it could be very, 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 very slow. So we will see. The Ospreys, the Pinto. Oh, I have a different name for it, but I don't think I could call it something. I don't know. I don't know if I could tell you guys. But the Osprey is insane. It is insane. Can you send me an email? Come to the PHILO. I got a good PHILO at 10 a.m. Which will be an hour and a half. Oh, wait, actually a little later because we have the bond auction. That was great. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I gave the Twitch exclusive. It's very accurate though, but that's what we see them flying all the time. That's what we call it. Well, it's true though. I mean, if you think about it, it's no offense, but it's it is both. Those are the Widowmaker. But then again, isn't it just hard to pilot? I've seen the Osprey crashes though. They're crazy. I like PayPal better than Square, but I don't think Square is that bad. I even think if you wanted to blend them and instead of buying just one, you could probably buy both of them. DraftKings running. Bro, DraftKings is on fire. Up 5% right now. You were in an Osprey crash? No way. For real? Man, God bless you. I'm glad you made it out. What happened? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. That's crazy. UNH. Again, all healthcare plays are going up. All healthcare is just rocketing. United Health. $17-week bond auction. Again, that 20-year is going to be interesting, especially with bonds right here at break even right now. MP Dubs aiming for 52-week lows. Oh, shit. The REITs flipped. That's weird. Hold on. What's going on with that? Because I was like, I was going to get surprised. I was like, MPW may be its own little world right now, but the REITs were doing a little bit better. Euro close. Here it is. Again, DraftKings still ripping. That's in the bottom right. Where's the dollar? Dollar not moved from morning, but still make a gap. You know, the dollar gap. Oil still up. Gold. Goldie is down still. Gold is crazy. DRV on the high. Microsoft's on the high. Microsoft was red earlier, so that's lifting some things up. Dow is about to go green if this holds, but let's see what your boy Euro Close wants to bring in store. SpaceX is now targeting January 18th for the launch of the AX-3. Wait, he's sending his son to space? Oh, that's a ship? AX, I thought. Yeah. I was like, damn. I swear, he was just like, I thought. Tesla's coming down. And then again, SPY, first minute or so, you're already going down a little bit. You're right below the level, 47.40. Remember, this was like the danger zone we talked about yesterday, and you cleanly bounced off of it. But you got to get above there, and you still got 24 points to fill the gap. Walgreens on the low. Low ticker is getting active as hell right now. And again, watch if the dollar wakes up. A couple of those leaders are still going. Again, DraftKings is still holding on. What MPW was doing back when it was under 3. In 2008, real estate was crashing. So again, a lot of their properties were getting marked down, and like again, the whole real estate market was imploding. One of the worst real estate crashes in a lifetime. So it's ironic because you're like, well, no way, it's that bad now. But at this point, they have a lot more debt. So again, you're just going to be in the death spiral until earnings, unfortunately. I don't know if there's any news coming out right now. It looks like it, but at the same time, all of those REITs just started dumping right now. So if you go look at any REIT right now in that last 5-10 minutes, they all just started going down. Going down, 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 down. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see any updates on MPW. Good entry. From a price level, yes, it's a great entry. But from is the company like gonna not have any more problems? We don't fucking know. And management is still kind of shady. So I hope I'm wrong about that, but for the most part, it's like I would rather go with a cheaper name or a name that's discounted, but that has way, way more stability. I'd rather get Alibaba, and that's not even the most stable, but I would rather take a couple of other names out there that I think just in case. I'm not going to buy back into MPW until their earnings changes. I'm down holding it. let the dividend reinvest at much lower prices. I'm totally okay with that, but I don't want to make too big of a move on it until there is actually like, you know, an update on what they are doing. PRPO. Partial government shutdown would force NTSB to suspend Boeing 737 MAX probe. But wouldn't the plane still be grounded? Starbucks. I like Starbucks. Their dividend is low. Again, Chad brought up a couple of good names up there, even like Hershey's. Starbucks is right back down there. That's not bad. SAP on the high, SAP. Why is this thing running? Boeing, crazy press. Literally, amount of headlines, and then you had like 3 minutes of down there following Euro close. Now we're starting to climb back up. If this holds, bonds are now in the green somehow. These guys are crazy, Habibi. These guys is a crazy. Just computers trading till the bond auction, but for the most part, I think the computers are maybe they got reprogrammed, because by this time, any other day that we have gone down and then started to move up, by the time, you know, even the bonds would reverse, the Fed futures would reverse also. But this time, the Fed futures are still holding their backtrack. So again, March odds are a little different, but December odds, they are actually staying down. So this is quite fascinating. Maybe the market's getting used to it. I doubt it. We still got a Fed speaker and a bond auction on the way, but for the most part, as long as the Fed futures and rate cut odds stay sticky, I'm down with it. We'll see though. The bond auction is going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern in about 1 hour and 24 minutes. Higher highs. Like I said, if this starts building up for the next couple of hours, it could be good. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer can pass stopgap by tomorrow if all work is in good faith. ABAT. So again, it's been like what? Almost 2 hours of working our way up. If we get above this level, the downside doesn't break you to a lower low, I mean, it'll be decent, especially if the bond auction is good. But for now, we'll see. Come on, you know this is rigged. You want to know how I know it's rigged? I have a long term. So that's it. Don't tell me it's rigged and you don't have a long term. Because at that point, you don't even believe that it's rigged. Because if you really believed that it was rigged, you would have owned a long term. And then you would trade within all of the rigged nature of all of it. But it's just like, at the end of the day, I agree with you, but I put my money where my mouth is. That's why I have a long term. That's how rigged it is. I know damn straight it's so rigged that I'm going to get in on it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it is. It really is. It is. I mean, the first time I ever heard it, it blew my mind. I think it was Warren Buffett. It was or Benjamin Graham, when it was just saying, like, if you go look at the market, it really is rigged. It's rigged to go up over time. Again, there's going to be little by little, and you're going to watch it back and forth, but it's just like, no matter what has happened in the world, like imagine World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, any modern event, gas crises, Middle Eastern wars, terrorist attacks, scams, Enron. It's just like it only goes up. So it's like I don't fight back, and I don't even think it's like I don't mean it like negatively. It's not a negative connotation, but it's like for real, everything is rigged. You know, it's designed to go up more or less, and I'm not against that. Does the VIX breakout mean anything? Yes and no. I mean, it shows people are starting to get protection, beyond 30 days, but at the same time, it is like, the VIX is still kind of low. And that's where I'm like, it's not, remember, we traded how many days? We had a period, or maybe into last year, the VIX was just holding like the 20s. Like, that's a crazy thing to think about. Like, even 2021, like, the lowest of the VIX was like the high we're at now. That was the low of 2021, right? Even 2022, the lowest point on the VIX in 2022 would be like 30% higher than where we are at right now. So it's like, I do think it's showing how people are reacting in the short term, but it's like, if you do look at the VIX right now and volatility, it's like we're just in a different environment, in a different world where some of that extreme volatility has died. It's just not there. My LT is rigged up, baby. God bless you, Josh, in the chat. Brian Hunn, my man. God bless you, man. Thank you for everything, all your positivity and support. Oh, I got too excited, Brian. That went flying. Did we do push-ups? No, we did not. I need to do some. Hold on. I need to get some cream on my feet so I could do my leg balancing. I sound like an old man, but I love you. But Chattadonia, it's time. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. We've been here for about 2.5 hours. Sitting is the new smoking. You got 4.5 hours left to go. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. Okay? You are not riding a dolphin, please. Please, just do it for your posture and drop the shoulders, man. Why you got all them trauma traps? Holding all that trauma in your shoulders. No one's attacking you. Just relax, man. Drop the shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Just drop the shoulders. You're going to be good. You're going to be good. Then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. You already know. I'm going to get my resistances. I got to get my balance. You know what I'm saying? Bonds went green, then came back down. Oh, man. It's a good stretch, man. Push-ups, work out a little. I got to do one more stretch, and then we balance. And then we balance, my friends. The recovery on the shoulder, it's good, but I stopped doing those damn little workout things, like, as much. I only do a couple of them, but, like, I think I've messed it up from overusing it. But I haven't had shoulder pain. Again, I haven't even lifted, though. That's the thing. So I haven't really done too much on it, but it feels perfect now. Like, that's it. Still a little tight on just, like, posture shit, but if I'm not, like, lifting and doing crazy overuse of it, they're actually, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Let's see. One more. I'm at the wall now. Can you hear me? Hello. I think you can hear me. I'm almost done. Ooh. There you go. And it's getting incredibly easy to balance on one foot. I'm proud of myself there. All right. Let's see. You're a G, man. God bless you. I'm on one foot right now. I gotta hold this up. Schumer proud to support bipartisan tax agreement. Who is that one guy in the chat? Remember when we did that leg balance thing and homeboy did it for like 30 minutes? That was crazy. Del Chicle. Okay, 1 minute there. Next one. How are the toes? Feeling a little better. They're not as like rashed up. That shit was crazy. Like I said, I can balance very good now. But it's doing good, man. It's doing good. Market stop. We're kind of melting up, honestly. I think bond auction and Mr. Williams will be good, but at least right now this isn't too bad. Market's a little lower. Rate cut odds are calming down, so like in a weird way, even though the market's still kind of holding up, it's cheaper than last week, and then you're not getting as much crackheadness getting represented through the bonds. So that's the good part for now. V-shaped recovery of hell, but we're still negative. The same thing happened yesterday, and then we still ended up flushing. So just like no one's safe right now, unfortunately. No one or nothing is safe right here. The rate cut for odds is investing.com. If you Google Fed rate monitor tool, it should show up with investing.com. But that's one place you could go for it. And then you could also use the Zaza, the Fed futures /ZQ. That's another one if you want to look at it directly. SPY looks to Raul. Maybe if the bonds in dollar again, that is the big factor there. I almost fell over. Boeing's trying to move up a little bit. All right, we're good. Very good. Williams expected to be dug. I think he's no, last time he was hawkish. So remember, last time we had Williams, he was hawkish. Markets went down, and then we went back up. I think there was more crackheads than not, but I think he's going to be hawkish. And then, I mean, I don't know if you guys have picked up on it, but like all of the Fed people are getting hawkish now, except for Goolsby, Mr. Golden Path. But every other Fed person, it does seem like they have been like they're fighting back ever since Nick Timmerhouse switched up too. Everybody is like I don't think they want the market this aggressive. Remember what the problem was. The problem was the market was already pricing in like 3 or 4 rate cuts, and then right when the Fed admitted it, they were like, okay, now we want 7. And ever since then, the market went up, and then the Fed speeches afterwards have started to lean towards like, nah, that's not what we're doing. So it's very interesting to say the least. News ticker dump. Mars on the low. Watch out any of the crypto plays. I don't see. I did. It's the 20-year bond. I didn't know we had one. I swear there wasn't a bond auction, and then I looked. Winning Loser brought it up, and we did. It's actually today at 1, 20-year bond auction. Why Apple? They've gotten downgrades, discounts in China, more downgrades, issues with Epic and Unity, and then issues with Massimo and the iPhone. They've kind of just had a string of bad news. LQDA at highs. Other than Bloomberg, what news sources would you deem credible? To be honest, I don't think any of them are credible nowadays. You know, it was much different several years ago, but I think everything is just about the way you just got to source it all. You got to take it all in and see what it is. But for the most, like, again, we've seen bullshit articles from Reuters to Bloomberg. Again, like Bloomberg, they got their own biases as well. But I just think it's the way it's about getting in a lot of info and then kind of back testing it against other sources. And once you see it enough, but I wouldn't necessarily say anything is like fully infallible and incredible all the time, because you do see a lot of weirdness as of late. Gold new low. And then bonds trying to come down. No way. Gold is getting murked. Damn, 2007. Bro, gold is down by 1%. It was literally break even when everything else wasn't moving. We got 2 weeks till the FOMC. The FOMC won't let me be or let me be me, so let me be. They try to shut Bowen down with the NTSB, but it feels so empty. Okay. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade and Fraternity. I will be right back.
Production also higher than expected. And in the housing market, we got the U.S. home building sentiment. It was the highest since January. This, of course, comes as mortgage rates are moving down. It encourages buyers to buy more homes, and we know that this market is super tight in terms of supply. In terms of the price action, we see stocks are moving lower. The S&P 500 is down by 6 basis points. Bond yields, this is one of the biggest stories today. We see a move in 2-year yield up by 14 basis points. The Bloomberg Dollar Index is up by 3 basis points, 0.3%, and volatility is moving higher. The VIX is now up by almost 7%. Overall, what it means for investors. Let's take a look at Bloomberg terminal chart for 2-year yield. We see that this jump is probably the highest since, if I'm not mistaken, since June. There is lots of repricing in terms of expectations of the next Fed rate cut, and now odds for March cut are lower compared to Friday, 65% versus 80%. In terms of individual stories, we are looking at shares of Boeing. They are up. U.S. Federal Aviation Administration has now completed inspection of first 40 Boeing 737-9 MAX aircraft. It will review everything before allowing flights to go back on air. And then Verizon Communication is also one of the biggest movers. Today, the stock is down after the company wrote down $4.8 billion. This is an indicator that sales are moving down, Guy.
Yep, absolutely. Natalia, thank you very much indeed. Interesting day in the markets, many moving parts. In some ways, it was set off a little bit earlier on by some comments that were made in Davos by the ECB President, Christine Lagarde. She says the ECB probably has a consensus among its officials that an interest rate cut will arrive in the summer, not spring, summer. She spoke earlier to Francine at the Bloomberg House in Davos.
I'm confident that short of another major shock, we have reached a peak, okay? Now, we have to stay restrictive for as long as necessary to make sure that we get to that state where we are all saying, okay, confident that it is at 2% medium term. I know some people argue that maybe we are overshooting, maybe we're taking risks. I think the risk would be worse if we went too fast and had to come back to more tightening, because we would have wasted all the efforts that everybody has put in the last 15 months.
But this would be, again, economically, or also the trust in central banks? If you get this wrong, does it hurt the credibility?
Credibility matters, let's face it. When we say we will get to 2% medium term and this will happen in the medium term as we define it, if people believe in that, and they should, because we will do it, it matters. It is a component in the sort of chemistry that determines inflation going forward.
And again, so the timing is quite fluid, but there seems to be a majority on the Governing Council that expected probably by the summer, if not in the summer.
You know, and you've talked to some of them, they have spoken recently, and each of them has their view, which I respect completely. We generally coalesce.
Again, this was another comment. This is from this morning.
The decisions that we make on the basis
so
of data.
there's even comments yesterday
some of
that
them have
affected
the local
the Fed futures,
data.
and then this one here
They
too.
have their respective inflation rates, which are different from one country to the other in the euro area. Where, if you look at Portugal, if you look at Germany, it's going to be different, obviously. But it's their job to say, well, it's likely that. I would say it's likely too, but I have to be reserved because
this one, that's not live. That's just from the morning. And then gold, and then, bro, stocks dumped a little bit there. So you gave up that last 30 minutes in like 5 minutes. SEC Coinbase judge mocks SEC lawyer for using the phrase strict liability to argue that Coinbase should have known it's offering securities on the platform. Says the use of term doesn't cut it for her, and ask how precisely Coinbase should have known they were offering unregistered securities. Coinbase. Fed swaps trims odds in March to about 50, so that's even lower. Dude, it's weird. The last month, anytime the Fed futures, even December odds are dropping even more. I need that one to come back. That'll be beautiful. Well, let's see. ZQZ. ZQZ. What is it? But yeah, literally December rate cut odds are the most stubborn. So those are even holding like bonds, dollar, gold, anything that Russell, anything that moved from the Fed, they've all came back below December 13th levels. But the December rate cut odds, those are the one thing that are like still holding up. And ironically enough. And then 30 years at a break even for the day. TLT. Again, 20-year auction in about 1 hour and 3 minutes. How do you think Boeing will come back? I mean, assuming that the planes are able to go back up and it's a minor fix, and then their earnings, the next earnings or two, it'll probably take our 2 earnings of things not getting worse, and then, replacing the bad news with good news, talking about more orders, then it'll be able to come back up. But it just all depends. I mean, but if they have more problems, these planes stay grounded, something's wrong with their, whole issue there, then it'll change a little bit. And then if people start canceling, if Airbus keeps getting more orders, then it'll take some time for them to get back into that. Because remember, people were getting excited about Boeing before all this happened. Boeing had a lot of downside, but then they had news with China and getting the planes back up and all sorts of stuff, and they started running up. People were getting excited for a rebound over the last couple of years, a rebound and return to growth, but it's just now that kind of all got thrown into question. But earnings will be the answer. Open up gold at 2008. I feel you. I like it. I think next stop is going to be 2000. Maybe 2001 and then 1990, but I do like the price of it. But we need the dollar to calm the F down. The risks trading futures compared to risk on stocks and option. Yeah, it's easy. Leverage. That's it. Futures are way bigger in leverage. You're leveraging way more money. A future, whether you're long or short on it, you could lose more than what you put in. And then it's pretty much like a size of 100. So like one future is like trading 100 options at a time, depending on the size, but it's huge. There's a little bit of premium, but honestly, comparatively, there's way less premium on option or compared to options and equities. I mean, you're buying dollar for dollar, but it's really I do think leverage and being able to lose more than what you put in, and then again just trading much larger minimum quantities. That's where it's the big difference and the biggest risk. D-Walk again? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, D-Walk. There's 87,000 commercial flights in a day in the U.S. Really? That's a lot. But D-Walk option spread is horrible. Man, too bad D-Walk isn't a real company. It's still a SPAC. So, like, technically speaking, isn't it just like a fund of money just sitting there waiting to buy something? Like, that's what it's tripping me out, bro. It's still been this many years. Because, again, then they just that news today, they, one of the, like, pipe investors or something backed out. The Zaza's coming down. It's doing good. For now. And, again, if the markets aren't vomiting and then rate cuts come back to a more stable level that's not so aggressive, we'll see where the market goes from here. Oh, my goodness. Argentina wants faster pace to sign Mercosur EU deal. Argentina has declined invitation to join BRICS. And fallen for SPACs. I mean, there was a couple of good ones when all the money was sloshing around, but like I've always said, if you just go through the history of SPACs, I don't think any of them, there's like maybe DraftKings and like a couple of others are like SoFi are up. But most of the SPACs, they're in a weird world. KTRA up 25. What was that other one? RGNX. Oh, we got murked. The liquid bios fight back. But then EYPT dropped, so at least we didn't have to lose on both. TSM. They're not much. Where is in the NVIDIA and Friend? Is MPW going bankrupt? Well, people are worried that Stewart is going to go bankrupt. I think before MPW goes bankrupt, that tenant. But then we're going to have to see what they do on earnings. And then again, I really think the only way they're going to save their ass right now is if they sell a building, which will be great for everybody. They get to pay down debt. They get some cash profit and, lower their exposure. And I think that could help change it around. But, like, I just think management is very weird. They're throwing a lot of money at a fire. But we're not going to – it's going to go one earnings at a time. So, pretty much, I mean, it's going to I don't think, unless they randomly announce they're having bankruptcy, which I doubt is just going to come out of nowhere, it's going to go one earnings at a time. SPACs are all about how good or bad the management are. You truly believe that? I see where you're getting at. I just, unfortunately, it's just like if you go and like pull up every SPAC, I really think you could count on one hand how many have actually like merged with a company and then turned into something profitable. The other, I don't think a lot of them, most of them have failed. Or again, they're trading, like you would have been way better off buying a D-SPAC 6 months, 1 year later. You would have gotten it at a substantial discount. D-Walk will be the next. That's what I'm saying. D-Walk still weirds me out. This is like one of the best performing SPACs just because it's up. But it is, it's very weird that it's still in SPAC mode after. Because doesn't Truth Social exist? I think I have Truth Social on one of my phones. I've never made a post. I remember I wanted to see it. Where is it? Truth Social. I've scored the latest version of Truth Social. The first thing, Donald Trump, 11 hours ago, posted a meme of Nikki Haley dressed up as Hillary Clinton. Sponsored Truth. I'd love to meet you, Donald Trump. One lucky American first patriot will win VIP trip of a lifetime to Mar-a-Lago. Paid for by the Trump Save America Joint Foundation. All I see is Donald Trump. I haven't followed anybody. Maybe that's it. How do you, like, find people? Yeah. I thought there's, how do you like find people? Hot Truth, see the biggest reactions. Don Bogino. Yeah, man, this is it's all very political. I don't see any memes that aren't like Bill Gates or politics. That's cool, though. Kind of like Twitter. Twitter, you'll get some cool videos every now and then. Twitter is live leak. Twitter is absolutely crazy. The amount of things I saw on Twitter that I didn't want to see, it's unreal. Like, all I did was open up Twitter. I see people fighting at an airport. Seems like this ain't even political. This is just like, what? Oh, take the chair. Oh, damn, he just took. Oh, dude. What is she going? Oh my gosh. See, bro, like, damn, bro. I see Elon Optimus folding a shirt. Bro, why is he doing it so slow? Bro, if anybody folded a shirt, is he getting paid by the hour? This is crazy. In the plane bathroom. Oh, did you guys see that video? Did you see that one video? Did you see that guy who cooked shrimp in the plane bathroom? No, I don't know if y'all saw that. Bro, that video, bro, it was the most disgustingest thing ever. This dude, like, brings, like, wires and batteries. Oh, yes. No, it was real. There's no way it was fake. It looked pretty real. He was, like, in the bathroom. And, yeah, he took it in a bag. He put, like, water in the sink. And then, like, cooked it up. It was the most disgustingest thing I've ever seen. Oh, wow. See? Look at this. Children in China are required to exercise between different lessons in school. That's not what we do, Chad. That's what we do. I say that's going to be in the next hour. I want all of y'all doing that one. Okay? Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, get the body moving. All right, but yeah. See, Twitter at least will distract you with other stuff. We do need to add that. That was a good dance move. ZI on the high. Zoom info. They're about to go green, down by 0.41. SPY below VWAP. Bonds are making their way downtown. Trading low in the market. Still is getting clapped. And no rate cut. Still is getting clapped. And no rate cut. I will go 1,000 hikes if I can just cut rates. We're right back at open. Long way to go, man. Long way to go. It's a good song, bro. It's a good song. And then gold coming back down. Where's oil? Where is the oil? Oil's popping here off the bottom right now. I don't know if there's a headline. Google personalized serviced health is now generally available. General availability, personalized health for 50 plus Google cloud products and services. Where's Netflix? You watched the shrimp airplane video? I don't know. Some chads are saying it's fake, but either way, that video was like, man, that's crazy. What if the Fed cuts but at 10? They could. I mean, it would probably have a negative reaction. You know, that's what we're all debating right now is like how much are they going to actually cut by, how often. So like yesterday, Waller still said we're going to cut rates. Again, even your girl Lagarde this morning, she said we're still cutting rates. But when she said in summer instead of spring, that's changing people's ideas. Again, when Waller says, yeah, we're going to cut this year, but not as fast as we did in any of the other times, people are pricing in less. So whether they cut by 10 or 25, right now, the market is expecting a broader picture of a lot more cuts. So if that doesn't happen, people will get caught off guard for the most part. What you miss? Not much. I mean, again, in the morning, more pushback from the Lagarde. The Europeans, they had high inflation too. And all day, you know, even after yesterday's Waller comments, everything has just been borderline a fiasco of everybody pricing in less rate cuts around the globe, and that's what's kind of getting everybody calmed down here. And we dropped a lot more, and then it found a way to come back up, but now we're waiting 45 minutes till the bond auction, and then another couple of hours here at Power Hour. We are going to be getting your boy, John Williams. And then let's see what happens. How much did the 50-cent trader make on those VIX calls? I have no idea. Probably a decent amount. How do you feel about the Alaska Air paying passengers for the flight 1600? Hey man, you know, that's why you don't want to start with your highest offer. Cuz you know some people are going to take it, and then some people are like, "No, that's too little. Give me 3,000." And then there's people like me. I'd be like, "I want $30 million." I'd be like, "I've been living a nightmare ever since. I can't even I had to take off all the doors in my house. I'm terrified of doors and windows now." I said, "Oh man, I would have, because that was terrifying. Honestly though, I would have, yeah. I'd be like, I'm never able to fly again. Y'all need to you need to pay for my tour bus and all gasoline, because you have traumatized me." That's crazy. I made you spit out your drink. I would have sued for that too. I would have been like, "Nah, I can't drink my drinks anymore." When I laugh at certain things, but then all I hear is a big whooshing sound. I wouldn't even fly private. I say, y'all need to buy me a boat. I need a boat. That's the only thing that's safer. Not really, but you get the idea. I would have hired Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman would have been my lawyer. We would have cashed out. Can't woo-saw because of the woo-saw. Where was you at when the door was gone? How do you monitor the 50-cent trader? It just comes across. So, like the other day, a big order came through. I mean, those who in here who watch all the option orders, they called it out, and I explained to them the history of Mr. 50 Cent, not Curtis Jackson, but I really haven't paid too much attention to it. So you'd have to just go back, see what option he bought, and then see where it's at. But usually there's like a big sweep that comes through and people attribute it to him. Any tips on futures? Start with the micros and start by paper trading. Why is it called the 50-cent trader? Because he would be buying the out-of-the-money contracts that were pretty far out the money, and he'd buy them at 50 cents. When do you plan to add more 6J? After the January thing, or just hold until April or March for that the next event? I don't think it's Al. There's a person behind it. I forgot his name. He's came out and done interviews before. Blinken briefly stranded after his plane breaks down. Now hitting Reuters and other news stories. What if it's actually Curtis Jackson? That'd be phenomenal. I'd be like, do the song. After he did his interview, he was like, "So you a gangster, but you never trade none." No, I mean, okay, all right. Sometimes we call my mom 50 Cent. Because, like, my mom sometimes, like, whenever she gets into, like, a rant and she'll just go off on anybody, she turns into Curtis Jackson. I'm like, Mom, you guys got a lot of similarities. If you have never seen Mama Answers, like, when she goes off, bro, like, yeah, nah. Like, you remember when 50 Cent used to just, like, go out calling people out one by one, just savagery? Like, my mom will do the same thing. Many puts. Many puts. With death by me. No, I don't trade no more. Don't look to Powell no more. Have mercy on me. That'd be a good one. Reporters are overhyping how is Blinken alive if it broke down. Airplanes can't. I think the oxygen sensor, I think it's when they landed and then when they try to go up, it still wasn't working. But then they said oxygen mask. I don't know, though. Apple's on the high lately. Where's Coinbase? And then SPY right at VWAP. Again, bonds came right back down. The O2 sensor on his Honda plane is out. Salvage Tyler. Work brand new, Habibi. Don't. Why pay full price, huh? You're going to go see 50 Cent at the Houston Rodeo? I've never been to a rodeo, but why is 50 Cent going to a rodeo? Is that the new thing to do? Yeehaw. Rodeos are the shit. I've never been. I've been to rodeo. I was like, Cali, what's up? No, okay. That's why I hate rich people. Because you guys realize Rodeo Drive is literally rodeo. But that's how you know, like, people visit, and that's how, like, we try to, like, instill, like, California superiority. Because people are like, oh, what's Rodeo Drive? We're like, it's rodeo. Yeah. Like, it's crazy. It's literally rodeo. And they spelt the same, too, like, it makes no sense. Rodeo is how they say it in Spanish. Like, rodeo or rodeo? See, I don't know. It's spelt the same. Amazon syncing June 30th launch for Alexa paid plan? What? That's crazy. You don't have to pay for Alexa? Abivi defamation suit? Is Rinvox suing Humera? In 2021, Kev Dog, you told me to buy real estate, so I bought a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, single fam for $240. Made it 2 doors, collect $25 with rent and $1,700 mortgage. Shout out for the motivation. Gonna run it back, baby. Let's go. Kev Dog, you got a crib, baby? Oh, make it move. That's a good house, man. You bought that. That's a big house for that much, man. Or not. Oh, the Kev Dog got a crib, dog. You know what I'm saying? The Kev Dog house. Alexa. No, I know a lot of people who use Alexa. I feel like families. I guess, I don't know, the families I've been around, my sisters, my brother, any of their friends, bro, they all be using Alexa. Am I bearish or bullish on 24 or neutral? What do you mean on 24? For what? Just for like, they're like, hey, Alexa, do this. They hook up their rings to the door. Oh, for like the year 2024? Am I bullish or bearish? I'm nothing. I don't even know. I think it's futile to assume. I think all of 2024 is dependent upon what happens with the rate cuts or not, how they happen, if they happen, when they happen, and the whole shift in cycle. I think this year is just going to be a weird continuation of last year where you're going to have ups and downs, and it may end in a certain place, but just as quickly as we could go up, we could go down, and it all depends on, again, the rate hiking cycle and whether or not we end this big cycle that we've already been in. And SPY coming down. Let me see where the dollar's at. And then nothing on that ABVI thing. Dollar's at least lower. I don't see the defamation thing. GNX large call buying. Do they have data? That one sounds familiar. Well, they're getting wrecked, though. Again, all the biotechs got wrecked today, let alone the SPY and anything else in between. Char X files defamation against ABVI. Patient advocacy at court accuses deceptive business practice and torturous. Who would pay? I don't know if people would pay for Alexa, but I know a lot of people use Alexa. Yeah. A new paid subscription for Alexa voice assistant. Cookie cutter peaked at Euro and Raoul'd. Literally. Literally. Euro close, and then that's it. It's like a weird version of yesterday. A little less volatile, but almost the exact same setup and way less of a run-up. Only 5 points above. At least the bonds held up. And then again, the dollar is not near the highs, but equity is right back down. Watching VIX. It's coming back up again. We're at 15 in the morning. Then it fell out of that, but it's still up there. EDU, again, those China plays kind of recovered, some more than others. Tesla getting some candles. TSM. Who's the other one? Discover. No, I don't cry no more. Don't trade to the sky no more. Yeah, 10-year auction in 30 minutes. And then right now, Discover is pricing in $12. $12.60. It'll be like, what, 120? Oh, they're kind of expensive. Big spread. Yeah, it's like 30, 40 cents both ways. So it's going to probably cost you like $100 or $80 to play that. Let's see. Why are these guys up so much? Bro, nobody trading these options. Last 3 or 4 have moved. Well, let's see. Many men. It's a good song, bro. Good song. I'm still in the. I am in those puts, but like they clapped me. Again, we're up. Actually, they're up almost 100%, but we had 200% in the morning, and then they came back down. So I might ride those till the end of the week. Because, again, we made all of our money back from all those plays. Everything else now is just pure profit, whatever we get out of it. But we sold some early. Might as well push it. Yeah, Discover's last 4 earnings. Loss of 8, loss of 16, then loss of 1, and then break even. Thanks, son. Have mercy on me. D-Walk, Raul. EDU and SPY even Raúling. Again, 30 minutes now till the 10-year auction. Oh, this one plays out. TLT back to red. Yeah, just a couple minutes ago. Yeah, MPW really getting... It was already getting knocked, and then the all the other REITs, bro. Something happened there in REIT land. Again, saying XLF and KRE, they weren't looking too good, and then they all got clapped. Davos IEA Birol says oil market will be in comfortable state in 24, barring major geopolitical consequences or surprises. Yeah, these ones are going to be more expensive. No, we'll just wait till that one. What play am I making? I'm doing it right in front of you. I'm trying to get Discover. But the options are kind of shitty. It's going to be about $80 to $100 to play both ways. Excuse me. Did you hear that? Bro, what little scammers. Okay, I played both ways. It cost me about how many dollars? I think at least $100. No, I spent 44 and 49. I spent 90 or 89, 90, $93 both ways. Did you guys hear that though? I tooted. All right. Yeah, I tooted. Sorry. You're not going to get, unless there's like more activity or the stock moves. Those options, dude, I was sitting on that chain for a minute. Kind of sucked, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I did the 2 standard deviations. Again, they have earnings today. I'll read you guys the preview here, but literally, so Discover pricing in about $6.30. It's about $12.60 or $12 flat. $12 higher from 108 is like 120 and some change. So I grabbed the 120 call. I grabbed one of them for 44 cents. And then I grabbed $12 lower. It would be 96, but I was able to get a little closer because the spreads were just all jacked up anyways. I grabbed one of these for 50 cents at 97. So it's like right at the 2 standard deviations. And then, yeah, that's it. But we'll see. Still, that one's kind of expensive, but they move a lot. They have moved, but then they also cannot move a decent amount. The only thing I like is the gaps. So, again, if they do good, their 120 gap would take them up to here. They do bad, 197-ish. They may get to start dealing with that level a little bit. But then, again, the last couple of earnings, they moved big, but there has been 2 earnings where they did not move a lot. Jake from State Farm, baby. I know we got him here. Jake, how you do? I asked him. I don't know if Jake is, though. Like, I hope he's not just sending the message and then he don't see us. Because I asked, I was like, how you doing yesterday? You left me hanging, man. I hope you're doing good, Jake. I hope you're doing good, baby. Good morning. Is it still the morning? Oh, yeah, 9:37. It's still early. But now, with that out of the way, as far as the play and what to expect, Discover earnings, they're expecting $4.11 billion in revenue, net interest income of $3.4, non-interest $709 million, provision for loan losses $1.6 billion, total operating expense $1.59, marketing and development $330 million, EPS is $2.51, net interest margin $10.52, 152. And ending loans 125.03. Price history since last close, Discover is up 19%. S&P is up 10.9. XLF is up 13.5. Options imply 5% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 8, loss of 16, loss of 1 and 0. Revenue has beaten consensus 4 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. Like you didn't leave me hanging? Okay, I thought you did. I did. I remember the puppy question. And puppy's been good. I don't know if he gave me my foot rashes, but other than that, it's been chill. Is Discover the Bill Wang stock? No, wasn't that Para? Discover is like Discover. That was like Para Discovery, like Discovery Channel. This one's like Discover, like credit cards. Oh, we did miss 9:30 push-ups, but we're not too late, baby. Slept in today for no work. It's my birthday. Oh, Jake from State Farm's birthday, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Happy birthday, baby. Oh, are you kidding me? What a glorious day, bro. Enjoy the birthday, man, and thank you for all the love. You've given us so much here over the years, bro. You've been a bright light to all the Chads, baby, and Real Estate Toe. Happy birthday, dog. Are you kidding me? Another year for the long term, baby. Toast. Toast. Toast, baby. Capricorn for the win. Capricorn. Man. And on that note, baby, in honor, you should just get your ass up because it's Jake's birthday. You know what I'm saying? Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we could party too. Hey, get your ass up. It's time to move your body. You should do a push-up every single hour. Hey, all right, man. I did discover, put, and a call. As Uncle could say, I could make the money both ways. Oh, wait. But yeah, get your body up, man. Stand up. You've been here for 3.5 hours. You got a bond auction in about 20 minutes. You got 3 hours and 20 minutes left to go until the day ends. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get her knees. Do a push-up, plank, the worm. Anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. You looking good. You know that? You look good. Like Jake from State Farm already be looking good. But like you on that level right now. On that chest to the sun, man. Come on. Come on, baby. So get the body moving. Don't wrap your legs behind your computer chair. You're not riding a dolphin. You don't need to hold all that trauma in your traps. Please relax your shoulders. Okay, you got a lot of pain and pressure up there. I need you to calm down, sir. I need you to calm down, so please do that. Relax a little bit. Then chest to the sun, man. You good. Now relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in very deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, feels good. Feels good, man. Feels good. Where's my resistance? My resistance. Oh, resistance. There it is. Trauma trap triggers. You gotta watch out. Thoughts on Lucid? I mean, I think it's one of the ugliest cars in the world, but the stock's not doing good. I like it because the price is low. I feel like that could be a good, like, kind of like a gamble, like Redfin, if that makes any sense. But there's only one problem I have with it. There's only one problem. So although it looks like it could be one of those, like, all right, it kind of is a name brand, even though they haven't really established themselves. People know about it. But there's only one problem with it. Gold for the long term? No, man, just buy physical gold. That's about it. No, not that it's a SPAC. Surprisingly, it's not dilution. It's just crazy to think about because that's another risk. Elon Musk doesn't own it. Don't buy products you don't like. That's a good one. SPY flushing again, bro. Look at this, man. Look at this. I need to do one more stretch. No divvy. Nobody knows yet. Come on. It's like the core of everything with it. It's just surprising. Even though the price is low. Let me go make one more stretch here. I got to stretch and then balance. this stretch. Nobody knows. Like, think about it. There's, like, why? Like, remember when we bought Redfin? We bought Redfin at $3. And it was a great play, whether they, and remember they had debt and everybody thought they were going to go bankrupt. And there was, like, so many things. But, like I said, Redfin at $3, I have to take it. Why? And it wasn't because I liked the name. I knew about the name. There was something about Redfin that was just very, like, it was attractive because it was down. But, like, let's look more into that. Why? Intrinsic value close, but, like, think about it. You guys are right there. You're hovering around it. Not the brand. Could have got bought out, but what would have made it a good buyout candidate? Didn't benefited from ZERP, but we weren't even thinking about it then. Not book value. You're close. You guys are right there, though. Simple. Come on. Starts with a V. Save pop. If you don't get it now, I'm going to slap you. I'm going to slap you. Yeah, valuation. That's it. It's the valuation of the company. Even with the debt, even with everything going on, they had a lot of debt and that was hurting it. But remember, when we bought them, their valuation was like $300 million or $100 million after the debt or something. And it was just like, dude, it was so cheap. That's what made it cheap. That's what made it down. The valuation was very low for what I thought the company was. Right? So it's just like when I go to Lucid, I'm like, all right, people know about the name. Maybe it does good. Maybe these ugly-ass town cars end up selling. Who knows? They got the Saudis. They got a bunch of cash. But think about it. I saw this the other day when I went to the valuation. Right now, this company is worth $6 billion. So when we were buying Redfin, it was worth $300 million. Almost $100 million is net value. I was like, dude, Redfin is worth way more than that. I'm munching on a vitamin B12, getting my vitamins in. So it's like I like Lucid and I see where people might want to buy it there. But like, quite frankly, this is still a $6 billion company. So it's like if you think Airbnb is overvalued, I don't know what you would call this then. Because this is in its own little category of not even making money and losing money. But the valuation is still high. The price is low, but that valuation isn't low. You get it? That's the problem. So it's not like the price is low, and then, again, that's without even looking at their debt or anything. It's just like they still are pretty expensive. Even now, Redfin is $876 million. Like I said, we were buying it substantially cheaper at some of those prices, but it's pretty crazy. Roblo's an expensive company, but Roblo makes money. That's why Roblo hasn't really sold off a cliff. It does its little back and forth, but quite frankly, I think Roblox is worth more than Lucid. Again, Roblox is actually bringing in money. They have cash flow. Roblo can make $1 billion every month or every quarter, while I don't think Lucid can do that. But then you're telling me Lucid is worth 25% of that value when it's not making nearly as much of that money, let alone has even a prospect to make more money unless people start buying the shit out of all these cars. But I do think the valuation on Lucid is unfortunately still too high. Bond still going. SPY again. Auction in 10 minutes. I wonder if that bond auction is just going to clap everything. So, bro, gold is rocketing 206 to 210. So where should Lucid be at? I don't know where it should be at, but once it starts getting to a lower valuation, I would consider throwing a small amount of money to hold it. You see what I'm saying? Where I'm like, okay, people like it. People know about the car company. Maybe they're doing bad, but I want to buy it at a very high risk to reward where I want it to be more in my favor, where it's you're just buying, at least the name for cheap. Otherwise, I mean, at $6 billion, even at $2 a share, you're not buying it at a cheap price. Even at $1, it would still be worth $3 billion. Like, that's big. Again, like, people get mad when they see, again, you have people still to this day who believe companies like Airbnb are overvalued, and then they're bringing in net profits of $1 billion. Lucid isn't anywhere close to that. And you're paying a portion of it. Again, even compare it to Roblox, any other growth name you could think of. It's phenomenal that it's actually still worth $6 billion a week. Your friend's son spends $500 a week on Roblo? What the what? Yeah, Lucid, gross margin 240. Yeah, they're just losing money left and right. They sell 137 million in cars. Their gross income is a loss of 331 million. EBITDA is a loss of 752 million. Yeah, that's insane. So again, the company, even then, Redfin was one of those companies that was losing money. But like I'm saying, you bought Redfin in the bargain bin. The company you were buying the company cheaper than the debt that it had on there, and then they paid off the debt. So that's what ended up helping it a lot too. Like, on the contrary, like Roblo's still losing money, but they're bringing in $713 million. And then again, even Roblo has more cash than them. But even Roblo's a negative EBITDA. Net income loss of 277. Every Lucid I've seen around looks like my grandparents' old Lincoln. I told you guys that years ago. When the EV hype was going on, y'all didn't listen. But now I think some of y'all have opened your eyes. You said, what the fuck is that? I see them more now, too. That's the crazy part. But they're hideous. They've only sold 6,000. I feel like I've seen way more than that. I've seen so many of them, but I just hate them. They look god-awful. Mm-hmm. Airbnb on the high. Bond auction at 10, so 7 minutes. I've been seeing a lot of Rivians lately. I've definitely seen more Rivians than Lucid. But I don't know. Maybe one day, though, if Lucid ever gets to, like, sub-billion-dollar market cap, I'd be down to, like, grab a little bit just to hold on, and then we'll see. Oh, 6,000 cars. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I've seen a lot of them, man. There's a lot of Lucids in California. But I don't understand it. I'm like, y'all really want to be trendy, huh? Or something. There's no way you saw that car and were like, I want it. I don't get it. Rivian, that's a fucked up story too. Rivian is still worth $15.7 billion. So that's not even, and I think they lose even more money. Yeah, Rivian, EBITDA loss of $1.4 billion. They have sales though. That's the thing. Rivian is actually bringing in money though. So I honestly, I think with their work trucks, Rivian has way more of a hope than Lucid does. And Rivian still has $9 billion in cash. So like, again, so realistically they're worth like what, $6 billion? If you want to guess, they got $9 billion they're sitting on in cash, but then their run rate is like what? How much are they burning? They're burning 1.3 a quarter, sometimes as high as 2.5. So you got 2 years of cash, probably 2.5 years of cash on Rivian before they fucking burn it all. Or yeah, again, they're probably burning $2 billion, making in $1 billion, but they're bringing in money. How is it possible to be so big and lose money? Well, that's why they're big. You know, again, they're on their Genghis Khan shit. They're trying to just spread themselves all around the world by, you know, using money to get the car, get the automobile, get their product or service out there so that they could operate and then eventually lower the cost, get that brand adoption, and then you're able to start profiting. That's the general idea of growth. That's why I like Airbnb. You know, again, Airbnb has a high valuation. Airbnb was losing money at one point, but like eventually if you get to a big enough size, you're going to stop spending so much money and still be able to make as much money as you're doing. That's why I really like Airbnb. I even think in the next few years too, it's going to keep getting exactly. Again, Tesla was one of those. So like in June of 2021, Airbnb was losing money. Every quarter thereafter, they started to go up. It went from 833 million, 855 to 300 million to 1.2, then 1.7 to 650 to then $4 billion. So it's like as long as you keep your costs lower, you get yourself out there, you know, you're able to turn it around, but it's harder than it sounds. But that's why even Uber is another great example of that. Uber, people thought they would never make money without spending and burning cash, and they do burn cash, but all of a sudden they got big enough where just by growing a little bit more and spending a little bit less, how big they are is allowing them to scrape out $1 billion of profit. So same thing with like Rivian has a chance because they're already doing $1 billion in sales. You see what I'm saying? So like again, down the road, if they could turn 1 billion to 2 billion, 2 billion to 4 billion, and their sales get big enough and they don't have to keep spending that money to grow out, that extra $1 billion will just be pure cash flow. And then again, if you're making $1 billion, ta-da, Netflix is another great example. That's why Netflix is probably the king of it, because Netflix used to lose money. When I bought Netflix back in the day, they were losing money every quarter because they were spending billions of dollars on movies and content, and everybody would get mad. They're like, what are you doing? Again, Amazon with the cloud. But then if it gets big enough and you grow, and then you start keeping your expenses the same, but now your growth outpaced your cost, you're making billions of dollars. If it has real growth, you're able to make substantially a lot more. So that's the general idea. Not everybody does it, but when they do it, it usually becomes a very successful company. Uber just started making money a few weeks ago. Yes and no. I think that was one of them. They had one quarter where they did do good, and then they kind of fell back into it, and then recently they came back there. It was their first. Which one was it? Was it like first? Because they've had positive EBITDA and net income. I forgot which one it was. Yeah, it wasn't until like March 2023 that EBITDA turned positive, and then net income turned positive in December, then went negative again, and now they've had 2 quarters in a row. Yeah, 2 minutes till bond auction, so get ready. Be on the lookout for the when issued, and then we'll see how it stacks up. Discover could affect some of the banks, but it will probably affect Visa and AXP a little bit more. So these types of business, they have to be massive to work. For the most part, yes, but then you don't necessarily have to be massive, but you have to have a product that is scalable, that you could grow, and that will allow you to make money once you start spending less, or that will allow you to get similar sales without having to spend as much money. Hopefully, once you build it out, they will come, and then you don't need to spend as much money to sustain it. 30 seconds. Again, it'll come out with the when issue, then give it a minute or two, and then we'll find out what's good. Let's see, 5 seconds. Altman and Nadella talk AI at Davos. All righty. On your marks. Let's see who's going to get the one issued. 20-year at 4.417. So 4.417 is the number. Higher is worse. Lower is better. 4.417. Samsung to add new AI features to older models. 4.417. Samsung and Qualcomm partnership. Oh, Guy was just talking about that. See if Qualcomm pops. Again, Qualcomm, remember CEO kept talking about phones and going up with your, competing with your boy. 4.417. Oh, 4.415. That's the when issued, $13 billion. It's the 20-year auction, yes. 4.415, 4.415. It's going to show up here. Wait for it. Wait for it. I think it'll come on 30 seconds. You can grab puts. It could affect the market. It also could clap the bonds too. Oh, I was saying 10-year. My bad. What do we have? 4.423. So 4.417. It came in a little higher. Could have been a lot worse considering. I think bonds have moved down a lot more, but that was a bad auction there. 4.423 allotted at high. 5.3. That's it. So a lot of people. That kind of seems like a shitty auction then. And not a lot. Indirect bids were 62. Direct bids were up to 20. That one's interesting. It was a 4.75 coupon. Went for 4.4. So there was enough demand to buy it below that. 20-year auction tails, 8 basis points. So not as good of an auction, but definitely not as bad. But it's still, again, that's like your third soft auction in a row. You got a little bit of a chicle. We'll see. Markets aren't reacting too much off of it. Qualcomm going up. Again, they have that thing there with your boy, Qualcomm. Here. Watch the dollar. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. UUP still down. Still down from the morning, but up on the day, which is awful. I'm cute. Why do you say that? And you type in caps a lot. I'm going through your chat facts. Oh, but I don't see any GGs, bro. Why you calling me cute and spamming in caps? I hope you got a good explanation. No GGs. I hope he has something. I hope he had a good explanation. Trying to get to the bottom of this. My fault. I got excited, but why? Like, what is there? You don't have a reason? No reason. No GG. This is getting awkward. That's wild. No GG. I know, isn't it wild? These guys is crazy, man. GG. Nah, you can't put it in now. I'm gonna have to give you a. We'll give you like 30-minute timeout. We'll call it a day. Pretend you didn't read it. I can't, unfortunately. So okay, give him a 30-minute timeout. This is good. Just, yellow card. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. All right. So bond auction, we're going a little lower. Watch the low end of that candle. See if the dollar comes up. But now you got to wait 2 more hours. Wait till John Williams. Again, if he's probably going to be bearish like the other guys. But that'll be our last event leading into today. Boeing trying to come up. I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I will be right back.
Familiar with cash operating models. What was new here was the concept and the aspect of storage. And so in terms of the operating model itself, we take in cash, we invest it in Bitcoin, and then on a nightly basis, we sweep that Bitcoin into secure cold storage.
So I got to ask you, Rachel, about fees, because what we've noticed, of course, in the lead up to the actual approval and launch of these ETFs was that there was a fee war very early on, 2 rounds of fee reductions. Right now, IBIT has an expense ratio of 12 basis points. Fees clearly matter until they don't. SPY, for instance, shows that investors are willing to pay for liquidity, for tight spreads, and for high volume. How are you thinking about what would prompt another round of reductions, or whether there's a need for another round of fee reductions?
Well, you're exactly right to say that investors are thinking about more than just simply fees. More than anything, they're going to look at the performance of the product. How well does it track? They're going to look at the market quality of the product. This is incredibly important. You talk about liquidity. Liquidity matters. Tight spreads matter. IBIT is trading a penny wide right now. So in terms of the market quality, IBIT is there 100%. And so liquidity and market quality are going to continue to matter. At the end of the day, what investors are looking for is value. And value is more than just fees. It's quality at a low cost. And so that's what we're focused on delivering to investors with IBIT.
And Rachel, for a new ETF to really get going, you like to see some volume and low fees. Those are really 2 important building blocks. IBIT already has both. So we don't really need to, now we look at the marketing. How do you get advisors who tend to be older, with older investors, how do you get them to sort of get interest in this? I'm really curious as to your efforts. I saw Jay Jacobs' video. That was interesting. We've seen Larry Fink on TV talking about it. You have your models. What is your game plan to get those flows going in IBIT?
Well, look, as I mentioned, day one interest has certainly been, primarily focused in the retail channel. We've seen a lot of self-directed investors interested and ready to make investments on day one. But I will say it's not just that. The wealth community, the advisory community is incredibly important here. But that's not about day one. That's about the weeks, the months, and the years to come. Although I will tell you an interesting story. We did have a financial advisor call us up on day one, wanting to add IBIT to all of their models at a 2% allocation. So I will say that different advisors are in different parts of their journey. We have to remind ourselves, this is a new asset class. And so we're focused on the education. We're focused on supporting our clients through their own investing journey as they consider what are very unique return and risk characteristics of Bitcoin. I will say this again, Bitcoin is not for everyone. Some will choose to make an allocation and others will not.
And Rachel, you said model portfolios and my ears perked up because that's one of the big questions when it comes to BlackRock's models. Is there going to be an allocation to Bitcoin in the weeks and months
there's
ahead?
There's a ADR.
Well, clearly, I can't comment on that. But what I will say is we're focused on, again, for our clients, understanding what education needs there are, supporting them along their investing journey, and empowering them to make the financial decisions that are right for them.
All right, Rachel Aguirre of BlackRock, thank you so much for joining us to talk about IBIT.
IBIT.com. Bonds and stocks are down now. So again, if stocks hit low, watch if the bonds are the ones now that can move with it, because stocks fell without taking the bonds down earlier, but everything is still red. Even Russell came back down to being the laggard. Candle's getting a little bit bigger there. So I don't know if this is good timing now. I hope I could stop this descent with what we have now, but Chattadonia, it's time. It is time, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. Welcome to PHILO time. Welcome to PHILO time. Are you ready? I hope the market likes it. Maybe you'll enjoy it, but I'm not going to lie to you. I feel kind of bad, too, because I was like, some of you, I said, hey, come check out PHILO, but this PHILO today is not, it's kind of harsh, man. It's kind of harsh. You're going to it's both harsh and good at the same time. Honestly, I have another PHILO, too, that's pretty wild. It's about prayers and type A prayers and type B, and then I have an unanswered PHILO I want to share with you. It's pretty crazy, but today I think we talk about something good, man. At the very least, I hope this gets you thinking above all else. And this one is going to be very in your face. So if you don't like that in your face, you might want to dip out. Again, if you get mad when I start saying God, the Bible, and stuff like that, you're not going to like this PHILO. But again, like I have been very grateful and thankful for, is just that some of you, man, over the last couple of months, you've tapped into these PHILOs and you have made an effort to grow yourselves. So whether we have the same beliefs or not, I've seen a lot of you, no matter how far we are in beliefs, you have found a way to find common ground and find out how to do something with all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very excited to share this with you, as always, and I'm very proud of y'all who have been really making an effort, because, again, I know it has a dividend. You know what I'm saying? I know it has fruit, and I could speak from example, but also I could look around and see examples all around. So, Chattadonia, God bless you and thank you all once again. But today, we are going to talk about an if-not clause. You guys know what a clause is in a contract? Yeah, I'm starting with a little bit of business. Honestly, I hope you add this to the contract of your life. How many of you have an if-not clause? What is a clause? It's a stipulation. Yeah. It's like you make a deal, right? You can make a deal and say, I'll buy this car. I'll buy this house. It's a contingency. But there's a certain clause. You have an original agreement and you're adding something to it. It's something in the contract that you're saying, if this happens, then this will happen. If this, then that. Exactly. It's a clause. So, I want to talk about an if not clause. Do you have a clause in your life where, again, I said I could relate this to the prayer PHILO. Man, you know how many prayers we have? Like, imagine praying for something, dude, and it doesn't happen. This is where you're going to want an if-not clause. Imagine wanting something so bad in life and you get it and it ends up turning out to be the worst thing possible for you. Do you have an if-not clause? There's so many things in life where this is applicable. So I'll tell you, I'll give you one of the easy stories. One of my favorites, bro. I love this story. I've shared it to you. It has to do with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. King Nebuchadnezzar, he tells them, he says, bow down and worship this statue. And they said, no. And what do they tell him? They say, listen, My God could do whatever he wants. My God's going to save me. But what do they say after that? They say, but if not, I'm still not going to worship you. That right there is an if not clause. Right away, they said, listen, if you want to throw us in the fire, you want to hurt us, you want to punish us, great. I know God could save us, but if not, I'm still not bowing down. I love that verse. You have no idea. That story, I love. Again, through the fire, baby. What comes out of fire is gold. But even Paul said something. You know Paul. Paul's a good guy. Paul had one. You know, Paul, at one point, when Paul used to kill Christians. I don't think people know this one. If you know the story, Paul's a weirdo, too. He's like a weird, ugly dude. He's kind of like me. Again, I don't know if you've ever seen a rendition of Paul. It's so funny. They make him look like a wizard, warlock, elf type beat. He looked crazy. He looked like Smeagol. Have you ever seen them trying to draw the Apostle Paul? He looked like Smeagol. And before he became a Christian, before he started, getting into spreading the word, he used to kill the people who would spread the word. He would persecute them, even to the point, he got to the point then when he started to say like, oh, I want to spread the word. He would go to these people and they hated him. Even though he was on their team now, even though he was on their side, they're like, nah, man, we don't trust you. We don't like you. We despise you. Yeah, you may say this and that. We don't believe you. We've changed our laws just to respond to what you used to do to us. Pretty crazy. Yeah, spies entering in the lows and bonds are dropping too. But Paul says something. You've probably heard this. I think it's in Corinthians. And have you ever heard Paul say, he said, listen, if y'all don't accept me, if this doesn't happen, if I can't spread the word, if I can't do any of this, he says, then your grace is sufficient. Oh, man. Do you realize what that is? That is a if not clause. Paul is literally saying that even if you don't give, if I can't get anything out of you, whether I have no money, whether I'm received, whether you guys don't believe me, whether you want to stop the mission or not, he still says, even then, the grace of God is sufficient. So again, if not, he says, if this doesn't happen, if this doesn't go the way I plan, just knowing that I've already have this grace in my life, and so far, and understanding what grace really is, he said, that's enough. I'm still not going to change how I behave. So I hope you guys recognize how important this is. Because at the base level, I'm telling you one thing, whether you believe in spirituality, any of the words I'm saying or not. How many of you are living life very circumstantial? What I mean by, if something happens to you, things go good, you do good. If things go bad, you don't do bad. You don't do good. It changes. Where again, the whole your grace is sufficient, if not clause is saying no matter what happens, no matter regardless of the outcome, I am still going to behave a certain way. That's what the if not clause is. Market's still getting a little flushy. But I don't know, man. This is what I said. It's kind of messed up, man. This is a messed up concept at the surface. Because some of y'all, man, y'all in here, you're like, yeah, Josh, I get it. You get amens. You like, oh, yeah, I believe. But do you understand what this is saying? Like, seriously. Bro, this means some of you will get sick. You are already sick. Maybe people in your family are sick. You're going to pray, and you could be the best person in the world. And if nothing gets better, God is telling you it's okay. The grace you already have is enough. Yikes. Literally, man, you got people in your family you got to worry about. Some of you may be praying for them. You may be praying for your kids. You like, I hope my kid doesn't end up like this, and you praying. And then they get into trouble. And that's the biggest thing for some of y'all. And God would tell you, yeah, the grace is sufficient. You already have enough. What? How about my favorite one? That you could literally sacrifice your whole entire life. You could give your tithes. Anytime you had any extra, you gave it to other people. You were a good steward. And you did everything the right way. And you like, God, give me, bless me monetarily. And you will never see anything in terms of money. And God will tell you it's okay. You're never going to get rich at all. But my grace is enough. Oh, come on. Now tell me amen. Do y'all feel me? Because that's the reality of it. I don't like you, but that's really what it is saying. And now that's not a bad thing. But but think about it. We live in life and we always thinking about what we're gonna get. Always looking at what we could get. But have you ever thought of something else, man? There's one factor to it. There's something that this mindset brings. This mindset of really saying, I have an if not clause. No matter what, I have an if not clause. I know what I already have is sufficient, and it's not going to change my behavior regardless of the outcome. Dude, that brings comfort. That's what it really brings out. We always look into what we could get, but have you ever thought about getting comfort? When was the last time you really thought about that? For real, I'm sure some of you could relate. I've gone through a lot of things in life. I've been let down in so many ways. But I'm going to ask you, in the times you've been let down, have you ever had comfort to keep going? Do you see what I'm saying? Seriously, if things keep happening and it's leaving you restless over and over and over again, I might have to ask you, did you have a if not clause in your life? Why are you losing that comfort? Why are you losing that peace? Think about it. Because that means whatever happens, you are just, dude, that's a crazy life to live. It's funny because that's how we're taught to live, the world, society, culture, We like to go with the flow, amor fati, accept fate. That's what this is saying, but how many of us, we go with the flow, but then again, by going with the flow, if the flow is good, oh, we love it. If the flow is bad, we don't. Some of us, that's what sucks, because we live through life, think the going is good, we perform amazingly. But some of us have been lost. Some of them, the people right now aren't even here right now. They can't even hear what I'm saying. Because when the going went bad, they don't, that's it. You probably know people like that. It's crazy to think about. They lost the peace. They lost the comfort. It's because when you are lacking a if not clause. So I don't know what you're looking for me to give you. I don't know if you like this or not, but at the end of the day, man, I'm encouraging all of you to make a decision in your mind and heart of how to live. Though this isn't an altar call, don't worry. I'm not telling you, come give your life to the Lord, do this. No, but I am telling you, you better start acting with a if not clause. You better realize every prayer you make, every effort you make, everything you go after, you got to start thinking before you do something, how am I going to react if this doesn't happen? How am I going to grow and mature enough to be able to say, hey, I know I want things. I know I desire things. But if not, this is what I'm still going to do. Because this is the fact of the matter. The devil, the enemy, call it whatever you want. He wants you to link your circumstance to your theology, to your belief, to your spirit. Do you get it? That's why that's why you go the book of Job, any of the things, man, you guys have the little voice in your head too. When things are going good, they're like, see? Look at your circumstance. How can you believe that? Look at your circumstance. How can you say that's your friend? How can you say that this is the thing guiding your life? You get me? Because you're linking circumstance to your spirit. That's not always accurate. Especially if you're saying the grace is sufficient. The if not clause. Your relationship, your belief, your spirit, your soul is not linked to circumstance. But if you fall for that, then again, that lack of comfort, that lack of peace, it's a crazy cycle. So, you really got to think about this, man. And above all else, bro, it's the beauty is, like I told you, revelation. You are going to learn things about yourself every day. And I hope you do every day this year. I hope every month, every week, every year culminates into you learning more about yourself and what you're supposed to be doing and where you're going to go. But you're going to see it, man. That's why Paul even says, I take pleasure in my infirmities. I take pleasure in the things that I didn't get and the things that gave me the torture. Because by knowing I had an if not clause, it was showing to myself how I could react when things weren't always there. You're going to learn things, man. You're going to learn how to live life from both situations, from good and bad. But if every time it happens and then you're like, nah, man, I got to give up. Well, look at my circumstance. That means this isn't going that way. How can I be at comfort when this is all I wanted and I did this and I did everything perfect and I still didn't get it? Because you're missing that if not clause. So, Chad, I hope you feel me, man. I hope you do not link your circumstance to your theology. I hope no matter what, you always have an if not clause that will never change how you behave because you already were aware of it before anything happened. Take comfort in that and have peace, but take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this main channel, baby. God bless you. I'll see you in a little bit. That's all it is. That's all it is. Thanks for the reminder. I got you, baby. I got you. Heavy. I hope so, man. I hope you guys liked it. And above all else, man, be prepared. You better, that's it, man. Y'all have a if not clause, nothing will stop you. I could, because guess what? Even then, you already ready, man. If not, then I already know how I'm going to act. If not, I'm not, it's going to be difficult. But like I said, this one's kind of a reality check at that. So let's go, baby. Colton, baby. God bless you. All right. I'm going to go give you some post-feel. I'll give you some post-feel. This one's coming out soon, too. I think this one comes out end of the month. You'll be able to get it now.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Amen. Here you go, man. Here you go. We good now. We good. Fed Beige Book at 2. We'll read over it. Win and loser on top of all the data today, baby. Good call out on the bond auction today, too, man. I love it. I love it. My goodness. My goodness. Okay, I'm calm. Calm down. You lost your job, but you unlocked money from the 401k. Thoughts on how I should self-direct those funds? So, I mean, don't do anything crazy till you get another job is probably what I would say. But, like, you don't have to, like, do anything nuts unless you're looking to create a career out of finances with it. But even then, I mean, that's going to be some risk there. But have you thought about property? That would be one thing. But otherwise, I would wait till you secure the income and then start allocating it again, little by little, though. No matter what you decide, you can take that money and spread it out. That's the best thing. When anybody, especially going through any sort of situation, spacing things out, whether you just came into money, whether you're worried about your job or whatever it may be, little by little, because again, whatever the amount is, you divide it by 12 and think about that on a month-to-month basis. Even divide it by 24, think about over the next 2 years. Apple dumping. Then dollar hasn't moved. Yeah, Apple getting clapped again. Tesla, Chicle, too. I'm surprised the SPY's holding up. SPR running. Check BA. Because Boeing's going. SPR is actually in the green right now. SPR's up 3.8. SPY going lower. Again, your boy's holding up the bonds. But dollar, too. Dollar's not moving. NASDAQ still down 1.2. Russell 127. Dow down 4.6. And then SPY down 0.97. Department of Justice prepares to file Apple antitrust case as soon as March. Didn't they have a candle on that a couple of days ago? At least in the last 2 weeks. I want to say it was right here. Maybe like 2 Fridays ago. 3 Fridays ago. And then Fed futures are getting a little bit more bearish. So not to the peak of what they were at, but again, rate hike odds are starting to decline. Oil is vicious. Yeah, after yesterday, wait till there's like more headlines on it, but oil just due to keep swinging up and down $1. Interesting. Is Microsoft still in the green? No, they went red. Amazonian, again, SPR is still moving. They all came. What's the breakdown? Again, there was only like 90. There was like only 8 names green on the NASDAQ. Let's see. 90 names red, 10 green on the NASDAQ. Dow Jones, 25 red, 5 green. Again, Boeing is the leader, too, for any upside today, believe it or not. And then 420 names red. Yeah, red on the S&P, and then 83 in the green. You missed the PHILO. Oh, we just ended it, bro. We just ended it. Samsung revealing their new phone. Again, I think there's a headline with them working with Qualcomm on it. So we'll see. We already did the discovers. 47.19 is the low. So again, 47.17. We could bounce off of it like yesterday, but then again, anytime we've been below, remember this was the damn level that we had a lot of trouble with. That and then 47.40. You guys remember that? And we spent a whole entire week. Anytime we would get above 47.17, the market would just get very, very negative. So I think anything below there, that starts to get pretty bad. The last two times it went crazy. Updates on MP-Dub. We talked about it again as it's been dying here. We brought it up as everybody's been asking questions, but I still think you got to wait till earnings. So unfortunately, it's going to be a death spiral until then. That's the only thing that could stop it is the earnings changing around. And I did bring up, if they sell a property, yallah habibi, that would be great. If not, then it's still going to be, you're going to be stuck in a tricky scenario depending on what they say on earnings. Met C on the high. Again, SPYs is still like edging down, but even PHILO didn't save it. This has been a pure euro sell-off, ever since euro closed. We had a little bit of upside, just like yesterday. Maybe we do the bounce off again, yesterday we hit the next level by what, 11.20? So you're here a lot faster, and then we bounced right off of it, but we'll find out. Is there any way they go bankrupt because they have properties they could cash in? I mean, it would take a lot to go bankrupt in their situation. I mean, in the sense that it wouldn't take a lot, but it would take time, if that makes any sense. So it's why would they go bankrupt if they don't owe any money until end of next year? So it's like if they lose 20% of their tenant capital from Steward, that would be bad, but it's not going to make it where they can't cover their operating costs or even pay some of their debt. And then again, like you're saying there, they have buildings. All they have to do, they sell one or two of these buildings because remember, they're I want to say 3 to 4 times the size of what they were 10, 20 years ago. So they own a lot of properties. Again, the only way they get bankrupt off of them is if those properties aren't worth what they're really worth. Yeah, we're talking about MPW. So it's but I highly doubt that just because, again, I mean, commercial may have been slaughtered, but some of these hospital properties in certain locations, they're going to be worth some money. The issue would be how long it takes to sell, finding a buyer, and then how much they get out. They would have to sell it at a discount if they needed immediate liquidity, but their liquidity needs are on a ticking clock, but it's not. That's why I'm saying we got to wait earnings by earnings, but they're not really there in the sense of Steward is the vultures are circling around there, but it's that one is 20% of their, or 16 I think of a tenant. So we'll see, but I think with time the risk is going to increase that they could, but it's one step at a time pretty much. That's why I'm I like it, but I'm not really. I like the assets of the company. I think management is shady, so until they make progress in changing and turning the boat, I'm not really a fan of it. Like I said, the problem was you guys got to realize those last 2 earnings, they probably brought in $250 million, but then they gave it to Steward. Do you understand how wild that is? That's why it's it's not like the company can't not make money. If they just stop giving money to their Hunter Biden tenant, they could actually end up. It's not like they're broke in that sense. They have money, but they're taking all of this money, taking it from shareholders, and then they're giving it to an addict who's burning a ton of money. 4718. Did we go below it? You're right at the level. So this is, I'd say 4717 and one more point. But for now, it's if you don't get a bounce from here, I'd be careful of a bigger flush. We could go 2% down. There is a lot of time. I mean, NASDAQ's almost there. SPY is kind of lagging, though. So, again, the SPY, if you look at it, the SPY is a lot more resilient. I want to say because of the dollar as well as Like, I think some strong dollar plays are going up, but then oil, I think, is keeping it up. But, like, if you go look at the NASDAQ and everything else, NASDAQ's a little bit lower. NASDAQ could be a lot more lower than Russell. Russell's the one that broke down, surprisingly. Drop it low, spot. Drop it low, spot. No? Okay. The gap was wider in the morning. It was, and then Russell recovered a little bit, then gave it right back up. Dow is even showing a little bit of weakness. Do you know why Stewart is in so much trouble? They just they took out a lot of debt, just like everybody else, but then like their businesses started slowing down, and there was stuff with like Medicare payments and how they would get like insurance and other stuff, and then their businesses just slowly started slipping, and then they expanded, and then now with your incomes going down, they have all these other past commitments. Everything one by one just started to build up, not to mention higher interest rates. MPW, yeah, they're down 7% today. Again, the REITs, though, every REIT just started slipping today, which was kind of wild there. Again, even the financials. Again, XLRE, the real estate index, is down by 2.8 right now. But again, I think that's even related to the bonds. And think about it. If you had a little bit of relief from bond yields coming down, and now everyone's like, oh, shit, maybe we don't cut that long, all of these REITs are going to have potentially another 3 to 6 more months of slightly higher interest rates if the rate cut odds start to reverse. Pentagon welcomes more competition for Musk's SpaceX and Starlink. BTFP, they have till March, so they're going to keep using that till then, but all the financials will again, they're going to be a little bit more shaky after they get rid of that liquidity facility. UNG's on the high. That's interesting. Finally moving up. Yeah, I'm back up on the QGs now. But again, it's still red on the day. Where is it? Beige book in 18. So that one's going to tell us a little bit. I don't know. Last time the beige book was pretty bad. So we'll see what they say about, what's it called? They're going to have their own little breakdown of all of it. But last time, I mean, maybe the market likes it because, again, today was strong data. Why are we dropping? I think it's the same theme from the morning. And like I told you, even when we were up, the rate cut odds are sticky today, meaning they're not just, showing bearishness and then fading. They're actually there. Yeah, John Williams is usually bearish. Again, we heard from him last week, and he was bearish. I put it in a watch list. The market found a way to ignore him. It did drop for a little bit, but day after, you were right back up. But John Williams, that's the next Fed speaker. He's usually on the more bearish side. Yeah, we're dropping because interest rate expectations globally are all turning around. So it's not just the United States. It's the UK, the ECB, and then China did bad, but I don't know if that factors in the same. But literally, like, in the last 48 hours, rate cut expectations have changed pretty dramatically. And now, if it continues, there's a lot more changes that could happen. That should be priced in when he talks. It should be to a degree because of what he said, and then even the fact that we're down now. I'm sure after Waller, if Waller sounded like that yesterday, you could expect that Williams will probably be similar. So if he says anything good, I mean, the market may take that with a warm welcome. But for the most part, I would say after today's reaction and Fed futures going the opposite way, I think people aren't expecting a positive Williams, more or less. Because Waller was kind of the the harbinger, just because the fact that he was supposed to be bullish and he wasn't. So if somebody, that's like if Goolsby comes out bearish next, then the market will get really sad, because then it's like, hey, if the bullish of the bullish isn't sounding dovish, then what is that going to say about these bearish dudes? A harbinger, what does that mean? It means a person or thing that announces or signals the approach of another. A forerunner of something. It is something that foreshadows a future event, according to Webster's. Imagine a negative report. We would like a negative report. Remember, today's retail sales was the strongest in months. And after, again, those comments from Waller and these rate cut stuff, people didn't like that. So in a weird way, we still want bad data. We want bad data to show inflation is going down, and you want the worse the data, everyone's going to get jumpy again to say more rate cuts, more rate cuts, more rate cuts. But right now, if we're in this whole Fed's going to cut rates and then the data gets good, that doesn't scream immediate rate cut. Hopefully that makes sense, right? If now Powell and the Fed are talking about rate cuts, everybody around the world are talking about rate cuts, but little by little the data is not getting bad, why would you assume you're going to have 7 rate cuts by the end of the year? So that's why everybody wants the data to kind of be bad. You don't want it to be too bad, but bad is better for equities, whereas good data with a whole logic outlined by the Fed, it's going to slow your crackheads down, because now how are you going to get a faster and more rate cuts if the data isn't cratering, and all the while you just have to wait for the data to move before Powell and the Fed start or are willing to get kind of, or they get trapped into having to move faster. It means they don't need to cut if nothing is breaking. Well, they're going to cut if nothing is breaking, but they don't need to do it as much and as fast as people would assume. What data? Everything from employment to consumer retail sales, non-farms. I would want to say CPI, but in a weird way, CPI is not the most important right now. I would say non-farms and jobs data, as well as consumer manufacturing and all those things that are just showing us about the economy. All the data, but jobs as the number one emphasis. And then I would say be careful of looking too much into the CPI, because CPI is in a weird, wonky world. That's why Waller was saying that wait till the revisions come about, because then that might really change some things as we see whether or not it was real disinflation or not and actually sustained. But I would definitely say jobs are the number one, and then you get into the consumer retail sales and then how they're just holding up in general. The Red Sea. I don't think of the Red Sea is, again, they didn't even bring it up. We'll see if the beige book has any mentions of it and what these companies say, bro. Another new low. So you're now clearly below the level, 2 points now. It could get ugly from here. So again, last time we've dropped below here, you've gotten some pretty wicked sell-offs every single time. And then 4,700 is what we're eyeing. The yield curve. I think the yield curve, I mean, it's either going to uninvert and we kind of run into a problem. I still believe that. Otherwise, if it keeps holding down how it is, like I said, it's about 6 months away. If the yield curve stays inverted for 6 more months, I don't want to assume it's going to happen, but that's like the only other thing you could compare it to is the Great Depression. The yield curve has never stayed this inverted for this long, except for 1929 now. So again, any other time throughout the 70s, give it like a couple more months of this, but we are approaching. It was reinverting, but we've done this several times. So don't forget about that. Remember, March, you reinverted so fast, then it did the double top thing, and then it came back down, and then we reinverted all in October as the market got ugly, then the market rebounded, then it inverted again, and then recently, as we've been running, it inverted, and then even today now it's starting to reinvert. So it's just like the longer it stays negative, that's your problem. Because remember, what I told you guys, even when it first happened, that July of 2022, right when it went negative, it never uninverted again. And now we've been in this weird wonky thing where, again, that's 2 years now of rates just getting almost 2 full years. You have to wait till July. So we're approaching the 18-month mark. July, October, November, December, January. We're like at 16 months now. So, again, by March, we'll really find out. That'll be 18 months on the dot. But it's like as long as that's inverted, we have a problem. Because once it does uninvert, that's there. But the longer it stays inverted, it's hard to assume that a long inversion isn't, having some effects underneath the surface. You're worried it's starting to look very bad. I think now with rate cut odds finally shifting, but my problem is that everybody fucking does this at 4,700. I don't understand it. We were pumping this shit up at 4,700. Everybody and their mother was stoked. Look, to give you an idea, 4,700 is still another 100 points above the yearly high before we got into the death blow and then random 9-week rally. So it's like, I feel you. But it's like, and I see how people are getting that, but like, it's not like 4,700 to say that we're looking really bad and everybody getting fearful all of a sudden. It's very weird. So we're going to find out. But at the end of the day, it's still, I do think that bonds and that rate cut scenario in the data, we're going to have to be patient. And it will look scary, but until there's like a real sell-off and run to the exits, it's hard to say. But again, that's how it played out in August, October. When we had the dip, it was little by little, and before you knew it, everybody panicked. So I wouldn't rule that out of the equation, but, we're still pretty high for the most part. What will make you pull the trigger on MPW? The CEO coming on like he's Bill Clinton and be like, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, and then coming on a week later being like, okay, and then resigning. Or they sell a property. That's about all I'm looking for. Or maybe an instant rate cut. I'm down with that. A bad market is good news for Prez. That's the crazy part, is that no matter who wins the election, if the economy does get bad by the time we get a new president, it's fucked for whoever it is. Like, think about it. It's either you hand off a giant recession to Donald Trump, and then you're going to have imagine the economy going down and then dealing with everybody who hates Trump and the people who love Trump. And it's like this, and blah, 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 you're not my president. Blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? That'll be crazy. But then imagine if Joe Biden if he wins again, and then it's like, oh, shit. And you're like, yeah, everything's fine. We're going to cover H and everything. And then it's just going to be a shit show of like, oh, my gosh. So either way, man. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. No disrespect. Why do we talk about MPW? Genuine question. I mean, I'm just answering the questions. I feel you, though. I don't really want to talk about it that much, but everybody, we know we made some plays on it. We added it to the long term. So I think that's why it gets brought up a lot. But, like, the amount of times we've covered it, and I feel like if people were so interested, they would listen. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm just trying to help people out with it. But I really don't even think there's more of a conversation with that stock. I think we just have to wait. Again, if you're impatient about it, then yeah, you're going to want to talk about it. But at the same time, it's like it's already in the gulag. We have to wait for any event. And again, I said it a couple times. Like at that point, you should have already gotten out if you're really not there. But it's still just I don't think this story is not going to change. However many times we talk about it, and it hasn't changed in a while, believe it or not. It's just been a constant shit show. You're not willing to swing trade the shares at that price? No, because the market, or not the market maker, the management is kind of shady. That's why I'm like, I don't know what they're gonna do next. I don't know what dumbass comment they're gonna make. What sort of we made money, but now we're gonna give it to a crackhead type beat. My availability this week, I won't be free until like Friday night. Friday afternoon. Monday through Friday, I'm pretty stacked. Levels for I don't have anything on the Dow. I have gold. I have a level for gold 2000. That's it. It'll close at like 2010, 2011. Otherwise 2000 and like 1998 to 1995 on gold. 1986 if the Lord does not appreciate you. And then nat gas is at break even of the day. As long as they maintain divvy and don't cut. Yeah, we'll see, but it's like I think it's one thing about divvy, but like if they keep throwing away their money, then you'll have a problem. Blessings to you in the chat. God bless you. Donald, how you living, man? Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, it's 11. And then gold kind of running up. Again, you had that little pop off the bottom. I think it's buying us some time above the level. At least you didn't get rejected. But if it comes back below there, it won't be good. But just like yesterday, we're kind of entering that same approach. But you had that drop bounce. Maybe we flush a little bit more. But if you hold 47.17, I think that's a better sign than not. If not, if it comes back down, that won't be money. And then Disney just sold off 3. They were a leader in the morning. Discover, those plays went up. Holy shit. It's a fat spread, though, but Discover, we went both ways on that one. And then Bank of America came up. Wait. That's the put. Oh, we only grabbed one put? I thought I grabbed 2 puts. Oh, no. That was TSM. Correction, a Morgan Stanley headline. How do you see China? I think China is one of the best value opportunities, but also probably one of the biggest risks. You know, right now, China is literally the global drag on growth. So out of anywhere, like even then, Europe and Germany, everywhere else is like trying to get back on the train, and they're moving up. They're profiting off of this inflation to a degree, even if it's nominally, but China is literally like they're damn in deflation and they're not there. But if they turn it around, I think that place has a tremendous amount of value, but they're also on the cusp of a collapse. So, but that's why, again, I think it has extreme value, but with that extreme value comes extreme risk. Yeah, Beige Book coming out. And what? 1 minute? We did hit the PHILO already. All right, after the bond auction. Where is it? So you'll get headlines right when the Beige Book comes out. I'll read you guys the summary of all of it, but you'll get the headlines from here. I'm still in save, yeah. The covered calls protected us on that one. All greens. So MPW and China are similar lights. Kind of. They both got a Xi Jinping you got to worry about. So in a weird way, yes. All right. Where's beige book? The beige book. The beige book. GI Partners and TA Associates seek to sell NetSmart for more than $5 billion. What's NetSmart? Is that public? I don't think it's public. NetSmart looking to sell for $5 billion. Yeah, I don't get why we don't. Usually the beige book, maybe now everybody gets it at the same time. Fed beige book, majority of 12 Federal Reserves, little or no change in economic activity since the prior Fed beige book. So again, we were saying how maybe bad data could help out, but nope. NXMR, yeah. That's NextSmart. The one we're looking for is NetSmart. Maybe people confuse it, but NetSmart. But NextSmart's close, though. NetSmart. Come on, Habibi. Yeah, it's a different name. I don't think it's public, though. Some private company. And again, GI Partners is the one looking to buy them. Or looking to sell them. I only got one headline from the beige book. It looks like little change. There it is. All right. I have it. So little change. Like I said, a bad beige book I think would help the market out. But if it's all unchanged, remember, last beige book was... when did we get it? Was it March? No, December 4th. That's for 2024. What is the beige book? Let's see. A majority of the 12 reserve districts reported little or no change in economic activity since the prior beige book period. Of the 4 districts that deferred, 3 reported modest growth and 1 reported a moderate decline. Consumers delivered some seasonal relief over the holidays by meeting expectations in most districts and exceeding in 3, including New York, which noted strong holiday spending on apparel, toys, and sporting goods. In addition, seasonal demand lifted air freight volume from e-commerce in Richmond and credit card lending in Philly. Several districts noted increased leisure and tourism, described in New York as bustling. Contacts from nearly all districts reported decreases in manufacturing activity. You saw that on the latest one. Districts continue to note high interest rates were limiting auto sales and real estate deals. However, the prospect of falling rates was cited by numerous contacts as a source of optimism. In contrast, concerns about the office market weakened overall in 24 political cycles were often cited as sources of economic uncertainty. Overall, most districts indicated that expectations of their firm for future growth were positive, had improved, or both. 7 districts described little or no net change in overall employment levels, while the pace of job growth was described as modest to moderate. In 4, 2 districts continue to note a tight labor market. Several described hiring challenges for firms seeking specialty skills, such as auto mechanics and experienced engineers in Boston and San Fran, respectively. However, nearly all districts cited 1 or more signs of cooling labor market. That's a good news. As larger applicant pools, lower turnover, and more selective hiring and easing wage pressures, the pace of wage growth was characterized as moderate in Boston, Richmond, Chicago, and Dallas, as modest in New York and Philly, and slight in St. Louis firms, with many districts expecting wage pressures to ease and wage growth to fall further on next year. 6 districts noted that their contacts have reported slight or modest price increases, and 2 noted moderate increases. 5 districts noted overall price increases had subsided to some degree from the prior period, while 3 others indicated no significant shift in price pressures. Firms in most districts cited examples of steady or falling input prices, especially in manufacturing and construction, and more discounting by auto dealers. Districts also noted that increased consumer price sensitivity had forced retailers to narrow their profit margins and had to push back in turn on their suppliers efforts to raise prices. Premium increases for property and casualty insurance for health insurance continue to impact most firms. 3 districts noted that their firms were expecting price pressures to ease over the next year, while 4 have anticipated little change. So then these are the highlights city by city, but seems like it was borderline the same. I think good for employment. Activity wasn't good, and employment could have been better, but it seems like not too big of a change from last time. But again, I think if we got something, it seems like holidays boosted things up, and some people are still worried about the holidays, and some are just kind of in their own little world. And then again, uncertainty over the election and optimism over potential rate cuts. Save medium length puts. It's like right where we got it. I don't know. Maybe sell some of the calls. That's the play I liked with it. This story jives. It seems like everything else. It just seems like we got a boost from holidays. I think that's where the strong data comes up. And then if everything kind of continues declining, we'll find out. And if not, if this holiday strength kind of continues, then honestly, things may not slow down as people expect. But status quo, things haven't changed too much. At least that's not what I'm getting from that report. DFS premium punting. It's weird though. I think the damn call went up. Or where's that put? I don't know if I'm tripping. Okay, now the put went up. But even the call is holding up too, ironically enough. So the calls didn't go down. The stock dropped $1 almost. But the puts went up and then the call stayed up. Yeah, we already went over PHILO, unfortunately. Baba's recovered a decent amount. Baidu still hates everybody. Gold is getting murdered by the dollar. And then QG, natural gas trying to move its way up. So I'd watch the dollar's down, though, for the most part. Down intraday, but still green. Again, bro, the last 2 days of the dollar have been a nightmare, but I could kind of get behind it. I mean, it kind of makes sense, the whole thing. Average down on Baba. Once we get a deposit, that's kind of the blessing of the curse of spacing out. You know, it gives us time. We make one purchase. I have no more cash there, so I got to wait till the next deposit comes in. If the price is still lower in the next, 2 weeks, I could definitely consider it unless Pfizer goes lower. Because if Pfizer goes lower, I'm going to want it. And then like I was talking about, I want to increase my dividends. So I would prefer Pfizer since they're still yielding like that 6%. So I guess we'll miss out on the dividend. But yeah, that is what I'm trying to keep my eyes out for. Maybe even MO. Like I said, my dividend goals, I don't know. I kind of want to throw every deposit into MO and just get my high dividend and call it a day. Blinken delayed after Boeing issues. This is crazy, Habibi. You want Pfizer before X, that's 125, earnings 130. That's what sucks. So it's like if we want to miss out on some of the dividend, we have to wait till we get the deposit. I may be down to throw in the deposit early, but then again, the price that we bought Pfizer at, the last purchase was dramatically lower. Still almost like, 10% lower? Which is kind of crazy. I do like PayPal. But that one, I'm hoping that the growth comes up. That's the thing I'm really looking for, is that's why I really believe in the dividends. And think about it. We're talking about elections and everyone's like this and that. What's going to happen? And the way I'm looking at it, man, is like, if we're going to get somebody said it today. They're like, what happens if Donald Trump wins and then the next election Biden wins? It's like this little back and forth, bro. I'm going to want dividend stocks, and I want to just collect dividends all the while everything's going up and down, because, again, if it plays out like that 70s and 80s period that we've been talking about, you know what I'm saying? It's like I want those dividends now. I want to stack them up. I want them to have drip and let them grow. So at the end of the day, I mean, I'm more leaning towards the divvies. Yeah, SPR, I was running earlier. It's going even crazier now. I don't see anything on there. Is it burning money buying VIX calls now as a March hedge? Yes and no. I mean, I would go small. SPR Max part was made in Malaysia. Oh. That's what's causing it to go crazy. Yeah, Max part in Alaska was made in Malaysia, officials say. So they're trying to not blame them. 737 plug door that blew out in a Haring, Alaska flight was manufactured in Malaysia, according to the nation's top air safety investigator. Jennifer Homedi, chair of National NTSB, said Wednesday that Spirit Aerosystems produced the plug door in Malaysia before it wound up in a Boeing supplier in Wichita, Kansas. Homedi said the Safety Board investigation would delve into the plug door production, transport, installation, and entry into service, as well as quality check. Plug door's origin highlights the complexity of Boeing's supply chain after years of increased outsourcing of various components. Boeing and Spirit said they're supporting authorities' investigation. We have no indication of where the process has occurred, said a closed-door briefing with members of Senate committee. This could be anywhere along the line, and we're not just pinpointing manufacturing. While Mendy said on Wednesday some bolts and plug doors are supposed to be loose and aren't meant to be torqued. Instead, she said they are secured by pins. The NTSB metallurgical analysis will be looking for signs of fatigue, cracking, and corrosion, and other potential factors that led to the Alaska blowout. FAA said its investigation included those involving Spirit, once a unit of the aerospace giant it sold off in 2005. And then last week, FAA Chief Whitaker told Wall Street Journal all indications are its manufacturing that led to the accident. Several senators who attended the briefing said the jets may have to remain grounded while the investigation advances. They need to figure out what caused it because it may be systemic. And there you go. I don't know why SPR popped off of that. It seems like they're still figuring it out. Maybe they're going to try to put the blame on someone else. Would you buy MO instead of something like JEPI? Although JEPI would be like more diversified, I prefer equity than an ETF in that sense. Because we never know what could happen to JEPI. At the very least, MO, you need MO to get clapped. Above all else. All right, guys. Who's ready to get mad? I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Oh, is it not playing? Well, I thought they were going to start pissing you guys off. You're lucky. You're lucky. I'll be right back.
start and how aggressively they go. And so if inflation keeps coming down as quickly as it has, that will be a reason on its own to reduce rates in 2024, despite what's going on the consumer spending and real economic activity side.
All right, Matt Bosler helps lead our economics coverage here. And on that point, I don't think there's any debate here that most folks expect rates to be lower at some point this year than where they were last year. The question is by how much and when those rate cuts start. ECB President Christine Lagarde, she had a chance to sit down with us over at Bloomberg House out in Davos, Switzerland, and signaled that her central bank may cut interest rates at some point in the summer. Let's take a listen.
I'm confident that short of another major shock, we have reached a peak, okay? Now, we have to stay restrictive for as long as necessary to make sure that we get to that state where we are all saying, okay, confident that it is at 2% medium term. I know some people argue that maybe we are overshooting, maybe we're taking risks. I think the risk would be worse if we went too fast and had to come back to more tightening, because we would have wasted all the efforts that everybody has put in the last 15 months.
But this would be, again, economically or also the trust in central banks? If you get this wrong, does it hurt the credibility?
Credibility matters, let's face it. When we say we will get to 2% medium term and this will happen in the medium term as we define it, if people believe in that, and they should, because we will do it, it matters. It is a component in the sort of chemistry that determines inflation going forward.
And again, so the timing is quite fluid, but there seems to be a majority on the Governing Council that expected probably by the summer, if not in the summer.
You know, and you've talked to some of them, they have spoken recently, and each of them has their view, which I respect completely. We generally coalesce towards the decisions that we make on the basis of data. Some of them have their local domestic data. They have their respective inflation rates, which are different from one country to the other in the euro area. Where if you look at Portugal, if you look at Germany, it's going to be different, obviously. But it's their job to say, well, it's likely that. I would say it's likely too, but I have to be reserved because we are also saying that we are data dependent and that there is still a level of uncertainty and some indicators that are not anchored at the level where we would like to see them.
Yeah, again, Lagarde, they keep playing that back. So she's part of the whole rate cut problem here today, or the rate cut odds pushing back. Problem for some people appreciate it, depending on how you look at the situation. MPW 19 cents from all-time lows of 2008. And then you still got to wait another 2 weeks or more till earnings. And don't forget, too, a lot of earnings still on the way. Big expiration tomorrow, or on Friday, 2 days from now, and then all of the earnings. I'm back at it again. You're convinced that lady is actually the devil? Lagarde? I don't know. She's been around for a while. I'm convinced she practices Jerome Powell in the mirror. I swear, like, I think she just, like, you know, I can picture her like a weird sitcom character, like, just, like, rehearsing Jerome Powell phrases in the mirror. That's what I get from her. You know, that's it. I mean, I don't know, though. I don't know about the devil. I rebuke it. I rebuke all of it. She's like Powell's evil twin. Same statement. Literally, she's just, again, they're all so in unison. You know what I'm saying? It's just like right as all the Fed speakers start talking bearish, she starts talking bearish. The only thing she had helping her out is that the UK inflation actually went up, or ECB inflation actually went up. Don't they have to be? No. We used to live in a world where these motherfuckers used to just say whatever they wanted. It used to be like they weren't always, like, they were not. Ever since COVID, everybody is just exactly the same. Every policy, except for Japan, clearly, but like every single person they were not the same level of cooperation. The level of cooperation has gone pretty crazy. PayPal more upside. People love the whole sell cytokinesis. Remember, that one's still debating its buyout stuff. PayPal's actually going up here still, so they're holding from the job cuts. Remember, cytokinesis, cytokinetics, whatever you want to call it. Have you seen the news video of them saying the same thing? No, I'd love to, but I said it a couple months ago. There's one morning, it was after Powell, and then I heard her, and I was like, dude, this is exactly the same speech. They legitimately all do be sounding the same. Like, her and Powell have had similar speeches, maybe deferring a couple of words just because they were describing their little scenarios, but it's wild to think different company, different countries, different economics, you know, and they are doing the exact same thing, again, from energy all the way down to rate policy. Arch, yeah, I think there was a backup in coal somewhere. There was some coal issue. And the guy in PayPal said they had an announcement on the 25th. He did. What was he talking about? Was it earnings or what was it? Let me check. PayPal. No, earnings is February 7th. Oil's still going up. USO on the high. Fed futures are kind of calming down, interestingly enough. A little bit. So not too long ago, they were up like one more tick. Again, the bids are just moving around for the most part. Is it investor conference? I don't know. He said something on the 25th. They went green for the day. And again, PayPal is just beginning an onslaught of downgrades. Analysts left and right they've attacked it for like 3-4 days in a row. It was like reverse AMD. Its first big event is called PayPal First Look. I mean, First Look. We've known about this since 1999. First look at what? No more news on the rest of the day except for Fed John Williams in about 30 minutes, a little longer than that. I can't send the link, but it's on Twitter. We will own nothing. I think that's what people, I mean, we're already there. We're getting there, but I don't really think about it too much. But that's why I suggest you all own some shit. I do believe ownership is a way to freedom, not the reverse, but that's about as much as I've thought about it. Procter & Gamble earnings, they could be a good one, especially with their little decline recently. They've been holding up since we've talked about it. But I think earnings plays day ahead of earnings are kind of the best bet. So as we get into the week where the earnings get bigger, we'll start going into those. Because again, even that Discover today, we'll see where it ends up. But even intraday, I feel like day of earnings, those options can move a little bit more aggressive. And then SPY's getting close to VWAP, so it's kind of playing out like yesterday. Again, we did it a little later, but around 11, we start working our way up. We still have enough time to die, but you also have enough time to get back up here, call it a day, or maybe you'll get back up to open 47.35. Still be negative considering the 30-point gap down. UVXY didn't make a new high. Really? This guy a little bit. intraday high. And it's already high considering, but then like we showed earlier, it's still kind of low, which is kind of ironic in the same respect. PayPal cheaper. I wonder what that event's going to be or how it's going to have an effect. It sucks. Our contracts are going to expire this week, and then all the earnings and events come out. Remember, we had those other contracts. They went crazy. ARM on the high. Yeah, natural gas is crazy. It didn't move too crazy. I'm glad I have the smaller ones. I was negative on most of the day. Went up on that rally, and now I'm only up $25. Malay's speech at Davos, pretty wild, brings up great points about capitalism versus socialism. I did not hear that. I heard the one this morning. The Netherlands president, bro, he went hard this morning. I loved it. It was great to hear. It was a very refreshing view. Like, they were trying to bait him into, like, politics stuff, and he was like, dude, we're a big exporter. We do so much. Like, we're going to work with whoever. We don't care. And, like, he just was like, nah, man, screw all that. With regards to the ghetto double standard deviation, what if you can't find an option under 100? Give it more time. Well, yeah, you could wait till the event, but, like, the whole idea is if it's an expensive option, go even look at the premium. But the idea is that ghetto standard deviation is telling you whether or not it's, like, expensive or not. So it's like if you're paying a lot of money and it even has a higher premium on it and the play has gone up a lot, like, why are you spending that much money for a likelihood that shouldn't even happen? Does that make sense? Because it's like 2 standard deviations means it's outside of the 1 standard deviation probability of occurring. So why would you spend a lot of money betting on something that shouldn't really happen? And that's why if it's cheap, it's a good risk to reward. If it's a lower price, it's a higher price stock, you're paying less for the contract. Like, why wouldn't you want it? But if it's expensive in a weird way, that's just showing you that the option chain is trying to snake some premium for you and have you pay for something that really isn't as likely. I did 9 more shares of Pfizer. You're going for that dividend. That's the beauty. If you add some now, you get that dividend. So, cannot complain. Yeah, TLT. Pretty much back at open. Again, pre-market, it was doing very good. And that's where it came up to, but then we just sold right off as the market was dumping. And then the bond auction was a little bit weaker. Tomorrow, I don't think we have anything. I think you might get, like, real estate data. Again, more Fed speakers. They're going to get building permits. You got Bostic, Mr. Bostic Bull. Housing starts. Philly Fed. That's probably going to be negative. And then oil numbers, and then Fed. You have Fed Bostic twice, 3 times. What the? And then you have Japanese inflation at night. Yo, that's crazy. Jobless claims tomorrow too. Yeah, bro, you have Bostic 3 times tomorrow. No, you got 10-year tips auction and 30-year mortgage rate tomorrow, but no auction. And then consumer sentiment on Friday. And then Fed Dolly and Fed Bar. Pfizer at 28. Yield is exactly 6. Yeah, IWM gave up everything. That's very, very sad. I think I'm still up on the small one, but then I'm down now on the big one. Russell has been the only one that has given. Again, it had a bigger run, but SPY and NASDAQ are still holding up, but small caps have given up substantially. I mean, then again, yesterday they were just up, but they're moving the most out of anything. And again, it makes sense, though. These rate cut odds all around the place. I mean, if they push back or they go forward, I mean, it is going to have a wider set of reactions that could possibly occur. I don't know. Bostic has been bullish. The last time he was kind of bearish. What was he saying? He said he was bearish on the timing of rate cuts, but was still kind of bullish. And then he was bullish in terms of quantitative tightening. KRE, I'd wait. Like I said, I wanted that double dip. I'm glad I didn't end up getting it. But it's the same thing. KRE's tied to the Russell. We have to wait to see what happens with these rate cut odds. And then it's not like bank earnings have given us a fat green light, you know, getting people excited. Sold DFS early, made 25%. Not bad. Again, the beauty of the pre-earnings run-up. All right, you're still moving up. Again, still got an hour and a half left, and then 30 minutes till your Fed speaker of the day. Now we V into close. It's early, though. Last time when we had the V, it happened a little later, but then again, you got a little bit of that risk effect with your boy. It's your boy Williams. Bostic. TSM on the high. So again, they have earnings tomorrow morning. You don't think ES 4760 will trade long? Volume by price always move quickly. I know it does dance around. So it either runs up or it's going to reject and come back down. Even on the downside there, it did bounce a little bit on that. Chest beats. Yeah, man, I'm vibing. We close green. I don't think we can close green. You would have to rock it. So unless Williams just like flips gears and is just like, nah, you know what? I still like the rate cuts very, very quickly. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, the press. I didn't know I had this on. That terrified me. Tesla, hold my beer. Data today was good. It was good, but we don't want good, especially after Waller. So we want a weird mix of bad, but not too bad, and then good is just going to slow us down and make everybody fight over rate hikes or rate cuts. Double date at Nobu next week is on you. I mean, I'm kind of down, bro, but why? What's the occasion? Are you visiting? You know I like sushi, man. You know what you need to get? You need to get that tiradito. You tell them get the tiradito. Make sure you get the snapper tiradito. Remember, there's two types. People don't know that. When you hit them Nobu, you get the tiradito. Ask him about the two types. You get that one. Better get you a yellowtail jalapeno and call it a day. Masi, this is the company that sued Apple. Again, that's the one with the heartbeat sensor or whatever. Your best friend and his girl bailed on you? Oh, what the fuck, man? Don't tell me that. You're like, yeah, Josh, you're my backup. How you gonna do me like that? Massimo, again, Mazzi on the high. Massimo. I used to think this company only sold shit at Target. I thought this was clothing. Yesterday, they named ex-Disney CEO Chapek to the board. They announced new members, Apple to drop Health Watch. I don't see anything. All I see is Chapek. He's on the board. Mossy, Apple Watch headlines. Mossy disclosed U.S. Customs. They had a buy rating of 125. That was yesterday. They're still holding up good, though. They have the same font as Stussy. I think, man, we used to rock Mossimo back. I used to think Mossimo was like the coolest brand. They had it at Target, man. It was nice. Take Mossy back to 200. I think it used to go crazy. Again, people were talking about like even a potential buyout. TSM still going. Still get March 160. Spread is 20 to 80. Wow. It's kind of high. I would say shares, but there's a lot of downside on the recent. But they've been doing good, even in this market. Those Apple Watch headlines have been helping them out. I think they go crazy if they get the buyout offer. Because some people were saying Apple is just going to buy them out. Because that would probably be cheaper for them. AMD approaching the high. Boeing is hitting a new low. That's on the low ticker right now. Again, TSM was just running. We have Massimo running too, but we don't know why. It's just that's the one related to all the headlines. And then TSM is red to green. Are any other chip makers moving like that, or is it just them? Micron's moving up. And NVIDIA too. Hold up. Bro, AMD's in the green about to break out. What the this is crazy. Apple. It'd be dope if Apple bought. Yeah, AMD's ripping right now, and NVIDIA is following right behind. Yeah, literally, AMD is green and at the high. That's continuing a 6% move. Even Airbnb is about to go green. What is happening? So I don't know if this shift. I think everything's still pretty shitty right now. So again, NASDAQ 100, 84 names red, 17 in the green. Dow Jones, 24 red, 6 in the green. S&P 500, 418 red, and then 885 in the green. S&P 500. TS up on news. China's missiles are full of water, not fuel. I don't even then. Again, the Taiwan stuff, we'll see. Dude, it's crazy. No one even talked about the election. You guys realize, like, a totally, like, anti-China group, they won. And, like, China was mad about it. And people are like, market effects. But, like, nah. The same thing this morning. AMD on the high, bro. Oh, that's wicked. It's wicked. Fed speaker is usually hawkish here. Williams, even in the context of everybody getting bullish about the rate cuts, he wasn't he wasn't on that. Mozzie Apple Watch ban reinstated January 18th. Yeah, we had that this morning. Again, the Supreme Court was not about it. They got a price target raised to 125 yesterday. They're like right there, but I don't know. I like Mozzie and I don't. Usually anytime I look for the premiums, they'd be jacked up. The Mag 8. Lunchtime. About to break this fast. Enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. Get fuel. Get the energy, you know? It's good for you. It's good for you, you know? AMD 52-week high. Bro, it's going crazy now. So, again, in a day that feels so shitty, just like yesterday, you straight up got these chip makers now once again. Even TSM, they're starting to go up. I haven't checked our plays yet, but my goodness. Let's see. Did TSM go up? No, we're down on both still. Calls are break even on TSM, and then puts are down by $5. What do you think is good for tomorrow? It depends. I don't know. As far as the market, we're not going to have much data. It's going to really depend on these rate cut odds in Europe and other shit that we wake up to. So in a broad sense, it's kind of hard. I still have my natural gas play, and that one's a little higher. But other than that, you got Discover and TSM. So that's like earnings, guaranteed catalyst, but they may not move. They may not. You may have to pick one or the other. Far along the world, he lost his soul because he didn't get a long term. How can I be without a long term? John Williams. Where is it? Oh, nice. Thanks for registering. How do I see it? I'm getting the John Williams stuff set up. Nat Gas. I had it from yesterday. I bought the 14% sell-off. I grabbed a next month contract. I'm up on it like $50. I was down $200 on it this morning. So that's like my only broad play. Again, I still have a gold one, but nothing new on gold. I forgot I had an MNQ. I fucking took a loss on that one today. And then I closed out a March Fed future to the upside. And that's it. But I didn't really make any plays today. I cut a couple of things. And then all I did was I made the Discover play. And then we made the TSM yesterday. And then that's it. But I don't have anything like too gnarly. Is it? Nvidia, Netflix pop. I'm trying to get this. What the hell is WebEx? I already have this? Man, I've joined way too many of these events. thing. Oh shit, I was like, bro, that was trippy. Why do I have my camera? I was like, dude, I could see a camera in here. And then I realized this is my room. I said, what the fuck? I was like, they got me in the studio already? Hello? How are you? Hey. Oh, yeah, that tripped me out, bro. That tripped me out. Stop video. Join webinar. Oh, dude, I could totally fuck this thing up right now. They let me in. I won't unmute myself. All right, we chilling. I got it ready. That's one ugly hand. Honestly, oh yeah, you call me Malibu's most wanted. Seeing no GGs, so honestly, I'm gonna just clap you for that. No GGs. But otherwise, your comments aren't that bad, bro. Honestly, you just seem like a slight hater, not too much. Oh, you asked me, remember I hooked you up with the crab spot? That's cold. That's cold, bro. That's cold, man. Okay, you had another weird comment about disabled people. That one gets a little weird. That one gets a little weird. Just joshing. Yeah, I'm gonna time you out when I'm just joshing, you know. The chat fact. You didn't have a GG, bro. If you had a GG, you would have been straight. I said one GG. I'm telling you, a GG would have saved you there. But yeah, I got all the receipts. That's crazy. Some of y'all just don't forget that, man. When you're like, oh, I'm coming to San Diego, what do I do? Remember, I went on for like 20 minutes trying to help you out to find a place, man. That's crazy. I see how it is. I see how it is. And then no GG. I'll throw it out. You got to pick up the kids. I feel you. GitLab raises prices on Duo Pro add-on. GTLB. 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 This is WebEx for government. This is a government meeting. You're throwing GG. You got to do it at the right time. But then again, like, I'm just saying, one GG. Well, GG will keep the ban away. I don't pull chat facts. We try to avoid pulling the chat. It's a hard pull, you know. So you don't want to get your chat facts pulled. Because usually it leads to a timeout or a ban. So, you know, it's better to stay safe out there. Way better to stay safe. GG or GG, depending on your geographical location. That's crazy. GG. Oh, Blinken, is he back? Oh, no, that's Kirby, not Blink. I need to go pee, though. We got 10 minutes till John Williams. So let's see, it's your birthday, Ray. No way. You and Jake from State Farm. Happy birthday, baby. Horna. I feel bad. Your birthday gift is going to be the press briefing. I don't know if that's a good enough gift, so I hope it doesn't bother you too much, man. But happy birthday. Let's go, man. Let's get that license. Get that long-term growing, baby. And glad you made it back home safe, too. It's your birthday, too, AC? What the hell? So many birthdays today, bro. Oh, God bless y'all. God bless y'all. Amen.
Letter, she said that we are running out of money and out of time. Should this be measured by Americans' understanding the urgency as an issue of days, weeks, or months?
It would depend really on the kind of system we're talking about, Peter. I mean, there are some there are some munitions that they have ample stores enough to get them into, the next couple, 2-3 months. There are others where they don't have that kind of time, and a lot of that depends on what Russia does and what they have to defend against. One of the key capabilities right now for them is air defense, because the drones and the missiles keep flying from the Russian side, and they're not stopping. So air defense is definitely one of those critical capabilities.
Just a quick follow-up on the conversation that started here yesterday. We've been asking about the Houthis now. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, fortunately, is now recovering. He's no longer in the hospital. He and the president last spoke one-on-one December 6th. The last it was publicly read out. They shared a conversation that took place on December 9th. There have been at least 3 separate strikes, the 11th, the 12th, and the 16th, against the Houthis in that time, a time during which the two haven't spoken. So our understanding is they haven't shared a call, at least dating back to the 9th, for more than a week. Is that normal that he wouldn't speak to the defense secretary with 3 separate operations in the course of that time?
My dates are messed up, but I know the last time they spoke was last Friday.
Was last Friday.
Just this past Friday, whatever
days ago that was. Okay, so more recent than we had publicly heard. Fine.
Thanks, Admiral Kirby. On Turkey, the outgoing Turkish ambassador told VOA that he expects to see some positive developments in a month or so with regard to the sale of F-16s to Turkey. So can you give us an update on this? And once Turkey completes the ratification process for Sweden's NATO membership, can we assume that the road for the F-16s will be cleared?
The president has been pretty consistent. We continue to support the additional sale of F-16s and the modernization of the current F-16 fleet for Turkey. That's a consistent policy position that we've had since coming into office. That hasn't changed. I don't have an update for you on dates and the calendar items in terms of what that looks like, but our policy with respect to F-16s for Turkey has not changed.
And if I may, on Ukraine, there is still $4 billion in the PDA and for Ukraine, and I was wondering if, given the fact that the negotiations on the border are not moving, is it possible to use that authority now and replenish American stocks later when the Congress approves the supplemental budget?
I think that means there was a pause.
First of all,
on
I
it.
would disagree with
So that means it's going to be banned.
The talks are not moving. As I just said, we believe those conversations with the Senate in a bipartisan way are making some progress.
Pepel is going, Habibi. Wow, 1% on a day like today.
Central idea of your question is this replenishment authority. And yes, there's additional funds authorized under PDA, but there's no replenishment authority funds to go with them to back them up. And that's why we don't have any additional ability to provide security assistance for Ukraine, because there's no replenishment authority built in.
T-Mobile, that's one of the leaders on every index.
On Ukraine, I had a follow-up to Peter's question. Are you saying that the stoppage of U.S. aid already has an impact on the battlefield, in the sense that Ukrainians are refraining from certain moves?
Bro, both options on Discover are up.
If they were, assured of
it depends on where you get filled, but
and maybe
you got
another
at least
one
10% on both of them.
While he's trying to secure additional funding, does the president wish that European countries would do more themselves to support Ukraine? And more specifically, has he asked Germany to supply long-range Taurus missiles to Ukraine?
I'll let Germany speak for what they will or won't provide Ukraine. We are grateful for the support that more than 50 nations continue to provide
going up
Ukraine.
again?
And each nation gets to decide for itself what that looks like as appropriate. I mean, these are sovereign decisions. And there's been tremendous international support for Ukraine. But look, they're going to look at us too. They're going to see how the United States reacts here. And I think we can expect that some nations may take cues from the United States. If we just pack it in and can't get the funding and decide that's it, we're not going to provide anything more for Ukraine, you can certainly see where there may be other nations who might feel like they want to follow suit here without our leadership. American leadership matters here. On your first question, I certainly won't speak for Ukrainian military commanders and what they are deciding to expend on the battlefield or not, but you can I certainly wouldn't be surprised if they aren't making battlefield decisions right now that are affected. Those decisions are affected, or I should say, informed by the uncertainty as they look to the West,
Fed
as they
futures
look
are
to
calming
the United
down.
States for additional support.
Again, they were much more hawkish around here,
John,
and even earlier in the day when we were up here, they were hawkish. But December rate cut odds are kind of trying to move back up again.
Deterrence with the Houthi rebels. What makes you think that this terror designation will change that in any way?
It's part of, as I said, a suite of tools at our disposal to hold them accountable. And I just want to remind the attacks last week, the large attacks that we
GitLab's still going.
were
Remember,
designed
GitLab
to
ran
disrupt
crazy
and
off their
degrade
last earnings.
Houthi offensive capabilities, and we believe we did that. That doesn't mean that we eliminated every single missile they own or every drone they can fly or every radar system that they operate. But we believe it had good effect on degrading their capabilities to conduct attacks. And as I said at the end of my opening statement, we will take further action if we feel like we need to. They have a choice to
calls
make.
are green
They continue
again.
to have a choice to make. The right choice is to stop these attacks. If they don't, we'll continue to act appropriately.
To know if the EU is going to take similar action to designate the Houthi rebels a terrorist organization in the way the U.S. has.
I do not.
No coordination with them on this front?
I'm not aware of any prior coordination with the EU specifically on this, and you'll have to talk to EU officials about whether they're willing to take a similar approach.
Yeah, when was the last time President Biden spoke on the phone with Netanyahu?
There has not been another call since the last one we read out. I don't have the exact date in front of me. It's been more than 20 days, I think.
Thanks, John. Over the weekend, the NSC issued a statement in response to a HuffPost report on the administration's post-war plans in Gaza, stating that the quotes attributed to U.S. officials in the story were quote-unquote made up. HuffPost has been seeking an apology and a retraction at the insinuation that their reporter made up or fabricated quotes in the story. Can you tell us on what basis did the NSC issue that statement? Why is the NSC suggesting that a reporter made up quotes?
The issue, as I understand it, Sabrina, was related to a document that was purported to exist that was in this
And then GitLab's
article,
still going up.
And the
Habibi.
The
This guy
quotes
go.
from the
Dash
purported
raising
document
prices? No.
were not accurate. And
It's
that was the
already
issue.
mad
The issue
expensive,
was
dog. What the
that
fuck you mean you raising
whoever
prices?
was reading out this document was reading
Will that
things
last?
that
They got a little
there's
green
not a
and red, but
record of a
GitLab did the
document
same
that-
thing,
that
and then they
says those
started
things.
running.
NSC said we stand
My
by
price
our
on
original
save is
statement,
like
which seemed to just
$5.86.
generally imply
And then
that the
after the
quotes
covered
attributed
calls,
to U.S.
$2.86.
officials broadly in the story were made
I'm
up.
still at
Obviously, as I said,
42% is
HuffPost
what
is
it's
seeking
telling
an
me.
apology and a
You got
retraction.
gains on the covered calls, and I'm up
This
only like
wasn't
29
an
cents on the-
attempt to
$29 on the shares.
To question the journalism or to
PayPal,
cast
TSM still
aspersions
going.
on
GitLab as well.
journalistic ethics.
Is AMD? They
this
kind of
was
chilled out,
a
but those other
reaction
runners
to
we just had,
quotes
those are all
attributed to a
continuing.
document that for which we don't have a document that says those things, and that's why the response was drafted and written the way that it was. I have read it. I can see where some people might see that reaction and think we were trying to again cast aspersions on journalistic ethics and procedure, and that was not the intent. Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Admiral. Appreciate that.
Any update on the missing SEALs?
All right, Zeke, you want to reset us?
Thanks, Corinne. The meeting this afternoon, can you talk about what the president hopes to accomplish? Is he trying to get a deal here, walking out this meeting today?
So, as the Admiral said, this focus on the meeting today is going to be on Ukraine and making sure that Congress, the congressional members who attend, understand that we need to continue the support for Ukraine. He's going to particularly underscore that if we abandon Ukraine, there will be consequences, right, to Ukraine, to the people of Ukraine, to the people who've been fighting for their democracy for so long. And let's not forget, they're fighting against the aggression from Putin. So we have to be really clear here. A failure to act will certainly means that it will not be helpful to our national security. So, and history has taught us that if we do not, get involved and we're not. And
Do you guys hear that? Where is that? Do you guys hear that? It's playing out of my fucking keyboard. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. I was like, dude, what? Y'all probably thought I was going cuckoo. No. I heard it, man. It's good, bro.
Hey, Edison.
Yeah, y'all talking shit, bro.
We need this here to, this is for the slides, right? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how.
Oh, I can't make this any smaller?
You know what, we used to have another table here, and I might do that the way we could.
This might be good. I feel like they're going to have some like diversity stuff based on the title. But then I think there's maybe a 50% chance we get an off fossil finance. Is that Timmerhouse? I bet you Timmy is here. I'm going to put money on it. Timmy's one of these mother effers out here.
We'll find out.
My keyboard has speakers. That was trippy. I heard it, and then I didn't see my audio going up, and you're like, you're crazy,
Perfect.
Josh.
Okay. And we have a trickle of people still coming in. Yeah. It's always helpful to know how much
We will find out. Are they going to clap the market? We'll see. I mean, it should be beginning. It's already should have been beginning. If you guys haven't noticed, something hasn't happened yet. We don't have pre-written statements. So usually by now, depending on the type of speech, we would be getting. Is that him right there? Why does that look like Wall? No, that's John Williams right there. Look at him. That's him in the corner. He's just sitting there. He's standing. And that's Waller. I didn't know Waller was going to be there. Again, Waller yesterday was the dude that was messing with you. But yeah, that's JW right there. But no pre-written statement, so very interesting. Where'd he go? He just disappeared? Or when I called out his location? I don't know. I feel like we're going to get the fossil finance, John Williams. Fossil finance. He's plotting. Again, GitLab kind of chilled out.
Are you going to be, so do you want to put your laptop up?
Yeah,
Okay.
there used to be a laptop. The laptop is not here, right? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'll actually just put it here.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yep, I can see that perfectly.
And I will hand you the clicker.
Yeah, and I'll hand it back to you. Perfect.
Laptop's not here. Very interesting. They're lagging. Usually with these speeches, everyone's been
Unless
right
I
on
turn
time.
around, which I can.
Dude, Waller. I'm pretty sure that's Waller.
Yeah. Well, when I came earlier, this was not here, and where is Edison?
So we can actually move that up to.
He's like, mother, they can hear you. We can up and hear you.
Oh, okay.
Raji will go. Everyone. To those of you in the room and the hundreds who are online,
See if we get the
we're
pre-written
delighted
statement,
to
but
celebrate
we don't have it.
Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday with you today.
Bro, look how
and
empty this crowd
to
is, though.
welcome you to this, our
Nobody
third,
cares.
an economy that works
Except
for
the
all
stock
convening.
market.
At the
No,
New
there's
York
no
Fed,
link
we
to
are
this. I had to
committed
like this is like a government
supporting an
it's a
economy that
fucking
works for
government
all
webinar.
segments of society and working with organizations and individuals who have a similar pursuit. Today's event will have us revisit some themes: small businesses' access to capital, the closing of the digital divide, the management of risk associated with extreme weather, themes that we visited last year. But this year, we're going to focus on what we need to monitor and measure to understand whether in those particular areas we're actually moving toward equitable growth. My name is Otho Kerr. I'm a director in community development. I'll be your MC today, and I'm excited to have you here. My remarks and the remarks of the participants are our own and don't necessarily reflect the views of the New York Fed or the Federal Reserve System. This is a 2-hour event. There will be no Q&A, no breaks, but we invite you to stick around afterward for a reception outside the auditorium where you'll have the opportunity to meet with the speakers and the panelists and ask questions, mingle, talk amongst yourselves, and create community. This event will be recorded and available online afterward. I forgot to click the clicker.
Why is it so
In
far
his
away?
I Have a Dream speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial,
they got good camera
Dr. Martin
setups
Luther
here.
King said with great positivity, "We refuse to believe that the great vaults of opportunity
You're gonna
of
listen
this
until John
nation
Williams come
have
up, and there's no
insufficient
pre-written
funds."
statements.
And it's with that belief that the people
might
you
try
will
to go
hear
take a
from
poop
today
real
are
quick.
driven. They are speakers and panelists who believe that this nation has great vaults of opportunity, and nobody exemplifies that more than our next speaker, a person I'm honored to introduce, our 11th president of the New York Fed,
So he's going to come on quick.
John C. Williams.
Oh, there you go. You ain't got to wait too long. I don't even have time to poop.
Thank you, Otho. And good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you here to discuss this very important topic, an economy that works for all. As Otho noted, it's especially fitting this event is occurring during Martin Luther King week. An equitable economy goes to the heart of our mission here at the New York Fed, and that is to make the U.S. economy stronger and the financial system more stable for all segments of society. So we're consistent on the message there, Otho. This is what we're here for. And these events, which we have held for the past 3 years, bring together two significant aspects of our work: our research and our outreach. At the New York Fed, we conduct a lot of research. We have a lot of researchers. We have enormous data. We look at economic trends of big national issues, such as inflation and employment. We look at more targeted topics, such as how inflation affects different segments of society and how natural disasters affect small businesses. And it just so happens that those are two areas that you're going to hear more about this afternoon. Now, to better inform our research, we do a lot of outreach. We regularly meet with business and community leaders throughout the 2nd District, and from New York, northern New Jersey, and western Connecticut to Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. These meetings help us understand the challenges that are unique to each community, as well as the broader themes of the entire 2nd District of the Federal Reserve. So how do research and our outreach efforts come together?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to talk about
both of them
policy,
inform the
bro.
policy decisions that we make, and both are centered around data. Data is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. I often speak about the importance of being data dependent. In fact, in November, I gave an entire speech about the significance of data in our decision making at the Fed. And as I did then, I'll echo the warning of our detective friend Sherlock Holmes, saying it's a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. So today, you'll hear more about how the data is being used, how data is being used to measure equitable growth. In particular, we'll focus on 3 topics that affect our communities. First, we'll discuss investment approaches to expand small businesses and access to capital. Next, we'll talk about an issue I hear from all of our 2nd District communities, and that's access to broadband. And then we'll wrap up with a panel about risks and the mitigation of the risks of natural disasters. Each of these discussions will focus on ways to measure the outcomes of each initiative. First, we'll kick off the program with a presentation by Raji Chakrabarty. She and her team have done phenomenal research into equitable growth indicators over recent years, and their use of data and measurement will help set the stage for the discussions to come this afternoon. I want to thank Raji and all of our panelists for their participation in today's event. We appreciate your dedication and commitment to this important work. So with that, I'll turn it over to Raji.
Oh, no. I don't think he's going to talk anything. Now that I'm thinking about it. He said he was going to echo what he said in November, which was on
Thanks,
data
John.
dependent.
I'm Raji Chakrabarty, Department Head of the Equitable Growth Studies in the research group of the New York Fed. As John said, I will talk about the equitable growth indicators,
why y'all coming in
which
now? That's a
are
lot of
produced
people.
by the Equitable Growth Studies Department and in the New York Fed.
Act cool, act cool.
Specifically, this iteration is joint work with Casey Chatterjee-Len, Natalia Emanuel, Dan Garcia, Ben Leahy, and Maxim Pinkowski. Measuring equitable growth is critically important, both for understanding the extent of equitable growth, as well as thinking of solutions for reducing demographic, socioeconomic, and geographic gaps. The EGIs are a set of indicators that measure equitable growth. Specifically, they measure disparities in macroeconomic outcomes experienced by demographic, economic, and geographic groups.
Y'all refrain. I already know what you guys are going to say. You're going to be like,
EGIs?
what does it have to do with equality?
The objective is to understand heterogeneity in macroeconomic outcomes and to bring equitable growth considerations to our policymaking.
Try to
Still,
live
another
above the
objective
stereotype
is
that you have,
outreach,
Chad. It's
to
your
inform the
stereotype.
public,
You know what I'm
practitioners,
saying?
policymakers,
I'll
and
be right back.
researchers about differences in experiences, behaviors, and outcomes. Critically, this initiative is closely tied to our mission to make the U.S. economy stronger and the financial system stable for all segments of the society. The EGIs are available on our external website and are updated quarterly and measure demographic, economic, and geographic differences in a variety of macroeconomic outcomes such as inflation, nominal and real wages, employment indicators such as employment to population ratio, labor force participation rate, and unemployment rate. We also release nominal and real spending heterogeneities and nominal and real wealth heterogeneities. We produce these measures at the national and at the regional level. To understand the EGIs and the crucial role of measurement, let's look at two examples, one from each side of our mandate. First, let's look at heterogeneity in inflationary experiences. Here, demographic inflation rate gap is defined as the difference in inflation rate faced by specific demographic groups relative to the overall inflation rate. In this slide, we represent heterogeneity by race, ethnicity. This blue line represents the inflation rate gap faced by the white households relative to the overall inflation rate. It grazes the zero line, as you can see. This orange line represents the inflation rate gap faced by the black households. The gray line represents the inflation rate gap faced by the Hispanic households. The black and the Hispanic households faced a considerably higher inflation rate than the overall inflation rate during the inflationary episode. At its peak in June 2021, the inflation rate for Hispanic households exceeded the overall rate by almost 1.6 percentage points. On the other hand, the Asian and Pacific Islander households, or the AAPI households, faced a very different pattern. During the inflationary period, they faced a considerably lower inflation rate than the overall, whereas they currently face higher inflation rate than the overall and all other groups here. So what are the reasons behind these differences in patterns? The reasons can be traced to differences in the composition of consumption expenditures of these groups and the inflation rate of various goods and services during this time period. The inflation dynamics since the start of the COVID recession was largely driven by transportation inflation. Hispanic households have the highest share of transportation in their consumption basket, followed by the black households. The Asian and Pacific Islander households have the lowest share. Transportation inflation declined during the COVID recession and increased drastically, fall from early 2021, mostly fuel prices and used car prices. Accordingly, Black and Hispanic households faced a decline in their inflation rates relative to the overall as the pandemic started, and faced a steep increase as transportation inflation increased. On the other hand, as transportation inflation decreased, the inflation rate that they faced in turn declined. The AAPI households faced an opposite pattern. They had the lowest share of transportation and the highest share of housing. Currently, housing inflation exceeds the overall inflation rate as well as transportation and food inflation rate, and thus the AAPI households face the highest inflation rate currently. In the next and final slide of my presentation, let's look at the gender employment gap. We define the gender employment gap as employment rate of men relative to women. Gender employment gap, as you can see, was falling before the pandemic. As the pandemic started, there was a concern that the employment gap, the gender employment gap, will increase drastically. Indeed, as the pandemic's recession started and businesses shuttered and daycare centers closed, gender employment gap increased. But soon after, gender employment gap resumed its decline and has declined consistently during the entire post-COVID period. A large part of this pattern is due to the rise in the incidence of work from home, which offered workers greater flexibility in balancing career and family. Women, especially more educated women, disproportionately took advantage of working from home relative to before, which led to their increased labor force participation, employment rate, and earnings relative to those of men. Let me end by emphasizing the importance of measurement to understand differences and gaps in experiences and outcomes in every context. And we will see some examples in the rest of the event in three contexts: small businesses, broadband access, and extreme weather events. And with that, I'll hand it back to Otto.
Thank you, Raji. Equitable growth requires the dismantling of structures and systems that exclude households and families from participating equitably in the economy and benefiting from its fruits. Conversely, it also involves the creation of structures and systems that allow those same individuals and households to participate equitably in the economy. It involves allowing and creating opportunities for economic mobility and creating resilience for households and families that incur economic disruption and economic shock. In the next three segments, you'll hear how communities and the Fed are working to understand the way we are or are not moving toward equitable growth. We'll kickstart each session with a talk from a member of the community, a Fed talk, somebody who can give a little real-world experience, followed by a panel that will do a deeper dive, helping us understand what we monitor and measure to understand how we're succeeding in that particular area. So I'm going to invite the Small Business Finance panel and team. And Caleb, no. Let's see, who am I inviting?
I'm going to have to probably poop again.
Do we have Mark Wilson? May I invite the panel up to take their positions? Claire Kramer-Mills, who will be moderating the Small Business Finance panel, will lead the charge, but she
I think it's going to be,
will not start the moderation until we hear from our Fed speaker. Claire Kramer-Mills is the Director of Community Development Analysis. Let's see.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mark, hold on. Mark, we can't see you, and I'm wondering why that is. Hold on one second.
Yeah, there's no way to mute this. It's still playing from everywhere I go. Do y'all hear it? No? Okay, that's good. Until we get... I think what's going to happen, John Williams isn't going to talk about anything related to It's not going to talk about anything related to there, but they're going to ask him questions afterwards. So we'll see. I'll keep it on. I'll have it in the background, but you guys are just, I think you're scared about losing your jobs or something. I don't know what it is every time. Y'all get so, it's funny because, like, you know how, like, all I imagine is, like, you know, people who get really worked up over the, like, diversity stuff. You guys are, like, the exact same, but on the opposite. So I think y'all have met your match because in a weird way, everyone's like, take our jabs. Okay, man, we get it. We get it. I know, it's hard, bro. It's hard. So difficult. Well, anyways, we'll see if we get any comments from there. But I doubt we are going to. I doubt. We'll have to wait a little bit later. Oh, my job. My goodness. My goodness. But we have about 40 minutes left. So you may get comments from him after hours, but till then, we will have to see. It will be very interesting. Someone say they'd rather listen to paint dry. I know, man. And then they invited me to go to dinner with them this weekend. Now I'm like, man, I live in California. I can't be seen with diversity haters. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. It's a little, now y'all putting me in conflicting situations. Y'all forgot I live in Cali, man. You're going to come out here. They're going to spot you. You got the chat facts and everything. I'm like, oh, fuck, man. I'm like, no, I go to this Nobu. I like to eat here. No, they'll be like, well, you're definitely scared of diversity, so I don't know if we could seat you. I'll be like, isn't that discrimination? It doesn't matter. Oh, man. Played the fifth, bro. No miso soup for you. I don't even get the miso soup. San Diego's the Ohio of Cali. San Diego's getting, like, weird, though. You could get, like, a mixed bag. You get, like, people who don't give a shit, and then, like, randomly you'll just get attacked. The ZQ is down 3K now, so much better than the 7 it was down. So we're getting close to coming back on that. A little bit more pushback, it'll be there. I thought it was all CEOs. Nah, man, people move from LA to San Diego. We got, like, a nightlife. You got a lot of Republicans and Democrats in the mix, and they all love the Padres. So I don't know, man. We'll see, man. We'll see. So you never know. Insult comparing it to Ohio. I like it. I like Ohio. I've never been, but it's not bad. If you like the Padres, you're a masochist. I know from personal experience. I feel you, man. Didn't we make it? We almost went to the World Series last year. That was cool. Almost. All San Diego teams suck, bro. That's why the Chargers left us. And then they're not even that good, but they still left. They're like, we can't put up with this. I'm sorry. It's awful, man. I wish we had a cool sports team. That's why I've been a Laker fan my whole life. I realized very young, just like, fuck it, root for the Dodgers, root for the Lakers. You'll be better off. Chicago, you guys at least had Michael Jordan in the Bulls. Like, we had nobody. There's not one person we could go back and be like, oh, except Tony Gwynn. And, like, his Hall of Fame was him hitting the ball. It wasn't even, like, home runs. It wasn't anything. It was literally he would get on first base a lot. Maybe he'll get a lot of doubles, too. That's what we have. And then Trevor Hoffman. He pitched 1 inning a game, man. Yeah, LaDainian Tomlinson. Yeah, that's true. LT was pretty good. LaDainian was awesome. But we still didn't have, we never won a Super Bowl. Anytime we get close, we would just lose. Uber Instacart on CNBC. So again, I think Wolf Research was talking about that, but I don't know. That's kind of a hard headline to believe. But maybe if CNBC pumps it, we'll see. Is it crazy? You talk to 4,000 people on YouTube, 300 on Twitch every day. You got to be proud of that. You got to ban some here and there, but still cool. I love it, man. And honestly, at this point, you know, I kind of love the size that we have because, like, everybody, I don't know, it feels very natural, man. So that's why I say it's an honor to have a lot of people in here, and that's why I don't get why some people like get so worked up over our daily schedule where we listen to everything, you know. And I really hope, you know, you always stand by your beliefs and like you think for yourself, but at the same time too, I hope you never get like so angry with the world, you know what I'm saying, and like what gets thrown out there, because y'all have watched it for years, man, and y'all have seen me go through bullshit. You've watched, you know, we've listened to almost everything, whether it vibes or it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, it's beautiful to see, man. But like, I like the group, man, that we have, because it does feel it doesn't feel like it, you know what I'm saying? It really just feels like I'm talking to the same group of friends I've had for a while now. So it's awesome to have, but that's why too I encourage you, man, vibe with it, enjoy, learn, you know. We've been exposed to a lot of stuff even beyond the world, but in terms of like plays in the long term. So it's very great, man, but what you get out of it is totally up to you, my friend. Totally up to you. Hey, I also love you too. Josh AI feels like it's nothing. If you have any questions, let me know. Thanks for tuning in. And you will get banned by the World Economic Forum in Davos if you talk out your ass. What? Sorry, they programmed me to say that. Anything else, I'll have to ban you. Hey, I'm back again. Sorry. Had a little bit of a glitch. Hope you're doing good. Make sure you like the video and subscribe. Thanks. Why your AI got dial-up, it's hard to explain. I don't know. It's hard to explain, man. It's hard to explain. AOL AI. It really, bro, all it is. Dude, oh my gosh. Dude, I had to do one of those call-ins. I had to call customer service for something on the weekend, and it was an AI, bro, and this shit was like set up to fuck with you. I've experienced a lot, but this one, it was just like, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm like, tell me what you need. I'm like, assistance. Do you need help with something? Tell me what you need. And like, no matter, I did it. I tried it. At one point, I started to just see if it would keep doing it, bro. And like straight up, I was on there for like 10 minutes just going through one fucking prompt. It was insanity. And it wouldn't. So I'm like, dude, AI is going to be a nightmare. I don't know how we got so hyped up on it. But like that shit, bro, if you ever get stuck in an AI gulag, you are not getting out. Like, that's it. You are not getting out. And I realized that this weekend. I was like, dude, this is insane, bro. It was insane. My goodness. Those are the ones made before AI. Nah, man, I think they're all dumb. It was just the same loop over and over again. It really couldn't even care. You swear they put it there so you give up? No, honestly, I eventually got to the bottom of it, but I was ready to give up. I really was. City this morning, then they hung up on me. Well, I told you the last time with E-Trade, after enough time when I told the guy I'm reporting him, he literally puts me on hold for like an hour, and then I'm midway, he's like, what? Sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, I'm losing you. And I'm like, bro, I'm a smart individual. I start hitting the keypad, you know, it's like me. So like I was trying to let him know there were signs of life. And he was like, oh, well, sorry, I have to disconnect now. I'm like, dude, you're ridiculous. That's from the 90s. You used to pull that. Oh, sorry, I can't. Oh, I'm losing you. Oh, I can't. You, man. AT&T does it too. Nah, man, it's stupid. I'm telling you, I have so much like hatred and respect for customer service. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you do customer service and you're good at your job, like, you're a top tier individual. The world needs more of you. But then at the same time, like, if you're not good at customer service and you just mess with people, you're like low key a demon. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, I understand you have to go through certain things. And like, I'm sure you get tired of dealing with it, but like, you knew what you signed up for. But like, I feel like there's some people, like, it's the people I play NBA 2K with. I feel like some of them do customer service and they just out there, they wake up every morning ready to just make people's lives hell. But then there's angels. Like, that's why I'm like, I don't know, man. And then that's it too. If you really are like unappreciative of life and you think things are bad and like you hate, like, go do customer service for a week. You get to deal with everybody around the world. And then you tell me how that is, and then see if that don't change your perspective. Because again, after calling in and having good and bad customer service, I was very humbled by it. Because it was humbling when you got somebody good, and it was humbling when you got somebody bad. It was crazy. I appreciate that. Not the best, but it lets me stay home and listen to the stream. You do it in healthcare, people get pissed. I'm sure because healthcare got fucked up regulations. They're like, sorry, you're half a day late. You got to pay for everything. Oh, we could only cover 10 cents for your $80,000 treatment. And then your deductible, oh, it looks like your insurance covers it. You're in luck. But your deductible is going to be $90,000. What? Why? Well, you have healthcare. I'm like, this is bullshit. Well, yeah, you're an angel, man. You could change. You could help people out on that customer service line. You know that? You could really make people's days, or you could just fuck up their day. I think we have downplayed how much power customer service reps hold on the phone. Y'all don't understand. You get cussed out on the daily. Oh man, I'm sure. Even then, try to be nice though. But y'all, seriously, y'all can ruin someone's day. You guys see it. All you got to do. You get pissed off. You're like, please hold for 7 hours. Me. Listen to our songs brought to you by our employees. I don't know why I played into Mario. I don't think they play Mario. Homie's an adjuster. He tells me about it. Yeah, bro. Got to start adding them to the send in the Jets list. Nah, because all of them don't deserve it. I'm telling you, bro, like there's some people, they just pissed off at life and then they get to their customer service job and they just take it out on the community. Like there's no hesitation. They like, so again, bro, I've had it happen personally because I'm usually nice to them. I'm like, they have all my info. They know everything about me. I can't even be mean to them if I wanted to be. So I'm usually nice to them, bro. And they just hella fucking with me. I'm like, man. And that's it. And the one time I'm like, all right, man, it's not your fault, but I got to file a FINRA complaint. He was not with it, bro. And then he put me on hold for an hour and then came back and then acted like he couldn't hear me. I'm like, you hear the keypad, mother. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Back in 2008, I worked customer service for Citi. Home mortgage modifications, those are wild calls. Yeah, because everybody was losing their house. Even my parents, bro. Like, that would have been the worst time to do anything with mortgages. They're like, how come no one's going to jail? You're like, well, sir, we could process your mortgage remodification, but give us a second. Please hold. I'm like, oh, man. This is bullshit. TSM. Got almost 50%. Like, that would have been the worst part. I'm like, sorry, we're about to take your home. If you'd like to leave a review on our services, please stick around for a 5-minute call. You're like, what the? You just stole everything from man. Nah, bro. Customer service. It's a wild industry, man. You had the IRS customer service treat you bad for 30 minutes or bad for calling 30 minutes before they closed. Well, yeah, you were probably his 10,000th call of the day. He's like, man, why did you have to call right now? But I've talked to the IRS on the phone back in the day. They were nice. I remember I had a lady. She was like hella supportive, bro. She was like she was super helpful, man. I was actually surprised. I was like, IRS, not too bad. It took me like 72 minutes to get on the phone, but yeah, the lady I dealt with, she like, I felt like she was like my white grandma that I never had. You know, you could tell she sounded older, but like she was super nice to me. I was like, man, thank you. I'm like, this was not what I was expecting, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Mm-hmm. You had your day effed up from eBay. Well, eBay's crazy. The CEO of eBay stalked somebody and sent them dead pigs and shit. That's a wild company culture. If you think, you know, I don't know. I've never had to call eBay support, but thank God. But, like, I could only imagine. Like, they're like, all right, here's the guidebook. But, like, you know, if they just fuck with you, like, just send them a dead animal. What? No, I was kidding. Wink, wink. You know what I'm saying? What? That's crazy. I'll take the pigs than barbecue. Well, you are a different beast, man. That's crazy. That's a very positive outlook. You like, my enemies sent me dead animals, so I cooked them. When life sends you dead pigs, you make bacon. Thank you. Next up is Tony Robbins. What? Big pop. PayPal's popping. Spy popping a little bit. We're back again. I think we might close around close, but we might close around open. Close around close. It's a very glass half full mentality. How'd you cut the puts? I feel. But today was like a major cuck in a weird way. Again, the bonds and everything else and the dollar. Again, the dollar just gets freaky every morning. But still, it's not as bad as it was. We were definitely looking over the edge, and then it calmed down. Do I know who Theo Vaughn is? Yeah. He's funny. I know 4,700. We were about to test it. We held 47.47, I think, or right below, or 47.17, which, again, that could have been bad. Building up so we get knocked down. You know, Bassem Youssef. I don't know the one you're talking about, but I do know a Bassem Youssef. Bassem Youssef, I think he's one of my cousins. But I do know, I don't know if it's the one you're talking, I don't know in what context, but yeah, I've heard the name. Why are people trying to make Theo something? He's a plant? You think Theo Vaughn is a plant? Like, doesn't he make like KKK jokes and is like highly offensive? I've never heard anybody say Theo Vaughn is a plant. I guess maybe he's dumb enough, but I just think he's just Theo Vaughn, bro. I don't know if he's like, I can only imagine if he like went, what if he was like diversity, equity, and inclusion? And then this thing is still going on. I still have it up. I turned off the audio. Y'all would have went psycho. Like, bro, for real, like, if some of y'all, man, like, if I ever was, like, an evil dictator or, like, for some reason I needed to torture any of y'all, I would put you in a room with strobe lights, and I would just play these shits all day. You know that for some of y'all, because y'all wouldn't handle, like, literally anything else. I could waterboard you. I could, you know what I'm saying? I could, like, rip off your toenails or some shit. You'd be like, you can't hold me back. I do it for the love of my country. But some of y'all would just crack under this, bro. Isaiah, I'm going to get y'all to reveal all the secrets. I'll find out, like, straight up, I would get y'all with this. Yep, Y'all just win it. Y'all would lose it. Like, dog, say equality one more time. Fuck, I can't take it anymore. I'm like, okay. Like, I feel you, man. I didn't know it was that offensive, but alrighty. Yeah, PayPal, again, that job cut thing, and then people getting hyped up on the events. But again, once again, PayPal gets a downgrade and then runs up. That happened again, I think, a couple of weeks ago. Oh, I think of this day right here, or 2 days ago. They had a fat drop, big downgrade, and then whoop. Too much Reacher. I love Reacher, man. Y'all should follow Reacher's example. Like, he's like, I do what's right. Like, Reacher just makes, like, funny one-liners, but, like, imagine how shitty of a show that would be if Jack Reacher, the things that made him get violent was, like, hearing equity and inclusion. That'd be the stupidest show ever. I'll be like, what's this guy's problem? He went to the gym to get mad about that? Like, hold up. I'll be like, these plot twists are crazy, bro. I'll be like, this is a stupid-ass show. And watch out, Nightbot will get you for saying sexy. Nightbot is still trained on the 2019 sex bots. So you gotta watch out. Bassem Youssef can't be your cousin because he's Muslim. All right, man. I didn't know that's how fucking genetics and shit worked. The genes are like, what do you believe in, Habibi? Man, you forgot, like, half of my family's Muslim. You know that? But just as a side note, but I didn't know it works like that. That'd be crazy, though. Well, you see the X chromosome, and it's a recessive gene depending on which Allah you worship in. Yes, that's how it works. Thank you. I'm like, all right, man. Shit. That's crazy, though. I'm still short. I don't know how that happened. Is that because I believed in the Lord? Now I'm 5'6". He said, bullshit. But he had a plan. Green Day tomorrow. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. You're actually Jesus size. Wow. I've never heard that one. I don't know if it's a compliment or not. I'll take it. I don't know how tall. I never really looked into how tall Jesus was. I told y'all, I said it during PHILO, bro, but, like, honestly, like, I relate to Paul the Apostle, man. Because, like, you ever put Paul the Apostle in Google Images? Like, even the Romans, like, they ain't even try to make him look good. Like, literally, I look like Paul the Apostle. Like, he look hella weird, bro. Like, they give him weird eyeballs and shit. Nah, these are, like, even good. Like, look at this. This is Paul the Apostle be looking crazy as hell. You know that Paul the Apostle was not known to be a ladies' man. And then I think he was short. There, look at this. Look at how they fucking made it. Like, look at that. That's what I kind of look like Paul the Apostle. Yeah, like a little bit. I would argue I'm more lizard-like. He got more of that old English look. You know what I'm saying? He was a Gentile. Ooh. So I don't know, but I definitely. Oh, that's a nice Paul the Apostle. That's Andrew Tate the Apostle. What the hell? Heaven. Yeah, like this one, I always say, I'm like, man, they did him dirty, bro. It's because they hated Paul the Apostle initially, so they probably like, nah, we're going to draw him looking crazy. Like, y'all see that, bro? He got a six-pack on his forehead. That's insane. Yeah, bro, he really got forehead abs. I got forehead wrinkles. Yeah, man, it's crazy. He's smart. Yeah, man, of course. That's what happens. You think you get this ugly without being smart? You got to have something. And God is fair. God is fair. My hairline is going to look like that. I'm like in the early days. I'm still walking along my journey with Christ, apparently. Once I get to that full epitome, the top of my hair goes. He holds the record for headstands. That'd be a wild record. I can't do a headstand. I never have, never could, never will. Were any of you scared? Like when I was growing up, I was scared to do backflips. I think my mom or somebody, my sisters told me you'll like break your neck. So like I was terrified of like backflips and handstands and headstands. I was like, nah. And then my cartwheel was like very weird. I never got into acrobats like that. Yeah, you were? Wow, that's crazy. I'm not the only one. The DFS, those plays are doing good. I think they're both up. Maybe the other one dropped. No, both of them are up. So your call and your put are up. So if you really just want to walk away from, so like literally we put, what, $90 into Discover. You could walk away with like 23 to 25 bucks right now. It's up to you, Habibi. Up to you. So you could almost get like, what, 25% off of that? A little more. I used to do backflips, and that scenario got in your head, and I couldn't do them anymore. Well, that's cool. At least you've been able to do it. I've never done a backflip in my life on anything, like even on a trampoline, nothing, man. You had to do a backflip in an inflatable bounce house. It was tragic. Did I tell you that one time? It was at like my nephew's or my niece's birthday party, and like my girlfriend, like she was like playing with them. They like told her to like they come in the bounce house, and she like came in there, and then they jumped her. All these little kids just jumped my girlfriend, bro, and they were like it got pretty bad. She had to like exit. She had to vacate and flee the scene. Because, like, they just literally, like, they totally just jumped her. I was like, damn, that's unfortunate. Thank God I'm not that big to go in there. I'm not that small. Because, you know, she's skinny, so, like, I don't know. They thought she was just, like, an adult, like a bigger version of some of them, and then they just started beating up on her. I was like, that's your fault. I would have popped that mini bounce house. What were you thinking? I'm still holding the TSMs. The calls are up and the puts are down, but not by much. So TSM, you could walk away with a $10 gain if you took the loss on the puts. Puts got clapped there about 30%, 10 cents a share almost. And then the calls are up by 30 cents a share. So calls went up 50%, puts went down 30%. Why are people always attacking her? Well, she only got clapped at Lululemon and then by the children on the bounce house. But other than that, I think it's because she's like small. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd probably hit sticker. If it was football, I would target her. I'd be like, oh, I'm going to break a rib cage right there. Because I'm not even that big, too. So I think if you're not big, it makes you feel good inside or something. But she kind of looks very, like, hittable, if that makes sense. I love you, baby. I love you, baby. It's okay. She going to the gym, though. She got, she working out there. She knows. She takes pride in it. She's like, I'm skinny. I'm this. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's like, I'm like, okay. That's why you keep getting attacked. But I got her a taser and I got her some pepper spray. Because clearly she's too scared to use a firearm. Going down in an early round. Yeah, TSM's launching. So it's good. The puts aren't dropping too much, but those calls are. And then Discover, I don't know. Should we just take the gain on both sides, or do we hold Discover? It's kind of barely moving, but that one could be exciting. That one's after the bell. Market on close. 34 million to the buy side, 10-minute rigged. We'll see. We're back. We're slightly above open right now. And then again, bonds are kind of holding the same spot. Where's the dollar? 1.3 billion to the buy side. What happened to 30 million? Dollar is coming down, which is decent. Biden-Harris announces improving student achievement. Bro, what? Is this Kamala live?
Was
For all y'all
open and
who don't
willing
say
to
you see
engage in
Kamala.
real-time research.
That's
so we were
Kamala.
doing evidence-based research practices in real.
Look at Kamala.
And we recognize
oh, wait,
our
that's not
students
Kamala.
experiencing homelessness. 57. So what you've
What
done
the fuck? Where's Kamala?
Support. We're saying
We are big believers in that city of more support to see.
Some of you are like, no! Student achievement hurt! I'm like, calm down, bro. Calm down. It's okay. You'll make it through, bro. Never mind. I swear it was Kamala. That's why I clicked it, but she really wasn't there. No, she wasn't. I made a mistake. They got me. They got me. We're at neutral sentiment. What a day. Again, a lot of things still clobbered, which makes it that much more interesting. And then natural gas came down. And then I don't think this John Williams thing, I'm going to exit out of it. It's been on for an hour and a half. Nothing. They're still got that little round table. I left the webinar. Thank you. And then you don't have that much time left. Literally 9 minutes on the day. Rigged candle. That's just 10-minute rigged for you, man. Pretty big, but I mean, if we could close above 47.47, that's a good sign. Anything neutral, just once again, rate hike odds go lower, and then we're kind of just paying the price, and then dollar's still up. It's like a weird extended draw of yesterday. Microsoft, high ticker's running, even Redfin's on the high, a couple of other names out there. They're kind of going crazy. Etsy, a couple of growth names. PayPal's still going. Again, DFS, you guys got to decide what you want to do. DFS is one of those scenarios where you could walk away with profits on both of them right now. So literally you get 25% on any of them, and then Discover's starting to move up here a little. VVC, pretty big candle, honestly, I think, with all of the activity today. You'll see, again, Russell's below 1% now, and then NASDAQ's even below 1%. NASDAQ recovered a shit ton. What the hell? Yeah, NASDAQ's at a high. So your little AMD and chips, NASDAQ's not doing that bad. That one's a surpriser there. Remember, NASDAQ opened up like down 1.5% or something. So that's crazy. SPY's not really, remember, SPY's been lagging on both sides, up and down. But they're holding up pretty good. Not so bad. Where is Bank America? Where is banking in America? Where is the other one? Karting, very good. Soxels, or Sox on the high, and Soxel. So again, I think all those chip makers, again, even TSM's into that. I can't believe NVIDIA did that again. Absolute animals. Even Coinbase going up now. We went both ways on DFS, yeah. And both premiums are up now. So you get to you can walk away from both, or you hold it till after hours. If that thing makes an 8 to 10% move either way, you're going to get a nice hit probably. So we will see. Plunge protection team. Well, let me see the rate cut odds. If those chilled out considerably. They did. Honestly, at one point I was up another 1,000 at the same price level. My Fed futures were up $1,000 more. So honestly, you didn't get as much stickiness, but the overall gap down in Fed futures held up today. Yeah, I played the 2 standard deviations on DFS, but now again, both of those contracts are up. So even if you wanted to go both ways on Discover, you are going to be paying about 25% more, it looks like. They're gapping it tonight. Well, you have a Japan inflation. Is that tonight or tomorrow night? I think that's tomorrow night. I'm tripping. But China already came in with the gap, man. So we'll see, bro. We will see. And then that's your final 5. See what's about to happen next. Okay. Yeah, TSM is looking good. Again, that one's in the morning. If you want to take the gains now, you can. Otherwise, speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah, tomorrow night for Japan. All right. I don't know. I don't think much should happen leading into tomorrow. It's going to be, what, Thursday? But Thursdays are pretty ugly if the market's ugly sometimes. And then Friday, big expiration on Friday. Keep that in mind, too. Remember, January 19th, I feel like there's a lot of options there. Again, lately, every expiration has been the biggest options expiration in history. It's time, baby. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love you. I hope you know you're blessed, and I'm so appreciative of all of you. Y'all holding it down, but it's time we wrap it up. So as we get into the close here, I want to give you a warning because it's going to be loud, and I don't want you to end on a bad note. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your signal to mute your speakers. Why? Because it gets so loud in here. People's eardrums have burst, they've bled, they've diarrheaed from all sorts of places. It gets very violent. Some people have reported herpes, dormant BBB, all sorts of diseases and other nasty things. So I just want to make sure you're safe. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers so that you do not get exposed to any of that, all right? So when I say earmuffs, that is your sign, and we thank you for participating, and hopefully you stay safe in this environment, okay? Beautiful. Beautiful. Are you ready? Earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 60 degrees and cloudy. Not looking like a good day, especially if you thought rate cuts were going to happen because everybody shit on that, and then the market gets volatile but doesn't do anything but destroys premium. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia, it's time to bring it home, baby. You don't have much time left. Not that much data, maybe a little initial jobless claims tomorrow. But again, the shit show from Davos and hearing about the ECB and the Fed speakers. Remember, you got your boy 3 times. Bostic speaks 3 times tomorrow. So we're going to see how it plays out. But Chad, you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Options, shares, futures. You're going to play the Discover. You're going to play the TSM. You got to make up your mind, especially if it's options. Remember, you can't exit until the market opens. You want futures, shares, you got to make it up. Not much data in the morning, but again, the rate cut odds and the Fed speakers, that's probably going to be a big driver. So, Chattadonia, wrap it up. Finalize those plays. Bring it home. You have less than 10 seconds. Oh, my gosh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. Don't matter who you are. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, personalities, vibes, info, contributed in all sorts of fashions, baby. God bless you and thank you. And listen, without a GG, it don't matter. I don't care. You think you're the best Chad, the worst Chad, it don't matter. Without a GG, you will get banned. If that Chad Facts gets pulled and you ain't got sportsmanship, you will get banned. It's bigger than you, baby. That's it. It's more than just me. It's more than one Chad you like or not. It's everybody. So we call community. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. I see you too, Twitch. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You in the game, baby. All the donos. Anybody showing love. Being positive to another Chad. Answering questions, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. GG. That's how you play, baby. Way to hold it down. GG, baby. Nah, man, that's how you play. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, bro. Good game. Good game, bro. GG. GG. I'll see you tomorrow. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. We haven't heard this one in a minute, but Chad, I love y'all. That's it, man. That's the day.
Yeah,
I gotta save the voice. The Honda kind of warmed up, but it's still a little rusty. You know what I'm saying?
It's 4 p.m. man. 4 p.m.
Thank you for holding it down. You got cool real estate after this too, baby.
That's me. You could just call me JP.
God bless y'all. Thank you for being here. Everybody holding it down. You avoided a ban. You avoided the timeout. You didn't let DEI turn you into a maniac. God bless you.
I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test spray. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen that I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh to the breakfast. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. That's a flex, bro. That's hard. I'm just saying, man. That's hard. Discover, is it out yet? Have we discovered it yet? Okay, anyways, chat. I might stick around. How about this? I'll stay around for a little bit. I might mute it. I'll play some mute. I want to see what happens with Discover, but like I need to eat, bro. Y'all rushed my poop because I thought y'all were gonna overload. So I still got to finish this. I got to finish my dump. Okay, you got Cole Real Estate at 2, so I don't know how much crazy time we're going to be able to spend here, but either way, Chattadonia, I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all of y'all who have given your time, given a solid effort, have been a joy to be here. You know, your chats aren't all poopy, and you know, you've given something to the chat. You've participated. You've been a great joy. Like I said earlier, man, it's awesome to be able to do this every day, spend time with people that, honestly, we got some great history together. So, for real, thank all of you who have been a part of it. Hopefully, we see you tomorrow. If you're new, you'll catch on, man. There's a lot of things, but God bless every single one of you. Go check out the links. Do I have it up? Yeah, you could go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World, all the good stuff, free alerts, paid alerts. You got to fill out the prayer request wall. Okay, pray for your boy, man. I'm going to pray for you. Follow me on Instagram as well, too. Pray for your other Chads, man, and that's it. That's it, bro. That's it. I got to get going. I'll play a little bit. I'm going to keep it on mute as I'm eating, or unless if I get a poop attack, I'm just going to end it. Okay, we going to see. You know, we going to find out. You got Cole Real Estate, too. Again, 2 p.m. after the bell here. So, again, don't ask me no real estate shit tomorrow, because I'm going to be like, where was you at? Where them have you been? Where were you at? There you, because you have it today, baby. But, yeah, man, that's it. That's it, bro. That's it. Let me see what I got. Where is it? Here, we'll give you one. I'll give you the other one. We'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
Got a candle on Discover, no earnings yet.
It's a call.
And then Birch is running. Kinder Morgan came out, come on. Let's see, I'm eating chicken right now. And I'm trying to see if it's going to spark a bowel movement or something. Kinder Morgan earnings 28 versus expectation of 30. Revenue 4.0 billion. Estimate was 4.44. Adjusted EBITDA 193 versus 199. Raises 24 guidance to include acquisition. My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, man. I'm almost done. You know, lucky I'm muted because I'm like, you know, my sister used to beat me for how I chew.
I don't want to rap that.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm saving y'all right now.
Yeah, doesn't out Pluto.
Just don't come out.
At
the end of this salad, bro. I'm out.
Nah.
I'm out, baby.
I don't want to rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need to ask for it. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighty, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Hey, we got no Discover yet, bro. It's almost 15 minutes. They got 10 seconds.
Hey, man, it's a cup.
They're going to release
I don't
the
even
riot.
know, bro. Could be wise. Yeah, they hold them Bibles like they Hitler. And Biden still dismissed it. And I'm still trying to sell you. Like, you should come invest in shit. Epstein ain't dead and shit. Think it's cause the president. The problem clearly evident. We saw this in the medicine. Forgot the opioids made millions of us die. Forgot the bullies pushed our kids to suicide. Forgot the vets come home and fought their wars at night. Forgot the people lost in every single one them Boeing flights. You're right. This really is about the blacks and whites, the darkness and the light, the goods and evils, pick your fight. The difference this time is we actually looking weak. We making moves before we think. It's not a movement if you sink. Before you shoot me, let me tell you something. I don't care about the message, just don't do it dumb. And don't forget, every man is always wanting and he's scared of some. And if you hurt the innocent, then you just like them. So can we conversate? Bring solutions that don't confiscate. Own up if we violate. So if they tell you that they sorry, then you can't complain. And yeah, they'll use you cause it's good views, then throw lots of money at your pain. Whatever you decide, I'll ride, but no, I take my time. So you can't wait on me, that's fine. I know you got your life. Just know I'm watching and I strike it when my time is right. The fruit is always bitter if you pull before it's ripe. So tell me what we doing. I stay standing if they shooting. Enough about problems, toss solutions. Don't bandwagon, make a movement. Otherwise you just diluted. This about dollars, not pollution. Or some shit they attaching to it. Stop the talking, show improvement. But I ain't trying to judge. I sat at home and did me none. Made 200,000 bucks while people scared about their lungs. Not flexing, but the money is the moral of the story. Every story need a publisher, and that's what starts the horror. I ain't got a chorus, I just list some problems back because the problems keep occurring. Like the walls we built in Berlin, how we still got starving children. Think the problem starts with learning, but the margins are the burden. We should teach instead of kill them. Come with peace and don't condemn them. Show them that there's more to living. Maybe we would come out different, but there's people stuck in prison on sins that could be forgiven. Or where legal life said different. That's the problem with the system, y'all ain't feel me. And the damn vote won't fix the fucking issue. Lest you teach them about the governments and representative systems in the districts, the effects of the consensus, how they monetize the mentions for political agendas. Y'all ain't want that shit. Some of y'all just wanna rob some shit. Pressure me to talk some shit.
There it is. EPS 154 versus 377 year over year. Interest margin 11, estimate 11.1. Cash investments 25 billion. Total deposits 108. Estimate was 106. What was their revenue at? It looks like they're down for now. What's our put at? We have like 97. So right now it's moving what was priced in. So for now, 5% there. One more big candle, it'll work. We'll see what happens. Watch out. If it stops on the first candle and bounces, that's it. But I think they missed. I think they slightly missed and beat in a couple areas. Which I have the 8K. But I don't know. January Discover. press release exhibit. Total loans 128 versus 1112. Total revenue 4.196. I don't know what the estimate was. So revenue was 4.1, 13% year over change. Net charge-offs were 4%, 4.11. That does not sound good. Let me see if I could get the other one. But I think their charge-offs were fucking a ton right there. Hold on. Net interest was supposed to be 10.2. Where does charge-off, Habibi? I think that was a bad one. That means they lost 198 basis points worse than last year in terms of like clients not paying. Revenue net interest 4.2, estimate was 4.11, so they beat on that. I don't know, it seems like a miss, but I don't know if it's going to be 2 standard deviations. Remember, they're up 18%. Net income was $388 million, literally down 62% from a year ago. Digital banking pre-tax of 458 for the quarter, 850 lower than the prior period, reflecting higher provision for credit losses. I think that's the real bad part. We had puts and calls, but we were at 2 standard deviations. But I don't know. Last time I said it, I think it's going to be in line. Honestly, I think there was some bad. They beat on a couple, but I don't know if those plays are going to hit. Last time I said that, though, I think it was Nike, and then it ended up flushing. So I think that conference call, if they start warning about like charge-offs and shit like that, it'll be negative. Otherwise, I don't know if they did too bad. Not bad. They can make it to 96 if that conference call is bad, but as of now, they're moving within 1 standard deviation, what was expected. Even then, you got to think about it. They dropped a little bit prior, so in a weird way, it's kind of moving less than it, but at the numbers, their Capital One's dropping off of it, ironically enough. So we'll see. I'd wait till the conference call, but for now, I think borderline in line. You swore it was Discover Channel. I know. I feel you, man. I feel you. But Chattadonia, I had my fiber. I had my meal. Y'all got to vibe a little bit, too. We still got a watch list. And then you still got your boy tomorrow morning. Actually, you don't have nobody speaking. You got Bostic tomorrow morning. But Chattadonia, that is it. Thank you again for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And do not forget to read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Why we got a if not clause. No matter what, baby, we committed to something regardless if it play out. The circumstance ain't linked to my behavior, my relationship, my theology. Stop playing with me, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, enjoy your day. Peace out, and enjoy the rest of your evening, and make sure you do it with goodness, with positivity, and don't forget, you get to wake up and drive tomorrow, baby. Put it in drive. Don't let the first thing get you out of drive. You know what I'm saying? But enjoy it, and peace out. Yeah, hey, wait about me. Hey, come on. Take a run. Come on. Come on. You guys don't. If you don't like the video, you support an insurrection. Come on, like the video for democracy. What's wrong with you? Anyways, I will see you guys. I'm happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa. Oh, no, wait. I mean, happy Valentine's Day. That's the next one coming anyway. You better go see the real estate guy. If I'm president again, the real estate's gonna go fucking crazy. So you better fucking learn about how they buy and sell cars, houses. Fuck. Anyway, Bidenomics, buy the housing, buy the. Anyway, have a happy Halloween. All right, have a wonderful day. I'm leaving. Bye. Exactly. I don't know what I'm going to say, but exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Goodbye.